All right, so first I'll start off since we are in a new meeting room here at our fabulous new building. I'll start off with a safety message, which is our evacuation plan. As you see, we are in this large room right over here to the side. So you can either, once you walk out of either of these doors, left or right, emergency exits, both sides. So just familiarize yourself with that. And thank you and have a good retreat. Start off with, unfortunately, the chair is going to be running a little bit late, so we will start with the vice chair. Vice chair will start us off.
All right. Do I start here?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day one of the 2024 Long Beach Transit Board of Directors Retreat. Now I call this meeting to order. The board secretary will now call the roll call.
All right, Chair Sutton. Vice Chair Mejia.
Here.
Secretary Treasurer Nairobi.
Here.
Director Angeles.
Present.
Director Kemp.
Here.
Director Rawlings.
Here.
Director Thrash Untuck.
Here.
We have a quorum. All right, and because David isn't here, Ms. Kinderdine is going to go ahead and take the meeting over.
Okay, everyone. David wasn't able to be here right at the start today, and so I'm just going to go through the agenda with you and make sure that everybody's on the same page as to what the next 2 days are going to look like. If you'll look at your agenda, we're going to start with Mr. McDonald's presentation, and he is going to give an overview of Long Beach Transit, talk about the strategic priorities and what the current initiatives are under those priorities, and go through some financial information with all of you. When he's done, I'm going to do a facilitated question and answer period with all of you so that you have an opportunity to ask him questions based on the report that he's just given to you, okay? We'll try to limit a lot of the questions to that report so that he doesn't get things from all over. But if you would please just then ask any of the questions and I'll facilitate that discussion. We're going to move on then to the board committee structure. Mr. McDonald's going to lead that as well. In the past, you have had an executive committee, a finance and operations committee, and a policy and governance committee. And so there'll be discussion about that committee structure and how you feel about it moving forward. I'll facilitate the discussion after Mr. McDonald has given you the presentation. Depending, we're going to move lunch depending on where it needs to be. But the idea is that wherever we are on the agenda at 12 o'clock, we're going to have lunch. So the agenda may fluctuate around that. It's a lunch and networking. And this is your opportunity to sit next to the person whose name you drew and be able to start asking them some questions and learn some more things about it. So in essence, it's a working lunch. Okay. After that, we're going to get department overview presentations from the executive staff. And so we'll have a report from the Office of the Deputy CEO, Organizational Development and Administration, Transit Service Delivery and Planning, Information Technology, Customer Relations and Communications, Finance and Budget, Maintenance and Infrastructure. And then I will facilitate a discussion for you with them. We're going to do the discussion between each speaker. So that as soon as they're done speaking, you can ask your questions while they're still at the top of your mind rather than hold everything till the end. Then Mr. Ewing is going to give you his presentation on the legal perspective and ethics. And this is something that should always happen on a regular basis. It's perfect for strategic planning so that you are advised on a lot of the legal issues that pertain to your positions on the board. Then we're going to talk about the role of the board of directors and the CEO. And so I'm going to pick up on what Mr. Ewing has just said and talk to you a little bit about the distinction between a board and the CEO and the roles that each group plays. Then I'll give you an overview of how the rest of the facilitation is going to be going for the remainder of today and into tomorrow. I'll be presenting your agency vision, mission, and values, just to remind you of exactly what those are before we get into more of our strategic planning. And then you'll have a discussion of updates to the strategic priorities. if there's anything that you want to see different, we're trying to stay within the 5 strategic priorities, that number. And so, but is there anything that needs tweaking? Is there anything, because the board sets some of the priorities for the strategy. And then there'll be time for public comment in the end if we end up with any guests. So that's for today. Are there any questions for that? Yes.
Good morning. Thank you so much for reviewing the agenda.
No problem.
The section regarding, once we've heard from our president and CEO, if there are additional questions that are outside of the report, where might we take that on the agenda? for
Okay, and I
today?
wanted to ask Ken how he wanted to do that. If they have questions outside of the report for you, when would you like those questions to take place?
I think it would be a good thing right after, because I'm gonna try to keep this no more than about 35 minutes. It's a highlight of the organization. So in the discussion there, that we have a lot of space there for discussion, that'd be the right time to be for asking anything that didn't come up or that have about what I just presented.
Great. So what we'll do is we'll first take questions and he'll give you answers based on the presentation. And then I'll give you an opportunity at that point to ask any other questions that you might have that you'd like clarification on right now.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
For item number 6, that is, I knew there would be quite a number of reports. About how much time have we allocated to that?
Okay,
portion around
They
you?
have 5 to 7 minutes each to be able to give their report, and then you'll have a few minutes after each one to ask your questions.
Okay, thank you.
That'll give you an idea.
We're averaging about 10, we're planning no more than 10 minutes.
Oh,
so
okay,
that
I'm
we
sorry.
have like-
Each of the reports.
Yeah,
Yes.
the report is not gonna be more than 5 to 7 minutes, closer to 5. And then they have the point of any discussion or comments about each report before we go to the next one. So we schedule about 10 minutes for each.
Including
step.
question and answers.
Thank you.
Okay,
The logistics of the lunch with respect to asking the questions, so if I have someone saying that I'm trying to interview, someone else is gonna have my name, so is there gonna be a time?
right. What the idea is that you find opportunities to sit and visit, because I don't think you're going to sit and eat during that whole entire time. So there really should be time for you to visit with that person and then have time to visit with your other person. Just, some things about them. I'm going to make you be creative and try to find your time to be able to get that information from them.
Very structured board.
I'm learning that. I am learning that already. So yes, but make sure that you get time on both ends so that someone gets to talk to you and you get to talk to them. All right. And so when you're done eating, that's a good time to just stand up and find corners and just visit with people as you can. And tomorrow morning, you're going to have time at the beginning of the breakfast, and we will do the introductions at the end. So supposedly you have an hour to be, 45 minutes, let's say, to be able to do that. I'm going to count on you to be creative enough to figure out how to make that work. Okay? Great.
All right,
Mr.
thanks,
McCown.
Carol. Good morning. They gave me a mic so I can make sure that you hear me. This is the first meeting that we're having in this room since we started putting it together. So if we have any challenges with working out some of the bugs, but we have not had a meeting in this room since we put up the display, the monitors and stuff like that. That just went up last week. So you are the first. The board is the first at having a meeting in this room here. So thank you all. And thank you all for all being here. I'm sorry, Director Sutton had some personal emergency, said he'd be in a little bit later, but it was very encouraging that every board member was able to attend, at least beginning today. So my presentation would really just give an a really high level. I am going to leave it for questions and comments when we get into that section. So I am going to try to keep this at a point of touching different parts of the organization, but not going deep into any one of them, and we can have discussions about that afterwards. So and it is really about trying to set the framework for discussion about this retreat and where we go. We've had, since I have been the CEO, there was never a retreat before. When I joined, I put the board and talked about it. We had a retreat in 2016, then we had one in 2018, and then 2020 was the next one, and the pandemic hit, and we haven't had a retreat since that time. So this is the third retreat that we're having with the board. The intent is that we would have a retreat every 2 years and look at the organizational focus and things that are changing in the industry that would be important for the board from a policy perspective. So as I begin, this is talk about governance. The way that our board is structured is a 7-member board, and each board that is appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. I think everyone knows that the city council approves each board member. The 7-member board are the ones that are appointed. There are 2 ex officio members that come as city representatives that are also on the board, for a total of 9 people that are involved. The ex officio members are not voting members, but they are part of the policy of development of the organization. Each board member is expected to serve 2 4-year terms. That's the commitment. After 4 years, it has happened before that if you do not have a replacement, some board members wanted to stay on, and the answer is no. That once your term is up, whether someone is appointed or not, the board member is no longer. So there have been times where we had 5 board members until the mayor appointed another person. I think one of the things that I tried to do is talk to the mayor about what it is that we expect on the board, and mayor still makes their own decision, but I sometimes have input in some of the discussion about the appointees. So there are a couple of things that high level that the board, I wanted to just point out. We'll spend more time discussing these things, but provide guidance and ensure accountability, some of the roles that the board has. And when we get into the board and the CEO role, I think we're going to spend more time on that. Enact organizational policies, bring the policy before the board, and we discuss those policies. And finally, with the board, we enact policies that are in the best interest of the organization. Provide oversight and regulatory compliance. A lot of the regulatory compliance requirement is supposed to be brought to the board for discussion and for agreement. A lot of the FDA safety, security things are required to come to the board from a regulatory compliance perspective, especially with FDA and DOT. Those things are required, and fulfill the fiduciary duties of making sure that we have a balanced budget each fiscal year. We are struggling with that. We have a special meeting to talk about the 2025 budget. So I will be reaching out, Jen, after this meeting, to try to schedule a special board meeting to talk about the budget, and at that point, probably vote on the budget to move forward. So a little history about LBT. We were incorporated in 1963. Back in 1963, there were like 5 different transit agencies in the city of Long Beach. They were all put under one organization, and the sole shareholder of that is the city of Long Beach. The question is always asked, are we a part of this? Are we a city department? The answer is no. And that was on purpose, because back then they wanted to make sure if someone sued the transit agency, they weren't suing the city. So a lot of that was done to keep separation of responsibility. So if we have a lot of time that happens, people would try to sue Long Beach Transit. They would go to the city. The city attorney would call me and send all of that over to us. Vince and I would talk about how we deal with it. So that the city's role of it is that they're the sole shareholder. We're a nonprofit organization. That sounds strange, but it was formed as a nonprofit organization back in 1963. We started in 1963 at 25 buses. Today we are 250 buses in 2024. 60 years that the organization has been around. We serve about 15 cities. We're now 14 in the South Bay, and we are serving Brentwood, UCLA, because we provide services in our commuter service. First time in the history of Long Beach that it has commuter services. So we provide that to Brentwood and UCLA. There are stops in both areas there. In the 60 years, we've had 4 CEOs. been a pretty stable in CEOs in the organization that you have as averaging about 15 years as CEO, but one CEO was here for 33 years. I don't think I would live that long, so I know I would not be, I know I will not be one of those who will spend another 33 years. But in back in 1963, we had 22 salaried employees. We had services because there are a lot of bus services, but it was special, different transit agencies. And then they incorporated all of those agencies into the one that became Long Beach Transit or Long Beach Public Transportation Company, which is the real name of Long Beach Transit, is Long Beach Public Transportation Company. Back then, we had 18 routes. Today, we have 38. So you can see the growth that has happened to the organization over that time. One of the things I was trying to find is what was the budget back then? I couldn't get my hand on that. But you can tell with 22 employees, it wasn't anywhere close to the budget that we're presenting to the board in the next couple of weeks, going over in the next couple of weeks. System overview. So
Can I just ask a real quick question about the 501c4? Does that create any sort of limitation in our ability to manage, raising money, bus fares and this, that, and the other?
No.
It has to be limited with respect to those criterias?
There are no limits on us raising fares. I think we try not to raise the fares to keep, since I've been here, one of my goals is that we don't raise the fares to be able to still provide affordable services. But yes, we can. What we've found in the past is that there's a direct linkage to reduce ridership to increase fares. We increase fares, we normally would see a direct elasticity connection to ridership in the system. But no, it doesn't stop us. We can increase fares if we need to. But we have restrained under my leadership, we have not increased fares. That is one of the things that I hope for almost last. And you'll see, we'll talk about this when we talk about a 5-year plan. We're still not looking at increasing fares. We'll have to decide what we do. But yes, the answer is we do not have any limitation. Anything else, or we move on? So the system, we cover about 107 square miles. We exclude the mileage from here to Brentwood as we look at how we would incorporate that. But that has been the commuter. I'll talk a little bit about that. On the 38 route, the 98% of our buses are alternatively fuel, which means we don't use fossil fuel. We are hybrid gasoline, CNG, and electric vehicles are what comprise. We have one diesel bus, which is it's called a Prevost. And once we get the 5 commuter buses, we are going to get rid of the Prevost because it's the same kind of bus, but it's a diesel bus. And we have gotten rid of all the diesel in our services, our service areas. Facilities, you can see the dots shows where we have the different facilities, Anaheim and Cherry. And then we have one up here in Anaheim and 68th Street. And then the downtown where we have the TVIC and the information center, all of the main point of where the buses come in at Pine and First. And then this facility here where we are, the corporate offices that now it's always been asked why we needed a corporate office. For us to expand our LBT1 into 100% electric vehicles, we had a facility study done. And the study was we needed to remove all of the administrative people from the facility to be able to do the construction. Now that we have moved out of there, what we're about to put on the street, and you'll see that in some of the presentation, is to increase that facility to make it 100%, or improve that facility, make it 100% battery electric. At LBT2, we are considering 2 things, whether electric or hydrogen fuel, but it would be 0 emission. But which one we end up going with there depends on the time when we arrive at that in the next 3 to 5 years. So fleet, when we look at our fleet system, we have three different types of fleet that we provide services with. The first one is our buses. I talked about that. We have 48 zero emission of the 250. Our goal is to have 125 at LBT one, and all electric, battery electric. And like I said, the other 125 would be over at 68 and Cherry. And that we will finalize where we go with that in the next couple of years of what kind of zero emission. Paratransit, we have 10 ADA compliant. LBT was the first transit agency that went into ADA. We were providing ADA services 10 years before the act was passed by George Bush. So we were way ahead. We used taxi services in Long Beach back then, even before I was the previous CEO. He created that service where we were providing paratransit services. So when it was enacted into law, we didn't really have to do anything except continue to do what we were doing before, and then expanded it from Long Beach to Signal Hill and Lakewood. And later on, we came into Paramount when we started providing services in 2012 around there to Paramount. And then the final thing are the water taxis. We have 2 catamarans, 75-foot catamarans. That's one of them that you see there. And two small boats. I think that's one of the boats. No, that's the catamaran. And two boats, 30-foot boats that we provide service with. We are in the process right now of making all of these electric or zero emission. That is a requirement also from the state that we have to make these. So we are in that process. In our experience so far, it's very hard to convert. So we believe that we may have to buy brand new vehicles as we go forward. But that's our slate of vehicles in which we provide our services. Any questions before I move on from there? In terms of
Can the water taxis, though, they're seasonal, though, right?
So we used to run it before the pandemic. We ran that almost year round, and after that, it's been seasonal. It just started this weekend. It starts from now and it goes to Labor Day, and then after that, we go on the weekends only. But we do 5 days a week during the Memorial Day to Labor Day.
But can we own them year round? So if things change, there's the possibility of revisiting.
That's it.
The city had asked about not making it year round, but making the seasonal end date a little bit later, and that's all on the table for the future.
Yes, like everything else depends on the ability. This is a contracted services, the ability to pay for it. But yes, working with Catalina Express provides the labor to run these boats for us. So yes, there's that opportunity that should we have the funds and the ability, we can expand it like we used to before into year round.
If you're entertaining questions on the fleet, I'm very interested in understanding, it's not something to answer for today, but I definitely am interested in, as we look at moving all of the buses to either zero emission or alternative fuels, what is going to go into our analysis around electric versus hydrogen going forward. So something that I would like to continue to be part of the discussion on so that we can figure out the best way forward on that.
Yep.
Thank you for reminding us of the facilities. I would love to make a request again that we take the time to visit each of the facilities as a board, schedule that out so that we can maybe get that done this summer to be able to do that. And then I noted that our visitor center, we have the one in the southern part of our city. I was wondering if we do any analysis on who uses that facility and where they come from across our service territory, just to get a sense as to whether it's accessible for folks who need to use it the most.
So I would start with the last one and then, yeah, I would try not to answer all of them, but right now.
Yeah.
But yes, because all of about 75% of our routes come into the transit gallery, we do know where the routes come from. So each route that come in there, we know where the people are coming from into there because of where the route goes. So we can, I would love to also talk about where a visit to the shops. I think that's a very critical, important thing. We have people that come way out to the country to come here to see what we are doing. So it would be a great thing. There were some board members who saw it when we had the 60th anniversary, where we took a tour of it. But yes, whenever we can talk with Jen, I am willing to take anyone that we can go out. And I think that's something we're very proud of what we have done. We were the first, back in 2011, we were the first transit agency in the country that went on the zero emission trek. We got $11 million from the federal government when people weren't even thinking about it to buy our first 10 buses back in 2011. So we have been at this for quite a while now. There are a lot of people now starting this out. So we're very proud of what we have done, and we're about to engage on solar panels overhead charging, which is the future of where we're going from the single charges we've had in the past. One thing I would say about electric in the years that we have been involved, we are now at the 5th iteration of batteries and the 4th iteration of the buses. So the changes have been astronomical in terms of what's happening in the industry on the buses, the design of the buses, and the batteries. We started off with just to give an example, the batteries used to be air cooled. Just walk, but now they have water cooled. They have lines running through the batteries to keep them cool. Why is that important? Because it could increase the size of the batteries the range of the batteries without increasing the size of the batteries. So that's a very important part of what is changing in the industry. What I've done in the past, and we'll do again, when we get to the phase of looking at the second facility, we had workshops with the board, just like this, where we'd come in and present what we plan to do and give the board an overview of what's going on. So when we did the battery electric buses, we held it at the library on Anaheim, and had a day session to go over what it is, what's the technology, why are we doing this. So that would be something that we would do again.
And I just wanted to ask a question on the sustainability piece. Have we, outside of what you've mentioned, gotten any recognition, awards? Do we get any financial benefits or offsets for our work in that area? That's the first question. Second, is I as the new guy, would really like to see all of the facilities. And I don't know, that's a tall order to manage from a scheduling perspective to try to get everybody in one spot. So maybe we can hop in the paratransit instead of the bus, and those who are available in certain pockets can do it. But I would love to do that as well.
I would, yes, we will make sure, Jen and I will make sure that we try to do this before, sometime in the next couple of month or two. Let's try to see if we can plan it to go to both facilities and see what we're doing there. Yes, we do get money from the state and the federal, mostly state, LC top. So we get some kind of rebate for the fact that we were, what we call it is that for being the pioneers who took the arrows in the back, you get some money for being the first to go out and do it. So we do get some offsets for buying the electric buses. One thing I didn't point out, when a diesel bus costs about $300,000 or $400,000, a CNG bus costs anywhere from about $650,000 to $800,000. An electric bus costs $1.1 million to $1.2 million. So for every electric bus that we buy, you could have bought close to 4 diesel buses, but you would have destroyed the environment, but you can buy a lot more. But the cost of those buses are exceedingly high.
Okay, last question, and then this could probably also go on the parking lot. We looked at the map of the service area. We talked broadly about ridership in general. Do we have data that gives us a real good sense as to which lines in particular have the most or more or less or
Yeah.
comparison in ridership?
Yeah.
And that might be something that I'd like to visit in a future conversation.
Yes, I can share. We keep every route in terms of ridership and on-time performance. I don't have it with me here right now, but we do. But we do keep, we make sure we know which, because why is that so important to us? The high ridership routes are the places where we put bus shelters. We increase the bus shelters depending on the ridership that is on the line. And so you may find, I've been asked, well, what dictates how we put a bus shelter? It's the number of people that are riding. So we look at that and where we can and improve the system. That is one of the things we do. So
I'd just like to revisit that in the future.
yeah, I can share that. We keep that. Like I said, we keep each route. That's how we know what it is, and that is also a requirement, federal requirement that we have to report on our ridership and our route performance each year. Part of the reason we get funding from the federal government. Any other question before?
Just sort of related, Ken, I think based on the surveys, there was a lot of interest in service planning. And I think as the agency has some challenges, understanding where our lowest ridership is and making some hard decisions about that. And so maybe you can think about sometime today, kind of sharing with us how you plan on sharing more with the board about service planning, not just today, but sort of going forward, because I think there were several board members that were really felt like they weren't fully informed on sort of where we go from here.
Okay, if you can explain to me later on what it is that you're looking at, I can share that. In terms of our schedules and how we put schedules together, we can definitely talk about it. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to talk about, oh, I didn't.
Going back to the water taxi, I think you mentioned that you contract with Catalina Express. I know that CARB has a lot of regulations going in with the new fleets and stuff like that. I'm curious to know the challenges that the water taxi will be encountering with those regulations that
Yeah.
CARB has.
At the really high level, they want us to be zero emission. That's what the guidance is by 20. It's already set a time. I think it's 2035. It's already set to be they have guidance, and if you run the boat for certain distances, that you should be zero emission. The aqua boats are not as difficult. We are going to be able to meet that deadline. We will be real challenged. And that's not only us, Catalina Express have that same thing too. How do we meet the catamarans when there are no real, in the industry right now, there's not a boat you can just go buy. So they have given this rule, but the vehicles that is required are not available right away. So yes, at the high level, we have to become zero emission. And there is a timeline. I don't have it in my head. I think it's 2035, because 2030, there's a 2040 for the buses that is already set in stone of where we're going. So as we go into the electric vehicles, we can, again, the same way we talk about the buses, we can show what we're doing. At some point, then it would be good to just talk about it, because you can see we are already trying to go electric on paratransit. We're testing a vehicle right now. If that goes in, we're going to change all of these to electric. So that would become 100% electric. We're doing this year. We are working on what happens with the water taxi. Now, remember, water taxi is only there's about 3 cities in the country that run water taxi. It's us, San Francisco, and Seattle. There's some others that have smaller things, but in terms of there is a committee, a nationwide committee that we are part of, that looks at what we can do to elect zero emission electric boats.
So you mentioned that the aqua bus, we're gonna set that we're gonna meet that deadline, but not the Aqua Link?
I don't know where we would be on that pair, and not just us, the industry itself, because availability of vehicles is the most important thing. And there's not a vehicle out there right now that you can go out and buy. There's one, everybody keeps saying they want to go. There's one I just read about and saw that is in Sweden. Everybody I say that to said they're ready to go check it out for us. We can go to Sweden and check it out. There's the only one I know of that is 100% electric and hasn't been battle tested yet. So is there the vehicle available? The answer is no, but a lot of people are working on it, industry.
So can we, I asked this question the last board meeting as well, recognizing this challenges with respect to the electric vehicle, if we're gonna go bus, paratransit, and now water. What conversations are we having in terms of the infrastructure to provide the power to these particular vehicles?
So that is what I told the FTA, that I figured out where the chicken does come before the egg, that we need the infrastructure. We started off buying electric buses, and like I said, we were the first, and we started putting single chargers. And every bus we bought a charger. Well, that's not a very efficient way to run it. So now we are doing an overhead charging with drop-down cords that would charge the buses. That infrastructure has to be there. That covers both of these to be able to. It's pretty simple to put a charger in for 10 paratransit. For the buses, that's what's slowing us up right now, is the infrastructure. As we stand right now, we could probably buy another 30 to 40 buses, but we don't have the infrastructure to charge them. So we are in the process right now of developing the engineering specs so we can put it out on the street. This should happen before the end of this year to build out the infrastructure to get to 125 buses at LBT 1. I don't know if that answers the question you're asking, but yes, we are. We don't know where. I could not answer right now what would happen with a water taxi, but I have the answer for these two because that's where we are right
But
now.
are we having conversations with like Edison and people that provide the companies that actually provide the power? Because sometimes my understanding is they have challenges with respect to just the grid.
Yeah, so we haven't had that problem with them. We have two 5-megawatt transformers that were installed when we started the first one, and we'll have to install another one at Anaheim and Cherry. So yes, we've been talking to them for years now. They were involved, sit down in our offices on planning what we're going to do with this. So we have not had that challenge, but the challenge is getting the power to our facility. And a lot of time the first one, we had to actually dig up the pavement all the way. If you know where the facility is, there's a bank across the street. The electric power is right in front, under the bank parking lot. So we had to dig underground and go in there and come across to our facility. We have not had any challenges yet. I wouldn't say they would know, but yet in terms of our.
In terms of costs as well, I mean, is it
They assist in.
same or less or?
They assist with their programs that assist us in that long term, that they put money up front and we pay back over time. So they assist, the power companies do assist in the power delivery and the equipment to get there. One of the biggest challenge we are going to face is the ability to get the equipment that we need, because that has become a shortage. In our times that when we did the first, and you'll come out and see it, I'll show you the first 10, and then we did the next 22. The equipment, since the pandemic, the cost of that equipment has rose astronomically. So that would be the biggest challenge as we go into this phase, is getting the equipment when we're ready. But from the power company side, we have not had any challenges as yet. I cannot say that we have had challenges with the power company. Any other questions about the fleet before I move on?
I'm the new guy, so I'm gonna ask all the dumb questions.
There are no dumb questions here.
The link in the bus, Aqualink and the
The
Aquabus?
The Aqualink is a 75-foot catamaran. The bus is a small 30-foot, I would say dinky, but it's a smaller 30-foot bus that moves around the bay, the harbor area in downtown Long Beach. The link goes from the aquarium to the Queen Mary and over to Alameda's Bay. So that flows in bigger water, deeper waters. It does have the ability on a calm day. We have taken it out to Catalina Island, but if it's a rough day, you can't boat that boat. So you don't want, it's not the place you want to go when you have a rough day. But it can and has been to Catalina Island. I wouldn't want to be on it if it's a rough day going to Catalina Island. I can tell you that. I would not do it, but it has the capability on calmer days. Any other question before?
That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah, we'll put you on. So just because you're a board member, we'll put you on no, we'll put you on Catalina Express,
Okay.
bigger boats
Okay.
that could take that. I will not.
Pull our boat behind us.
Okay, if no more questions, I'll jump in. I want to talk a little bit about our customer overview, and there's some of the things that came out of our each year we do a customer survey and of current and potential customers. So we call up people who are not even customers and talk to them about what we're doing at Long Beach Transit. So here is what we talked about. When you look at it, have you ridden LBT? If you look 5 years or more, 40%. The biggest 3 to 4 years, 11%. 1 to 2 years, and 1 year or less, 27%. So you get a makeup of how long people have been riding our system. And is it a primary? So about 70% of the people that ride the system is their primary means of transportation. So we do a lot of these kind of analysis. Mike Gold presented this just a couple of months ago to the board. So if you're new, you probably didn't get it, but this is something we present to the board every year on where we are. The next one talks about our who are our customers. When you ride, what is the primary purpose? The purpose of the trip. If you add this up, you'd find that work and school comes a little higher because a lot of people are also working and going to school and they ride the system. But you can see the makeup. The vast majority of people are either going to work or going to school. But these are some of the other things that people say. They go to healthcare, shopping, running errands, some social thing, going to the park, things like that. But that's what people said of Hawaii and how they use the system. Over here, at the age of our customers, the vast majority of people are 45 years and younger that ride the system. You can see right now, this 25, the biggest percentage is 25 to 44 years old. And you can see, right, 18, another, so that's what, almost 70% of the people are under 45 years of age. And 62 years and older, about 11%, and then between that 45 to 60, about 20%. But we ask, when we do this, we ask people about their reason to ride. So what comes out of the customer survey? So this is in May of 2022, 95% of the people had a high opinion, very much the same, 94% in May of 2023. And that's pretty, to me, extremely good, because we have a couple of routes that we're still struggling to put back in service that were there back in, before the pandemic. And as we begin to implement more service and improve our service delivery, we stay pretty much constant in the opinion of LBT, and it's pretty high at 94 to 95%. So we asked that question about of our participants when we go through this. I know this is perception regarding security. What do people think about security on Long Beach Transit? We have some opportunities here. 86%. We would like to see these things be above 90, 95. 86% believe that security on the buses is good. But 14% feel that it's poor, very poor. I combine them together because I believe that we have an opportunity here of what we do. Mike is going to talk about some of this when he comes in about what we're doing. But one of the things that we would like to look at is to talk about some focus groups to get better understanding of what this means. We are going to try more and more as we go into the surveys to look at that. You can see that this went up from 7.1% from 2022. Security at our stops is another one. It's about 83%. And that, for me, is stayed pretty constant from year to year. Again, you can see the areas where we see this 17% is an opportunity for the organization. One of the other things we ask about operator courtesy. Again, you can see that stays pretty constant. It's up in a 90 something percent that they feel that our operator are courteous. And that is, we have a lot of issues. You read about all the issues happening in Metro about security. And one of the things that is very, very important is operator courtesy. A lot of the challenges we find that happen is an operator and a passenger get into a confrontation, and then it escalates into something. We have videos on every one of our buses. I look at those videos when we have those incidences. And a couple of times we've seen where the disrespect leads to this happening. So we try our best to we have de-escalation training that we give to our operators on how to observe somebody that might have mental health. What are the things that you do, and how do you talk to people on the bus? So that is pretty important to us. Operator courtesy is because we're people in the people business. We are serving people, and that is important. Safe operation of the bus. We used to put safety and security together, and it was very low. And then we started asking, and one of the questions was about safe operation and security and separating them. And I had a person that told us that that they felt that the operator drove the bus too fast, and they gave us a negative on safe operation of the bus. So sometimes the way you ask the questions, we all know that, can create some of those challenges. But safety on our buses, you can see about 95% of the folks believes that Long Beach Transit is safe. Bus stop conditions and cleanliness of buses. This is a very important. I will start with the bottom one. I personally, if I see a bus, I'll take it off of the route if we have problem with the bus being clean. We have had a standard, and I'm concerned of where we're going right now as we change, of keeping our buses very clean. We even to the wheels if I see a dirty wheel, I want that bus going and take care, put another bus in. If you notice, our buses are a steel, almost stainless steel, not black. We didn't want black stainless steel. Our buses have steel looking wheels for a reason. We wanted them to be clean. Some places you see the bus wheels are black because they want to hide the dirt. We were important that we keep our vehicles clean. And then on-time performance. On-time performance is that 85% or more is what we expect. And we are pretty much very close to our on-time performance goal in terms of what the customer says and what it is that we deliver. The service frequency. And that is that you can see again, I'm not going to spend, but you can see we had a dip here, concerned about it, because that sort of, when you 3% dip is a concern to me when we start going up or down, what happened, good or bad, when we see a 3% change. So this is something that we know that we have changed our services. There are areas where like I said, there's still 4 routes that are still not back to 100%. And so we are struggling to get there, and this is not surprising to us. But what can we do to improve it? So the final one, did I lose it? Back some. There's one more. Right. So this is something that we ask. I know that what it is that improvement would you like to see in LBT? This overwhelmingly is that people want to see increased services. There is a thing they kept saying that people want free. Less than 10% of the people, they would like to see more service than making it free. So that is a very important thing that we pay attention to. But you can see a lot of them believe that we can't, nothing. I just like it the way it is. So this is a question, like I said, that we ask. You can see in May of 2020, October 21, reduced fares was that important, increased service. May of 2022, forget the reduced fares, just give me better service. So you can see what customers are saying that they want from us. We seem to be on a trek of wanting to give free, but customers don't want free, they want better service. They're not saying to give, I don't think anybody don't want free, but if you're gonna give me one or the other, let me have better service. Yes, ma'am.
During October 2021, though, wasn't there a number of activities that we were implementing that made it near free for most people at that time?
The only thing we did around close to that time was the Go Pass with the students. And that's the one I believe in. The other free is something we have to be really concerned about, because and I've said this before, what free fare bring is a lot of non-destination customers. Metro is finding that out a lot. I see that they're locking gates and they're changing the process of making sure that the people that are on the system are really people using the system. So the more you go with a no fare system, the more likely you're going to have non-destination customers. Now, people call them homeless, they call them all different types, but what we find is that they don't have a destination. They ride to the end and they get off the bus, they get back on and ride again. So they just ride the bus all day long because you don't have to pay. So free fare is not from my perspective, but we seem to be hell-bent on heading in that direction of making everything free. That's very dangerous for the system. But no, back then, the only thing we did was Go Pass.
And then year over year, you showed us 22, 23 May. Were we pretty sure that those were the same questions? Was there a change in the company at all? It was the same questions?
Yeah, we have control of the question. The answer is yes. We are, as we speak right now, we're changing companies for the next service, but the questions stay. We have total control of the questions that are asked of our customers.
And we're planning for May 2024?
Yes, right now we just signed a contract with the company. I think I have to tell you if it's September, if it's May or September, because we just signed the contract with the company. When Mike comes in, I can verify exactly when we plan to do it. I don't have it in the top of my head, but I know I signed that about a month ago.
Did on it in April, I think, March or April.
Yeah. So we're in May right now. We're also at the end of May, so I can almost say one thing is not going to be in May. That I can be 100% certain of.
When people ask for increased service, are they talking about headways or are they talking about like going additional places?
Mostly headways. They would like to see shorter. We try to keep our service 30 minutes or less. Above 30 minutes, you can't tell whether people are there because the bus doesn't show up or they're not riding, but people would like to see more frequent service.
Oh, and my question, I wanted to go back to like the first slide of this. I know you mentioned that the majority of the folks that ride our buses are from, use it for work, and then the second one was school. I'm curious to know if we know exactly like where these folks are using it to get to point A to point B, especially if they're using it for work. I want to know who is the biggest employer that is using the bus.
Yeah, I don't know I'd be able to answer the biggest employer of where people travel, but we do have information on their travel patterns to work, but I wouldn't say that I'd be able to give information on who is the biggest employer that people travel to. We do a lot of activity points because that's where people want to go, but I can look and see what we have.
Yeah, I'm just curious to know, like, is it more hospitality? Is it folks from the hospitality industry? Is that-
That is very popular with our system.
Yeah.
Yes. People going to work to those areas. Yeah.
Thank you. Sort of related to the previous slide, I believe, where we're talking about the percentage of new riders and how long they've used it for. I'd like to see the breakdown of those riders that have joined in the last 1 to 2 years. What percentage of them is it their primary means of transportation? So it's great that a lot of new people are joining the system, but they're going to be a different type of customer if it's not their primary versus it is their primary. So it's great to see that breakdown.
Can you repeat the question one more time to me?
Sure, yeah, so of the new riders that have
So-
only been riding for 2 years or less, so the gray and the
So the
yellow,
gray and the yellow.
what
Okay.
percentage of those new riders is LBT their primary transportation?
Oh,
Does that make sense? to you?
yeah. I would venture to guess that the 1 year people, a lot of the time, but I will look at the facts and rather than
Yeah.
that. A lot of times people come in and that's where the first year and they're looking to get a car. So I use the system until I get, other transportation, but I don't want to say that's the answer. But I know we've seen that people, that's why 1 year that turnover happens so much. But if you get comfortable with it, you notice that you stay a very long time. If you get, okay.
I want to follow up on what Abigail said. I think it's worth investing whatever is required. I don't think it would be much, but it may require some contracting out to understand the destinations. Where are these people going in the service industry? Because I think that helps us form a better relationship, one with that industry, but two with that rider in terms of engaging more deeply with them and the students. Like, where are these students going? Are these high school students? Are these, K through 12 students? Are these students who are going to Long Beach City or Long Beach State? Just narrow our understanding of that a little bit better so we can take a deeper dive on how we can serve them better. I think if we do that, that might, result in us getting our service provision satisfaction numbers up.
Yeah. So I know
I definitely would like to see some investment time to understand where these two big slices of pie are going.
Yeah.
So if we need to be talking to, the hotels or the hospitals or, are the destination points for these transit riders, I think that juice for some of these.
So I'm going to look at bringing back, because this is the second time I'm hearing that, I can tell you where the students are going because we understand what school, LBCC, at a high school. From the Go Pass, we know that. We know what this high school students are traveling. One of the things that we cannot do with the students is try to pinpoint them from point A to point B. Now, why? There are unscrupulous people out there. If they get their hands on that information, what they can do with it. And what I mean by unscrupulous, that would go after these kids.
Sure.
So we have to be very careful in the terms of tracking the kids because we can't do that. That's totally illegal because of that, but we do know the schools because we give out the passes and the passes have numbers that tells us which school. So I could bring back, we presented this to the board about maybe 5 or 6 months ago. So we can come back with your Go Pass program, talk with Lisa and her, because her team is the one, and give a presentation on the Go Pass program again. So that we'll bring that back. So Jen will.
Yes.
Or if everybody's already seen it, you can just send it to me and how long is everybody, so I'm just curious.
We had a
It-
request to write
To update.
renewal to bring it back, so that will be part of the presentation when
Think-
staff brings a renewal to before the board.
I think we're looking at June, if we can get it all together, that we presented in June. That was the intent, because we're gonna trying to bring the Go Pass new renewal before this board, and we haven't yet, since Metro made a big change on what we want to do. Any other questions on the customer that we have a number of them that have been taken down there. We'll make sure that we close the gap on getting them, since I've been told that I don't get them to the board in timely manner.
And what's going on with Cal State Long Beach? Are we still doing a student program with them?
We have a student program, but it's a lot different than it used to be. So we had a program where Cal State Long Beach used to pay us per student ride. They got into financial trouble and financial issues. They don't want to pay for the students. We still have a student can buy passes and a program with them, but it's not one that's subsidized by the school anymore. But we still have a program with them.
So the students can buy a semester pass?
Yes, at a very reduced price.
Is that a robust program? Is it still popular?
It is not as robust as it used to be. We used to have in excess of 1 million students or more rides, and now I think we're down. I don't want to guess a number, but I know we're probably half of that. So it has changed tremendously since the school no longer subsidizes the program. Any other question before we jump into the next one, which is talk about the organizational chart of the organization? Can we jump over there, Jen? So this is our executive leadership team. Before I go into, these folks, and there is one CEO who's directly hired by the board, and then the rest of the team is hired by the CEO. So the board has one employee, this guy up here, McDonald. And then McDonald is the account executive who's responsible for running the day-to-day of the organization. So if you look at the way the org chart is, board of directors up here, and that they're one employee, McDonald. They have board secretary who has a dotted line to the board and also reports to the president, and the assistant to the president. And then we have the organization breakdown. We have the deputy CEO, general counsel over here, and then manager of regulatory compliance and civil rights. That's a requirement from the federal government that person has direct link to the CEO, so that if the CEO cannot say that I didn't know what was going on with civil rights in the organization. So those two positions also report to the CEO together with the deputy CEO. The deputy CEO has an assistant. And then these are each of the one executive director of information technology, executive organization development administration, Elizabeth Brown, Pretty George here, one who did all this great work in here. There is a position we have held for a long time, performance management, as we look at going into this, and we have the funds to be able to include this, but something that looks at our performance. We look at the performance, but it's done by a group of analysts in the organization looking at what we have a quarterly meeting that we go over all of our performance initiatives in the organization and how are we performing against the goals that we have set. Lisa Patton, you'll hear from her in a little while, talking about the finances. We look at the 5-year plan. Lee Berner, who is executive service delivery, James Scott, infrastructure, and Mike Gold, who has communication and customer relations. There are two other managers that are this manager of health and safety is a requirement from the FDA that person has direct connection to a direct, not a reporting, but has the ability to sidestep anything in the organization and go directly to the CEO. And that is so that if there is a safety issue, the safety issue cannot be buried by this group here. That person has the right to go directly to the CEO with any concern that they have and that is driven by the FTA. And also we have a manager of contracts that we're hiring right now, since we have all of these contracts that are going on with the zero emission vehicles. And that person would also have some direct impact to the CEO. So you can see the structure of our organization is pretty lean. It's not a lot of layers in the organization. I want to go through the organizational focus, and I'll take any questions if you want to come back here, because after that, we're going to jump into some things about budget. So you've seen this many times, and we're going to talk about it because that's what a retreat is supposed to help us. The vision, what is our vision, the mission of the organization, the values that we live by, the leadership competencies that we expect that folks would have in terms of running the day-to-day of this organization. And I need to get an organizational, I get a set of them and bring it down, organizational book for each board member. I'll have Heidi bring down a set for me. And each of the 5 strategic priorities, here's where we're going to spend some time. We look at these and we have key performance indicators to tell us if what we're doing here is having an impact on the mission of the organization. That's the flow of this. So one of the things that we would talk about is the vision that we have right now still the board's vision. Hopefully before we leave here in the next rest of this time, we would have come up with, are we satisfied with the vision we have in the organization right now? Any questions? Because now I'm going to jump in terms of the budget and spending in the organization. Any questions here? Again, I said I was staying at a very high level. So if you want to, when we get into the questions, feel free to go as deep as you want into the questions of the organization. If not, you've seen this many times. I'll move on from it. So where are we right now in terms of our budget overview? I presented this to the board. We have a $132 million planned budget, our 6 business categories that where this money is being spent: transit service delivery, asset management, customer experience, corporate risk, information technology, and internal business function. That's our operating budget. Then we have a capital budget, and this is where the money is being spent, $45.8 million that we're planning on the capital project allocation. There's a lot more in the budget book that was given. This was not passed at the last board meeting. So after this, maybe tomorrow, not tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, we'll poll the board members to have a special board meeting to go over the budget and to talk about, because we only had 3 board members present and 1 on Zoom. And the idea is that we'd like to have all of the board members and then to revisit the board, the budget. The one thing I'm going to try to see if we can do this as quickly as possible. Our budget expires on June 30th, 2024. So we have to try to get this. That's why I'd like to have a special meeting if we can, not to wait until the end of the board meeting is May 27th. June 27th, I mean, yeah, June 20, we have May meeting already, thank you. June 27th, and you see how close that is to June 30th. So the idea is to have a special board meeting and talk about anything that we have that might be of concern with the budget. I am going to, oh, sorry. I'm not.
Since all the directors are here, do we have to wait till Thursday or Friday to poll people?
Oh, to poll, no, yeah. And so my recommendation would be if everybody can give me dates that they're available, then I would be able to check between mine and the CEO's
Yeah,
calendar
it's
as well.
great to have a KPI or a little mini goal that we have to be before the end of the retreat tomorrow. We've got that set date for that special.
Yeah. Let me look at what, and then we probably put 3 or 4 days and see that works, and then try to make it happen so we can pick and see if we get everyone in those. We'll try to do that before the end by tomorrow morning. Jen and I will get it done today, and we'll have some dates and then try to get all the board members to be present. Good point. Thanks. Okay, so the next, so these are the business categories. I am going to quickly run through this because I think when we get to the budget, so the next one, when we get to talking to the budget, this would be where we spend our time. Where does our money go? You know, the vast majority of our dollars is spent on the transit service delivery. You can see delivering daily services, security, planning of someone talked earlier about the schedules. How do we put our schedules together? What work is done to have these 3 signups that we have every year with the union, dialer lift, training that is involved in this group, and aqua services. About 66.8, more than half the budget, or just about half the budget, 51%, is spent on delivering service. So when we get into talking to the budget, we can go further into this, but all of this information is in the budget book. I jump to the next one quickly. Transit asset management, vehicle maintenance. We spent about almost $21 million on maintaining keeping our vehicles in a state of good repair, and about $7.6 million on infrastructure and utilities. How we keep our facilities in also a state of good repair. Fuel and lubricant, as you expect, you're in a bus operation. About $6.5 million is planned for that in this year. And then you see the warehouse and procurement and training for this, for the mechanics that has to do with this. About $37.3 million is spent on transit asset management. The next one.
So Ken, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So there's 7 million in infrastructure and utilities, that's operating costs, so that's just maintaining the infrastructure, that's not any, can you tell us a little bit more about what makes up that 7.6 million?
So it is the operating cost, is all the utilities that we have and the keeping up the infrastructure. It's the money that's spent on purchasing parts, rebuilding the things, elevators, escalators. Well, we don't have much escalators, but elevators, the facilities, the electrical system, the utilities that we pay, water, sewer, lights, everything that we do in terms of utilities is in this group here.
And can you tell us more about the training? What kind of training?
So
We're being trained.
each that's like in operators, when we hire mechanics, they go through a 6 to 8 weeks of familiarization. Most of the training is spent on that. That we bring in new mechanics. It may be a good mechanic somewhere else, but we have to give you some overview of LBTs, how things are done here and working on all vehicles. So
is there like a professional development program for folks at varying levels that could be supported by that, or is being supported by that, or is all of that predominantly for mechanics? So for example, if there were folks who were in maintenance but were not mechanics, maybe they're part of the clean team, or if there were professionals who, you know, wanted to be you when they grow up, or is that a part of that budget?
no, this budget here is mostly spent on when we talk about organizational development, when we come into the last chart we're going to talk about. Yes, the organizational development is where we talk about employee development. This here is training directly related to the assets, overseeing the assets.
And then last question on the slide, for fuel and lubricants, have we noticed a change in that since we've gone to electric? In other words, are we saving money versus when we were more traditional fleet?
So with 41 vehicles, we wouldn't see that big of a change, but yes, we are one place we have reduced money is on our diesel. We don't have any diesel, so we are now very low on diesel usage. Most of the trucks that the customer amenities trucks and stuff like that are the ones with diesel. But for our buses, there's been a big drop in diesel, but there's been a rise in electrical utilities. So yes, diesel has dropped over the years, but that money is now replaced by in the electric field. So saying that we have seen a big drop, the answer is no. We've seen a shift in the way it is.
Thank
you. Yeah.
Yeah, and can we go back a slide?
One.
So here I'm curious, like for dial-a-lift, are we getting money from the county for that? It would be nice to have a graph next to this that shows revenues coming in to support dial and lift and aqua services. I'm very curious how we operate Aqualink, you know, I mean, it's a great service and all, but it seems like the city ought to be helping us pay for that because it's such a tourist beacon. Or Tidelands or something, you know, are you guys looking at that, or have you looked at it in the past, or?
Yes, and Aqua Services is not a money maker for the agency.
Right.
And so neither is dial lift. The dial lift is a legal requirement. We have to provide dial lift services. Well, I wouldn't say that we could be part of the county. As I said before you came in, we were the first, back 12 years before the law was enacted, Long Beach Transit was providing dial lift services in Long Beach. To remove that, I would think that we would see pitchforks and.
I'm not asking to remove it, I'm just asking, what is the revenue side of that?
Very-
How do we pay for that? Is it out of the general fund, or do we get county money to help with that? And
Okay.
then Aqua Services as well, how are we paying for that?
So we pay out of it, we don't have any general fund, but we pay out of it our regular budget. It's budgeted into our regular budget. We pay for it as an agency. We spend, like I said, again, you can see about the amount of money we spend on the Aqua Services in this area here. And on dial lift, it's the same thing.
Okay, so there's no revenue coming in to support those two.
Very little revenue, yes.
Okay, so what about the city, or what about Thailand's? Can't they help support the Aqua Services? Because it is a transportation service, but it is also a tourist service.
I am struggling with Thailand's. The city, the answer is no, we don't get any money from the city. Every street.
Seems like we should be asking for that.
Well, everything's a negotiation, right? So the city's had some comments about that service and the schedule for that service, and those discussions haven't gone anywhere, but they could in the future. Tidelands is bankrupt, so it's not
I
gonna
think the
get
board
paid
should,
out of
I think
Tidelands.
the board should be informed of what those conversations are between the city and us.
Yeah, well, that's,
There needs to be some
Okay.
transparency there, so we know what's going on.
I hear you.
Do it today.
I hear you.
But I'm just saying that I'd like to know what the city's saying.
I mean, there is fair revenue there, and I think there's an opportunity to grow that revenue in partnership with hotels and the Queen Mary, and the city's talked about how this service could extend past Labor Day to capture actually the busiest month at the Queen Mary, which is October. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak for Kent, but there's discussions, they just haven't consummated any.
And I would say, I think people are familiar with an upcoming role that I'll be taking on towards the end of this year, and having served on this body, I think that there is a mutual interest in having transparency between both the city as well as the transit agency. And part of why I'm staying on is to the commitment to ensuring that we have that, and we have someone who has maybe served on this side and served on the other side, to be able to help support and facilitate discussions with the city.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think echoing that, I know that we last year went to Alabama and we had other conferences where we've met with different transit agencies throughout the state, and their relationship with their city is very strong. I've seen that partnership, and I know when I went to some of these conferences, they were talking about free transportation, how they partner with their city. I agree that we need a bigger partnership with our city and having those conversations, so I just wanted to echo.
Yeah, I think there's some room there to work together and to make that a viable service. What I worry about is that is a luxury service. And I don't want that to be the reason why we're not providing customer amenities to our bus riding partner customers. So, I mean, that's my concern there with that. Because it's like our free shuttles downtown, right? That's all tourists. Most, well, It's, I don't know, the figures off, but probably 80-90% tourists. So, or it's employees going to tourist spots to eat and that kind of thing. So I just don't wanna provide a service to some that it's at a detriment to others. That's my only concern. I'm not saying get rid of it, I'm just saying that we need to figure out who should help pay for that.
Okay,
I didn't see that go on the board. That would be a great one to add. I think the strategic partnership and relationship between transit and the city.
Yeah, business, government, yeah. Definitely.
Are you adding business and government to that as well as?
Well,
city?
it benefits business to have Aqualink if it's done right. It benefits employees to have it, because I knew a bailiff that took it every day from Seal Beach to the courthouse in Long Beach. I mean, it's a, viewpoint. I want to hear the conversation. I want to, I want to be in the room, not in the
And I
room,
think
but I
it's
just
good to
want to
have the
know.
numbers, 'cause
I want to know what the concerns are.
I'm sure it's operating at a loss, but it's not operating. There is purpose. So it'd be good just to have all
Yeah.
the information.
Well, I'm not expecting it to operate as a profit. It's expensive.
I think we're taking notes on it. I would say, well, one thing, I've been in this job for 10 years and I've been around this and have these discussions. The devil is in the detail. That there are a lot of, when it comes to money, the devil always comes in the details. So we have had, I am 100% open for what we can do. We will, when we talk about the budget, we'll talk about it again. I'll show what the revenue is that comes off of these two, what it is we're making. It's pittance in terms of the cost. But I will make sure that when we talk about the budget, I'll have those numbers on what we're getting from the IRF and the money that's coming in from Aqua Services. And then where we go from here. Later on, we can talk about some of those. Next two down. We're quickly going to run through this because I think I'm fast running over, way over the time I had allotted for this. Again, here is what we, in terms of our customer experience, customer relations and communication and transit customer amenities. This is our operating budget that we have, about close to $5 million that we spend a year on that. The next one. Corporate risk, this is one that is rising constantly. The risk or the insurance to cover the agency. And again, we have a number of them that I mentioned at the budget meeting, but we're going to go through that again and we'll talk about it then. But we spend about $6.3 million a year on covering risk for the organization. And then information technology. Because one area that is changing fast in terms of what we do is our ability to communicate across the organization and also to be secure in that communication. We've had 2 hits on our system. None have been able to hack into the system, but we had 2 hits on Long Beach Transit in the last year. One was pretty large that involved the FBI and stuff like that. But they never got into our system. There were people banging at the door and they were tracking them. They called and told us. They first thought it was the police department and the police called me and said, no, it's not them. We looked at it. We had a server that was down that people were trying to get into, but we have been fortunate that they haven't hacked into our system yet. But this is a fast growing area in our organization. Cost.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. I know we're pressed for time, but you have customer experience here. You had customer amenities before. You have, and then in the big pie, you had customer amenities too. Those 2 numbers weren't the same. So I'm 100. Customer experience here is just social media. What
So this is the whole, I'm not understanding when you say they're not the same. I guarantee you they're the same numbers on all of them. This is the Department of Customer Relations, Communication, Marketing, all the management is in that area. Everything that faced the customer is in this area. These are the amenities where bus stops, bus shelters, this group handles that part of it.
Could you go back a couple slides because you had customer experience in one of the overall slides too.
That had to be in our strategic priorities.
Okay, all right, well, anyway.
So customer experience is part of the strategic priority, but the when we look at the core business categories, the cost that we spend in customer experience are these two areas here. So we do have a strategic priority that's called customer experience.
This 1.5 is for bus stops,
That's the
shelters.
department that is responsible for upkeeping bus stop, bus shelters,
So
cleaning,
So maintenance of,
maintenance and upgrade, both they do both.
okay, so there's some capital money in this?
The capital money is on the capital side.
Okay,
That is used for spending to purchase the bus stops, and but the people that put it in, the labor, these guys do a lot of it, or sometimes we have contracts.
okay,
So they are responsible for the day-to-day cleaning, upgrade, changes, anything that has to do with the bus, the amenities. This group is
so this
responsible.
is cleaning, maintaining, fixing.
Yes,
All right.
moving, putting new ones, get new ones away. They do most. That group does that work.
But buying new bus stop, shelters, things like that, that's in the capital.
That's in the capital, and when we look deep into the, I'm not going to go through this today, but in the budget we can talk about the capital part. What the amount of money that is put to customer amenity on the capital side. It's in the budget. Okay. Next one after this. So this is the one that takes all of we were talking about development and training, where all of that happened. This is the internal business function. It's about 11 when you look at the finance, organizational development, CEO's office, office of deputy CEO, government relations. All of the different departments is about 11.2 million. In a $132 million budget, that's 8%. So our administrative cost of running the organization is less than 8% of the total budget, which is exceptional for an organization of this size. That we're very lean. We don't have layers like you saw in the org chart. We don't have layers of management. Each department that has a section that has important. They have a manager, but you can see that we are very lean in terms of the total money that is spent on administration of the service delivery. It's important to point that out because my focus is to make sure that this never goes above 10%. Because when you start, to me, when you run an organization like ours and you're running 12 and 15% admin, that is a little bit bloated from my perspective. Somebody else may look at it differently, but I work hard to make sure that this stays under 10% of whatever our budget is. With that, I can run through some of the things that I wanted to ask. What are some of the partnerships of what we're doing? Who federal and national partnerships that we are involved in? The American Public Transportation, APTA. We're a member of APTA, which does a lot of the outreach for money and supporting transit. The COMTO is another one that we were a part of. This is the Conference of Minority Transportation Officials. There's another organization called the Bus Coalition. These are the people that go after bus dollars, and we are a member of this organization also to make sure that we are involved in what's happening at the national level. For FTA, they administer just about everything that we do. We spend a lot of time with FTA because we have to constantly report on them on most of the things that are happening in the organization that has to do with funds. Some of the legislation that are really that we have to live by: the Civil Rights Act of 1964, ADA, the bipartisan infrastructure, or now the IIJ, that is now the driving national funding issues that has to do with transit. On the next. There's some of the state partnerships that we're involved with. CTA, I am on the board of CTA. We have Jim Scott is on this Zebra Alliance. That's the Zero Emission Bus Resource Alliance that looks at issues related to zero emission. Caltrans spends a lot of time with these organizations because they are part of what happens with transportation in the state. There's an organization right now, they're looking at hiring and the hiring for the state and planning for state hiring. Last week, I got a call that they recommended me to be on the panel for the state to look at hiring, because I've always said that one of the challenges we're facing in transit is that we can compete at the front end for frontline employees. Retention becomes the problem. So as a state, what can we do differently to retain people at that front end in the transportation side? So there is an organization from the governor's office that is going to be looking at that hiring practices. I have an interview with them next week. Hopefully that I'm on the team that's going to look at this for the state. Next one. And then just locally, what are some of the things that the LACMO, this is where all of the transit agencies are a part of this LA County Municipal Operators Association. Metro being the big elephant in the room that runs everything, and the RTPA of the for our regional funding, but we are all part of what happens. We go to the Council of Government and SCAG, spend time with them, and then we have a member of our staff who is on the board for the California Transit Training Consortium. Things that help us to run better in terms of there is a lot that people do that I try to put on these different organizations that they can help us to move Long Beach Transit further down the road. With that, I'm gonna, because this is a lot of, can you go to the next one? A lot of the staff is gonna come in and talk about these. So I'm not gonna spend any time in that, but I'm gonna just pop on some of the things that we're doing in planning in the FY 2025 budget. The forward-facing camera. I know there have been questions about Second Street, that we haven't brought a report. Well, to me, I can bring reports, but we have coordinated with a company. Now we can get a report on what we're doing and looking forward-facing cameras. So people who are abusing the bus stops, we have something that we're doing about that. We just got with that company about 3 months ago, and now we expect to have a pilot looking at it. The workers' compensation program, that's probably one of the biggest challenges that we're facing right now in the organization, is about workers' comp and the amount of people that are offering work. Every day we miss 70 plus people not reporting to work. And a lot of it has to do, or half of that has to do with workers' comp. We have to update our emergency response. I brought one to the board that is coming back that had some I would say editorial errors that we're going to come back with, but that is coming back to the board very shortly. Predictive maintenance program. When we get into electric vehicles, the more this is. So we are developing right now a predictive maintenance program in maintenance. And I talked about cybersecurity. If there's something that is high on our list of things that we have to continue to do under that service delivery is cybersecurity. I'm gonna quickly run, like I said, I'm gonna not spend, we can talk about them. The passenger counters, we are increasing the number of passenger counters that we have on our buses. And we are installing those as we speak right now. We've initiated a comprehensive fare study in Lisa's area that we expect. I think I signed off on it about a week and a half ago. We'd start looking at that. I talk about the ERP EAM. We have to upgrade our business systems, and we are looking at vendors right now and coming up with selecting a vendor so we can upgrade our system. Is like 24 years old that we use right now. So we're way behind in terms of our business acumen in this agency. And the scheduling system, we are looking with redoing some of the things on how we track our system after we put our services out. So we are, there's a company called Swiftly that we're working with to come up with a system to do this. I know when I went through the budget, I didn't talk about these things, but I want to just point out some of the things that we're doing, and we can go details on them later on.
On ERP, I know, you're gonna bring a vendor to the board when the procurement's done, but are you doing work internally to kind of prepare staff for that? The city went through an ERP replacement and it went horribly, I don't think is a secret. And the reason for that, well, one, we chose
What's ERP?
it's a computer system that runs all
Enterprise
our
Resource Planning, and EAM is Enterprise Asset Management. So it's one that looks at the budget and the spending and tracks everything, and the other one does maintenance. So one is the business side, and the other one is the maintenance management system.
Do you have a name of an example of such systems?
Can you, I didn't hear the question.
Well,
Do
ERP,
you have a name of an example of such a system?
So so two things I would say, we do have names. We are in negotiations right now. So to talk about it in the public meeting is gonna be defeating what we have the ability to do. So I can talk to you personally and give you some about what they are. But Google systems, one of them is that we are looking at is Workday, things like that, those kind of systems.
Thank you.
there's a very bad experience at the city, so it's just something that can be transformative and positive if it's positive, but if it goes poorly, it goes poorly. So it's a really big thing. And I think the issue at the city wasn't so much the vendor as like, it's not an off the shelf thing, like you program it. So garbage in, garbage out, if you're not like forward thinking and really thinking about the organization's needs, not just today, but like into the future. We spend millions of dollars on like the system that we now don't like. So it's just a cautionary tale for everyone.
So yes, I personally have been through 2 of these. So we have teams that we put together from the beginning, so lessons learned. Our teams are driving this, and we hired a outside consultant to help us to assist the team to do exactly what you're doing. One of the big thing is that whole point of change, to change management, so that we don't, I'm working to avoid is that we don't just try to computerize what we do and force the vendor to decide, well, this is how we do it. We're looking at how the technology would help us. So there are a lot of employees involved in this across the organization as we go forward. So thanks for that. So these are some of the activities that we talked about, what's going on, the employee survey, the intern programs. We have had a very successful intern program. We're about to re-energize it because we have space in this building now. The employee development plan, I think Director Kemp, you talked about that. What are we doing with this? We can talk. Liz, who is leading a lot of these, she's been out for like a month with some issues, personal issues. When she comes back, this is a lot of the things that she's driving. For the employees and the operators, expanding our fitness equipment, we're looking at how we can upgrade all of the equipment because people do want to go and work out and stuff like that. And then we're looking at what kind of a maintenance apprenticeship program similar to the intern program that we have in our system that can build some future mechanics instead of the challenges we're having with hiring. So next. And then in the customer experience, we about 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, we put a good amount of employees together, and we came up with something that is called a customer care framework. We trained all our customer care agents in it, and the intent is to share this across the operators. So we are going to this year start having training for them about the customer care. We want to audit all our bus stops. We have a lot of amenities and artwork out there, and we started it. It's become very expensive, but we're trying each year to do some of it. And we know where all the artwork and all the amenities and exactly what we have at each bus stops. So that is going on right now as we speak. We're doing a pilot right now, 2 things, a Wi-Fi and a display, advertising display on our buses. So we are doing a pilot, and if that pilot goes well, the pilot is expected to pay for itself and may bring some dollars in, but we are doing that pilot to put Wi-Fi and in electronic displays in the bus for advertising. And then a customer notification system that we're working in Mike's area, and how can we better inform customers when we have failures on the system. So we are looking at how we can upgrade something. We have some information, but it's not, to me, as robust as it can be in this day and age. This is how do we promote in the industry. Again, this year we are doing a number of things. We're hosting. There's a Trans Dash. We look at the value of transit in the. There's about 15 transit agencies that are involved in the initial of this. We are one of them, and they're hosting their first annual event here in Long Beach, right here. They're going to be in that hotel across here and here in this fiscal year. Part of what we added to the customer survey is an operator survey. We had not, last year was the first time we did. I was surprised at myself for being in transit that long. We had never done a survey of our operators. So now our operators, since they're the one that deliver the service, how can they help us to improve the service we deliver? And we're doing this at the same time that we do the customer surveys. So we're going to add them to it. And something went wrong. I think I've talked beyond my time. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question about the operators?
It's time for a break.
Hmm.
In between.
Sorry?
Go ahead. It was talking to us that, yes, I went way past my time. It's like, yes.
Quick question on the operators. Do you guys host monthly kind of wrap sessions for the operators?
It's called SMART.
Like that going on?
It's called SMART training, state mandated. We have monthly training that operators go through constantly because we have to do that. So each month, 15 or 20 operators would be over in the training room at LBT2, and they go through, and we have to cycle through all the operators in a 2-year time frame.
I was just wondering if there's any kind of opportunity for operators to share with staff what's going on in the system, other than the operator survey,
So
conversation, if you will.
the answer is yes, but I wanted to formalize this to make sure that we have not just, I talked to an operator, so we got a survey and started looking at what the operator said. So it's very much like we do with the customer survey. So last year, I started this last year of us doing an operator survey. And then the one under is the whole thing that has to do with the customer survey and mystery riders. So we have people that ride the system, call in and test it for us. They would call to the customer service center, ask questions about and see how we answer to those things. So that constantly look at our system improvement. And then this year, we're going to host a number of things in here. Like I said, TransDash, we're going to host this. Apter, last year, Apter has a customer and communication conference. They held it in New Orleans, middle of Mardi Gras. They called me and asked if they can come to Long Beach. So they're coming to Long Beach in November. We're hosting the maybe 500 people, they think 400 or 500 people from Apter. We're going to be hosting here. It will come out to the board later on, but it will be down at the Hilton. And we are hosting that. And then we're going to host CTA conference also this year. We host a CTA in 2018. It was the largest attendance of CTA ever, and was held in Long Beach, and we're coming back here. And then NTI in this same room, very room, we hold NTI training. Since we got this building, they reached out to us and wanted to have on the West Coast, and we have been chosen as the ones to host these NTI training. And then the final one, we talked about the things that we do with legislation. Vince is going to talk a little bit about some of those. There are tons of these that are happening now. Seems like we get 2 or 3 new legislation a month lately. So with that, I would I think I would end here and talk about I want to briefly talk about, let Lisa come up, and I support her in talking about the 5-year financial outlook. And then we can take a break and then have discussion.
Thank you so much. Ken, thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Do you want to do it right now?
The what? They're asking if you want to take a break before the financials. What does the team say, break or financial?
Break.
Break. So we can. So let's take about let's start back at 11. Now, what time is it? Right, I have 10 to 11, but yeah. So we start back at 11. Give us 10 minutes to do that. Thank you all very much. Okay, so now I took my mic off, but Lisa is going to come up and talk forecast, give us a financial forecast for the last year across the next 4 years. So we can look at where we're going as an organization. I would try to answer any question that Lisa is working on this here.
Here, so HR doesn't get us here. Like, what are you doing? And yeah, we're on. Good morning. I'll try not to shout. Can you hear me? But this is exciting stuff. This is riveting. This is finance. Love it. I know you see me all year long. And the great people that work in the finance department, you don't see us just a budget time, but you see us when we bring forward the Go Pass in June, the TDA, which is one of our largest funding sources, is in July. FTA we bring to you in September. And then throughout the year, we have actuarial reports for pensions. We have financial statements, audited financial statements, and the annual comprehensive report, and all the things procurement related that we bring to you as a policy to approve. So let's talk about the draft 5-year operating financial forecast. One of the things Long Beach Transit can be very proud of is that we are very conservative in our forecasts, and so we have always protected jobs. So as the recessions come and go, the economic downturns come, the pandemics come, we have never laid off people. And so we've always protected jobs and service for customers. Director Hickman and I were just talking about that this is good as of the date it's printed, right? Because financial forecasts, the data is always flowing. We update it every quarter. So what we're going to do is give you kind of the 5-year outlook. And we're going to start with the budget year, which is where we're at right now, FY24. Passenger fares, right, we're starting to see those increase. Not back to where we were pre-pandemic, but it is starting to increase. One of the challenges with Go Pass, one of the great things about Go Pass, right, is what we're looking for is increased attendance at the schools, increased graduation rates. There is a drawback to that, and that's a decrease in passenger fares. Special events, we don't see a lot of that, but we do see some of that. Advertising income reflects the amount we get for the advertising on the buses. Interest income is the amount that we get generally. So we have 2 sources that we invest with, and that's the local agency investment fund. And then that is with Howard Hargrove, who's local in Long Beach who invest in bonds for us. And that investment policy, the board just approved in May. Then other revenue, people like to ask what's other revenue. So I'll tell you what other revenue is. It's primarily two sources, and that is the leasing income that we're getting on this building. And then it also fuel tax credits, which we talked a little bit about before. And we partner with the city on selling our fuel tax credits. Sub-state revenue, that's the biggest driver of the agency. And that's generally driven by, as the economy goes, is how Long Beach Transit goes. Because we are driven by subsidies, similar to every other municipal agency and city. It is, as the economy goes, revenue goes up and down. And then federal subsidies, you can see here, these are the impacts of the coronavirus and the different funding sources that they provided. And what we'll talk about a little bit when we get to the expense comparison is you'll see in red, and that's what you hear, fiscal cliff. Everybody hears about the fiscal cliff. That's the fiscal cliff. So we're walking along the federal subsidies and they're going down and then they drop out. Any questions on revenues?
So advertising, that's not a lot of money. How does that compare to like other transit agencies, or isn't there any kind of like goal or benchmark of where we would like to be?
So that reflects the minimum annual guarantee. So we go out to bid for advertising. Obviously, we select based on getting the most revenue for the agency. And so how that compares to others, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, but we could certainly get back to you and tell you when that contract is up for renewal. But we do get a minimum amount, which is about $670,000 this year. And then any additional they sell in October, we get the true up.
And you said, fares are up, but not for those of us that weren't here, where were we at pre-pandemic, just for comparison?
We were in the $15 million range.
You have the other revenue, clearly you're projecting it to increase 26, 27. Can you explain a little bit why that projection is in terms of the other revenue?
Sure. The primary drivers of this is as we continue to lease out this building. So right now we have two tenants, Floor and the YMCA, and we're working with other tenants now to lease out the additional floors. So that's a projection. It may or may not come true. We also expect at the federal level, it's a little difficult to say in terms of other revenue and fuel tax credits for natural gas buses, but that expires in December. We expect they'll renew it by 2028. Will they continue to renew it? It's hard to say. The other thing is, as we expand into electric vehicles away from the hybrids, we'll expect more will be able to earn those credits.
And the subsidy revenue, what are the line items necessarily that are those that are above that?
Sure, and we could go to the budget books to see the specific, but those are all your sales taxes that are rated, Prop A, Prop C, Measure R, Measure M, and then there's excise tax on diesel. So we'll get STA, which is at the state level, Transportation Development Act, which is quarter-cent sales tax, is from the state level. So it's really generated. LA County is our biggest source, and then the state.
And that's projected to go up because of the economy?
Yes.
To go up?
Which is a projection.
So do you guys track your short pays on board, those customers that don't pay full fare?
Yes, we do. I feel like you're going to ask me now how much, and we can look and get back to you.
That's fine.
Yeah. So yes, we track.
Just curious.
So if a passenger gets in and doesn't pay the fare, or only has $1, then the operator does hit the short fare button to classify it.
Interest income goes up quite a bit.
The interest income, is that what? Yeah. So that is a projection. It's one of those things finance people love and hate. So the interest we get from LAIF, so we've never lost money with LAIF ever. Right now, LAIF is earning about 4.12%. Then we also invest in bonds. And one of the things you'll see at municipalities is they have to report a loss. And that's strictly an accounting paper loss. And so you'll see in their write-up, one of them, they had to record a loss of $32 million. And that's strictly on paper. And so what happens with bonds is there's an inverse relationship between the interest rate, and what happens. So as rates change, then the value of the current bonds you have change. We hold our bonds to maturity, And so we're not actually losing money, but on the books, we have to show a loss if the value of the bond has changed, which we've seen a lot happening, right? Fascinating stuff happening in terms of interest rates, right? They're at a very high level now. And something I'm sure you all have heard about it in inverted yield curve. So it's better to hold bonds right now that short term than long term. You can earn more money on the short term than the long, which is a very unusual environment.
How long do we think that's gonna be?
Well, I think everybody is projecting that the Federal Reserve is going to start lowering rates this year. And so that's why the rates for longer bonds are less, because everybody's expecting the rates are going to begin declining. They haven't done it yet, but that is what everybody's expecting.
And then your advertising, this is describing what you see on the buses, for example. This might be a larger operational conversation, and I'm not sure what information we have about our riders and being able to access them digitally. But have we considered how we can access them digitally and then be able to capture advertising revenue that way? So currently, any apps are more regionally focused right now, is from what I can tell from what we typically, in terms of riders that we interact with, but that is I feel like the future of being able to realize true advertising options is to have digital formats in which we can interact with our customers.
I think, yeah, the future in this area, I think is bright. Kind of talked about our customer service group, right? It's going to run a pilot for Wi-Fi. Right now we have an app.
Very excited about.
Okay. Right. We have an app now called Move It, where you can use trip planning, where you have to watch the commercial first. Yeah, personally hate that, but does that give them data on the back end on how many people tap through? Yes. I don't know in terms of what data we're getting, if people did hit those ads and what they did with it. So I'd have to get back to you on what data we're receiving on that.
That's something we might want to think about, how we interact with our customers, what digital formats we have, what information we have, and how we can quantify that for the organization. That would be it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on revenue?
What is special events then?
So special events is when people charter either the boats or a bus. So an example, right, during the Grand Prix is there was a partnership done where they chartered the bus. We got some sales revenue out of that in terms of passes, and they served the Grand Prix. But oftentimes it is groups that are touring the port or touring part of Long Beach. So there's just, it's not a large part of our revenue, but we do get some.
Okay. That's a wonderful option that people should be aware of with the large events that are coming to the city.
I think it gets particularly exciting as we get in the 5 new commuter coaches, what we can offer. And this would also cover kind of, in the past, you've heard of the Museum Express trips that are booked in the summer. So our folks can, they'll pay the fare so it's net neutral. We don't make any money, we don't lose any money. And then they can, for example, take the bus to the Getty. Those kinds of trips that are far away that in particular for some populations are very difficult to get to. So we'll see that revenue there. Yes.
Is the 44,000 in the special events, is the Olympics baked in that number already, or like for the World Cup, and they'll be baked in 26?
So the Olympics is not baked in. That actually hits our fiscal year 29 budget. The preparation, of course, we'll see some in 28. But for special events, we don't have any charters related to those specific events. Obviously, we'll have service related to the Olympics that we would be capturing, depending upon the agreements, whether that's passenger fares or special events.
That's going to really change this time because they're going to insist everybody go to the events on transit. So you'll have to do park and rides and things like that. So there may be some opportunities.
Yeah, I think we're so fortunate that Long Beach has an Olympic presence again in terms of water sports. It's exciting.
So for special events, do we ever partner with the Convention and Visitors Bureau for anything? Maybe look at how we could increase the revenue there.
So they may refer organizations to us. We tend to stay in the nonprofit world, so we're not competing with private industry. So we're not placing ads out there like, hey, come ride Long Beach Transit and you can charter us, because that does put us in direct competition with the charter businesses.
Lisa, you might want to explain to them that it also changes with the federal rules that do not allow, for that type of charter competition. Or at least you have to do a lot of loopholes.
Yeah, so we intentionally don't compete with private businesses. We do more for nonprofits. The city will lease the buses, those kinds of things, Cal State Long Beach, but we try not to go out and compete. And she is right, there is a provision in the federal laws that doesn't want us to compete with private industry.
Okay. More on that later.
Okay.
Yes, but for federal subsidy, why do we see it going to zero and what I can understand why it dropped in 24 to 25 because of probably some leftover COVID money, but I didn't see it going to zero.
So it is absolutely tied to, the full expenditure of all the COVID funds. So these are ARPA funds, American Rescue Plan Act funds. Prior to this, we've also received CARISA fund and we've received CARES Act fund. So this is, as you'll see in FY26, we will run out of all those funds.
That's all COVID money.
That's all COVID money. I predominantly, yes.
Okay.
Okay, we can go to expenses. And as you know, personnel is our largest area of investment. It's our largest area of expense. And so you can see this takes into account the recently approved contracts we have with ATU and AFSCME. So you can see the increases there. Services, I'll wait for a question on that because I think I'll have one. Fuel lubricants, we can see small increases there. We know as we expand our electric fleet, right, we expect to switch that fuel type from unleaded to electric. Supplies and materials has really been one of those vexing areas of challenge in terms of the escalation we've seen in the prices of bus parts. Casualty and liability for the insurance on all those renewals, we know of it continue to increase. And then purchase transportation includes the dial-lift service and the aqua service.
On the liability side, how much of that is insurance and how much of that is actual claims paid out?
That is primarily insurance. And so we have in your ACFR, you have 2 pages of all the insurances that we have. And so in terms of claim, we also have our own body shop in-house. And so you see, for example, under contract maintenance, if we have to send a bus out to get it. We also, obviously, when people hit us, then we go after them for that. But this is primarily the insurance portion of it.
But I assume we pay small claims out. We must have some, or at least the way it works at the city, like our deductible is $1 million and then everything under $1 million is just paid out of like a self-insurance fund.
Correct. So we have a self-insured retention of $3 million. So, and I mentioned, so we'll see expenses and contract maintenance to fix buses if we send them out. And then we have our own body shop that also does repairs. Any other questions on expenses? Okay, nobody asked me about services, so I'm going to tell you services.
Should we have asked you about services?
So services, right? If you looked at it, you'd say, well, we should cut services. Well, so number one for services is Long Beach PD. The second thing is the IT contract maintenance, and then we have the security guards, the transit asset managers, and then electricity is $1 million, and fleet contract maintenance and those kinds of things. But that one's where the first thing we'd say, right, is reduce services, and then we think about it, and then we go, oh, David.
So tell me about Long Beach PD. What do they do for us?
So we've had a long positive history with Long Beach PD, who actually, so we have a number of officers and then a sergeant who actually do bus boardings for us, who obviously respond when called upon to respond. But they do also, in terms of being at the TVIC, being on the buses. They do ride the buses and help us out. So
Are you satisfied with the level of service that we're getting?
I think yes, we're satisfied. It's not inexpensive. PD officers, right, are, it's not but it is a valuable service to have so that our customers feel safe and also to ensure security on the bus and at the transit centers.
I know that Metro's having a rash of incidents. And we found that sometimes officers sit in their patrol cars at stations rather than boarding trains. Is that something that you've noticed with Long Beach?
No, I think so we have a dedicated security manager who works with Long Beach PD. And so there is scheduling in terms of making sure that they're riding the buses and they're engaging on those experiences. So I think because we have a smaller group, it's perhaps more manageable than LA Metro's huge service. That would be my guess. And we do have a dedicated security manager who does work with PD and then the transit ambassadors on who's covering which routes when.
Their boarding of the buses is a KPI. So we started this about 3.5 years ago. When Luna was still here, we started the police had to go board the buses. And twice a year, myself and the chief rides the bus and go across the system and look at it. So we started those bus boarding a while ago. And we use the police mostly for backup to the new folks that we had.
Transit ambassadors.
So we have removed the guns on the bus for $1.25. So they would back up unless something get violent. Mostly the transit ambassadors deal with the issues.
Ken, how many transit ambassadors do we have in the system?
We have 11 or 12 right now. We grew that from 8 last year, so every year we try to look at 3 or 4 of them. This year we didn't have any because of our budget constraints, but we have to work 12. And we rotate them around the system. And their job is to actually ride the bus. They don't sit somewhere and watch. They get on and ride from station to station.
And they're visibly uniformed.
Yes. It's the same program. LA Metro came to us and got information to start their program. We started this about 8 years ago with the transit ambassadors because I wanted to get. I find that I didn't want a police going with a gun to someone who didn't pay $1.25. There was something in my heart that was wrong with that. So we started to try and they don't have any weapons. They have mace, but that's about it. And they're trained not to use that mace unless they're attacked. So we put a low cost, but those people don't have a gun.
Does that serve as a deterrent, say, for the kinds of issues that Metro is facing in terms of the unhoused and some of the mental illness that go up? Because in Seattle, they've increased those numbers tremendously. I mean, you go to a stop and there's like literally all these little green folks on the Metro system in Seattle.
We haven't gotten that bad and hope we don't get there, but our transit ambassadors roam the system. So, and we're not as, mostly we roam the city. So that's a little bit different. We don't go out to the other cities on it, but it works in the city here with us. And we mostly ride on the high usage routes where we see more problems. And it has been very effective for Long Beach transit. The transit.
I know Vice Chair Mejia had a question.
No, I think you answered it. I'm good.
Okay, Director
I
Arnold.
just wanted to add to Ken's comments about the ambassadors. As a rider, I've seen them on the buses. They hop on, they stay a while, then they hop off. I've seen them at the stations. They're in black, typically with a vest on and like a radio on them. And I think mace, like you said. But yeah, no firearm, nothing threatening. But they are visible. You can see them, and they do stand in the bus. And then at some point they hop off, and I guess they probably hop on another line that's going.
That's the intent that they ride a number of buses all day long.
I don't see them that often, but it's probably because the number of them, and also they ride predominantly like easier routes, like you said. So that's probably why you don't see them that often if you ride the bus, but I have seen them.
And I assume for LBP, they could just cover the city of Ghana. Relationship to share with other agencies outside, with our territory from the city.
Correct, with the other cities, yes.
Very little with the other cities in terms of charities, but most of our charities that we've seen have been in the city of Long Beach. In the other cities, if we see things, the cities tend to come out and help, people moving and overtake the bus stop, like the guy with the couch that made the bed, and we get them to come out and help to do those things. But we don't, we're not seeing as much as we've seen with the unhoused in the city.
Okay, one of the things I want to point out is at the bottom, you can see the percentage increase. And so our intent is at the direction of the CEO, right, is to keep it constrained at 5%. That growing beyond the 5% really is not sustainable. You have a look on your face like you want to ask a question. Okay. So at the bottom, you can see the net loss, and we'll go into the next page to kind of show how we're going to cover the fiscal cliff, but just so you understand that our expenses are outpacing our revenues. And so the next page kind of gives us how the fiscal cliff, and I think everybody's heard about the fiscal cliff, how everybody's dealing with it. And so you can see for our FY24 budget, how much of that is coming from the federal government. And that's right, that's the ARPA that we talked about. Carissa is the other one. And then we have federal preventive maintenance dollars. FY25, again, relying on ARPA. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, so FY25, right? You can see again, we're relying on ARPA and then federal PM. And then FY26 is when we run out of ARPA funds. And so all the Carissa funds, CARES Act fund, and ARPA will all be expended. And you can see for FY26, we're projecting a slight deficit of $187,000, which clearly is very manageable. Where it gets more difficult is in FY27. And so we're going to be out of all the ARPA funds, the Carissa funds, the CARES Act funds. And so we are switching to the use of federal PM, which means we're diverting capital dollars to pay operating expenses. And so you'll see some of that in the capital budget this year, where we're setting aside $10 million for the future. And that's what that is. And so you can see that in FY27 and 28. That, and then in FY28, if nothing else changes, we'll be dipping into reserves of 8.5 million. So that's the challenge that we're facing. The one thing about financial projections is it'll change the next day. But the outlook, if the revenue picture doesn't change, is that we're going to be dipping into reserves. And it's obviously going to impact employment levels and service levels. So our challenge as staff, right, is to offset that so we decrease the impact to employees and our customers. I don't know who raised their hand first.
So I guess going back to the Olympics and just kind of like the opportunity to make up some of this gap money. But my other question is, I know that a lot of the other transit agencies are also facing the same fiscal cliff, and a lot of the folks are going to bond measures, and Metro being like the county partners that we have. Is there some sort of opportunity, or is there already a plan to go to the voters and ask for monies to try to fill this gap with respect to bond monies or measures or taxpayer dollars to kick in? Because I know you've said we don't do these alone. We do it usually countywide. Is there any sort of plans
No plans to go to the voters for additional in fees at this time.
Is that something that we're going to be open to or looking at? Or so I know in the Bay Area, for instance, BART, they're already working a projection to try to address their fiscal cliff to try to go to the voters. Whether it passes or not is another question, right?
Yeah, they don't have any support for it, but yes, they are putting out one in terms part. No, there is not a discussion to go in at this point. We continue to have this, you see, we're looking at 28 when we see the real problem. We continue to have discussions about what can we do from our side first in this. One thing I would like to see us, there is a high possibility for us to get revenue from advertising on bus shelters. We do not have the ability as a transit agency to advertise on our bus shelters in the city. So if we can, there's a place where the board members can help, is that we have been talking and beginning, I talked with people about how we can take over to have advertisement on all of the bus. The city is the only one who can advertise in a bus shelter right now. They don't provide any transit services, but they have 160 bus shelters that collects money from advertising. I believe that is one source that can keep us out of this. If we begin to have advertising on all of our stuff. Should we get it in the city, then I would go to every other city and try to get that part of it. The ones like Cleveland, Hill, to make that happen. That would be one area that I believe we can see funding to continue to try to address this.
So one of the sessions I had gone to in the California Transit conference that Randy and I were at was to do the polling studies on what would pass on like statewide. Is there any progress on the results of that and messaging and what would the voters likely pass if they message it a certain way?
So there was not, I was in the CTA, I am on the CTA board last week, in the CTA meeting. No, there's not a point or moving money, and right now it's trying to get the state is in a bad place, $27.8 billion deficit. What happens if that really occurs, that it even becomes 15 billion? So no one knows the answer at that time until the governor brings out that budget, which we expect any data. So there's not movement to go after additional. What is out there right now is something that is called the taxpayers Defamation Act, saying that there is a whole party pushing right now for no more taxes. And the governor has gone to the Supreme Court to try to stop this. Mostly businesses that are behind this, that believes that we are taxed enough and that we would want to see that stop. If that does, not only us, but the whole state will be in a really bad place. The case was heard at the California Supreme Court on the 22nd of May. But this will be, and I expect sometime that there will be a ruling, but they're trying to put this on the ballot. And if it passes, could be really, really big and bad for us. That's the only one I know that is anti, not pro.
Sorry, do you have another question?
Yes, that's right. Thanks. So for advertising, do we own the bus shelters?
We own the bus shelters, yes, but
So we own the bus shelters, but not the land they occupy.
Advertising is controlled by the city. No one can advertise in the city
I
unless you.
understand the current limitation. I just want to know who own the actual
We do,
shelter.
we do.
So follow-up question, have we engaged the city in any way
Yes,
about getting that advertising?
yes. It has to go to, it would have to be something that takes to the city council. So and then talking to April, how we develop something, get an agreement, and then the city council would have to give that exemption to LBT to be able to advertise, because no one else is allowed to advertise.
Well, suggesting to do it first motion.
JC Deco is an advertising company. We'd have to buy out that contract. I mean, the city had the contract with them. We can't abrogate the contract. So I mean, it can be done, but it's not super lucrative lucrative. I mean, it's a great road to go down, but it's not like the city's making a bunch of money off of the DICO contract. Mostly they provide some maintenance and cleaning and stuff, and then they provide a very small amount of revenue. So yeah, it's a discussion that could be explored, but we would have to terminate that existing contract, which I assume they would want some kind of damages for doing that.
So, they're not, so, yeah, at this point, I actually met with them. They don't, we wouldn't have to terminate it, but we'll have to come up with and negotiate a new contract, and they open to that if we can get an expansion of the number of bus stops. So that's what we're looking at, is there that opportunity and what can happen to it? Because at this point, the city gets like maybe $400,000, but they only have 160 bus stops, we have 2,000. So if we were to look at the scale and in the other areas, what can we do with it? I don't know what could come from it, but there's an opportunity that falls.
So, yeah, I personally definitely want to explore that, because, you know, the city's small might be a medium for us in terms of revenue. And then second, to my earlier question about, you know, benefits of being a sustainable organization, are there federal funds, state funds for, you know, sustainability efforts? Are there, you know, some exploratory funds, some temporary funds for, you know, a hydrogen, you know, shift to make up for what we're gonna lose from all this COVID money? Have we explored that?
We started with the last one, hydrogen. We have to get into it before we can go after the funds. We haven't started with, let's say, hydrogen, non-hydrogen. So you have to be using it to get the funds. It's not something that you get up front. We are still in the battery electric phase of where we are. So I don't know we can go after those type of funding at this point. None of that, I know we can't. In terms of the state, when the governor made the decision to freeze the budget, it was $750 million or 786, one of those numbers that was due to Metro that has been frozen. And it's in that frozen state right now, and you can maybe Stephanie, and she's probably put on her hair in terms of how much because it was one day before the money was supposed to come to Metro that the government said, I don't know if you looked at that we're gonna put a freeze on. I think that for all of us, what happens with the governor's budget and what happens with the state is a very critical part of where, and in terms of this fiscal money. Because this, where we depended on state money, that is slowly diminishing because of this budget issue. So
If you have a request, if board members could speak up just a little bit, Glad you have your backs to me, and I'm trying to keep track of all your questions to make sure that we try to get answered to your satisfaction or not. So if you could speak up just a little bit, it would be helpful.
That's a good question.
no,
I was just gonna
was-
comment on the-
wasn't it Randy that had one?
Okay, go ahead. I think it was all comprehensive. Thank you. I mean, most of my question was answered. I was wondering if we had a fiscal estimate of what you think that would be worth going after those bus stops. Because the napkin math is, you don't, okay.
I don't. I'm just looking at a scale. If we have 160, and then we have like about 1,000 bus shelters and stuff that we can, then that scale would tell me it would come close to 1 million or more.
Yeah, it's about, it might be more. If 160 shelters is 400,000-ish the city's getting, then 1,000 is like 2.5 million. But I don't know if
we
that's
do
enough.
But they're not all worth
If
the
they
same.
advertise on all of them.
Based
that's why-
on
Yeah.
like demographics and eyeballs of that location.
Yeah.
So some of them are worth 0 actually, but what you negotiate with the co is that they can't just put them in desirable locations, right?
Yeah, my question stems from making sure it's worth the
It seems
time
like the
to-
movie industry is not
So,
advertising like they used to, right?
Well, exactly, I think Christopher was.
When
right
it's due,
in terms of
the contract?
exactly where we ended up with the contract expired. I wouldn't put it more.
I don't know if I don't know which year. I'll have to check which year it renews.
makes sense. Thank you.
But $1 million a year would be a good place to put it.
It's helpful.
that we don't have now.
Mhm.
Okay, so the good thing is the projections, right, give us time. And so that's what we want, is we want to see what the future is. I'll reiterate again, as the economy goes, so goes the city of Long Beach, so goes Long Beach Transit, so goes the state, and so goes the county. So we do have time. We have work to do. Anything else?
If you have a question, you can see where we are. I said, I am happy to bring this to the board. I know we don't bring this. I try my best to limit this kind of information to where, and we'll talk about the committees so that we can get some more of how we are able to get board members information like this without it being something that is detrimental to the organization. So let's be so essential to talk about the board committees that I'm recommending that we really institute. Any final questions for? Not all doom and gloom, but not all doom.
Just got one more question. So in FY 27, you're showing a net loss of 15 million. How are you covering that gaps without dipping into reserves?
So if we go back a slide, for FY 27, that's using federal preventive maintenance dollars. So what we're doing is we're diverting our capital funds to pay for operating. And so you can see in this year's capital budget, we're setting aside $10 million for the future use. And federal grants take at least a year to actually get the money. But that is what, yeah. So preventive maintenance allows us to pay the maintenance cost, but it is taking away from our capital program and our ability to replace buses.
Stop.
It's a,
Can we backfill some of that capital money by trying to apply for federal grants that we cover?
so we can apply for, yes, additional federal grants. In particular, right, we have real needs when it comes to infrastructure and electrification and the cost of that. And also just bus replacement, that we need to replace over 20 buses a year. And the buses cost an excess of $1 million now. So yes, we can backfill. We do have capital needs though that we need to meet as an agency. I feel like I answered that 2 ways like an attorney.
So one thing that was not said here was layoff. I want to make sure that we don't walk away believing that we can balance this budget forever without layoffs. The $8.5 million from reserve is going to put us in a place where we are about 21% of our budget reserve. If you go under 20%, we are putting the organization in sheer jeopardy. We are not a city department that you can go to some other reserve and put it. That's the only reserve we have that supports this organization. I, as a CEO, would not come to the board and recommend or agree with anything that brings our reserve under 20 million a year. I mean, 20% any year. At that point, we have to think about the service that we're providing and what do we do. I don't have an answer for that until we get closer to where it is, but that's a challenge that we have. Over the years, we have maintained 25% of as our reserve. Under 20% is a very dangerous slippery slope if we continue to maintain covering it with reserves. I was in union negotiation. The union felt that we should cover it with reserve. That to me was the craziest thing I ever heard in my life, because it's like living off your savings account and thinking that somehow you're going to survive for the rest of the forever. So that's one of the things that I did not put up here, but we will have to consider that in terms of service delivery when we get closer, if this picture doesn't change.
Well, wouldn't you have to do that 2 years in advance if you're gonna split the
I
workforce?
would look at that at 27. 27 would be the place that we would be making that decision for the 27 budget. I thank you exactly too. Because at that point, we'd have to look, if you wait till you're 20% to make the decision, you could be under 20% by the time you make the decision. So that's exactly what we talked about, how we would implement this.
So going back to my original question of 501c4 about the fare increase, is that on the table as well? I know you said you haven't done it during your tenure, but with the cost of inflation and everybody in the economics talking about, $20 wage increase for fast food workers, there's got to be some levels of kind of consideration for the increase based on inflation of fares.
So my concern always is that we barely making 9 million. We used to be at 15 to 16 million. If we increase fares, it's not gonna have the impact of what we measure. We have to look at that multiplier that would reduce the number of people that would ride. I don't know the number right now, but there's a number we normally escalates into that. What would be the change in ridership for every quarter that you increase the fare? We'll have to do that, but we have not looked at that at this point in time. I would look at that in 2025 as we go into it. What happens? And that's part of why we're looking at, I saw one of the things I said, we were doing a fare study. That's part of what we're looking at in that. What happens to the organization if we go up a quarter?
So it sounds like the biggest chunks of our riders are down. They're down for an increase, but there's an improvement in the service provision. They seem, according to the survey, if I'm remembering it correctly, unaffected or unconcerned about a rate increase as long as there's a service improvement.
Yeah, and if we increase that, can we increase service? I doubt we can.
We just need to say we're gonna try.
Yeah.
And get the cash.
Well, I mean, I still want to go back to, I do think we should look at what is the lowest ridership line of service, and are we going to continue to offer that particular line? And that'll be a very hard decision, and there will be people that lose out on that, but that gives us an opportunity to do headways on service on Anaheim or Atlantic, which I would assume are your highest density kind of service. So I do think we have to think about really hard decisions, but where we can provide really great service, we have ridership, whereas I'm sure there's locations that we just don't. I mean, I know there's someone, but.
Well, I think that's whole, you're getting onto another point there of micro transit and using smaller equipment to handle lighter used routes too. Is trying to balance, there's no reason to have a 40-foot bus, probably $1 million bus on a line that isn't used that much. And maybe a micro system could handle that. Are you looking at those options?
So I would say one thing, yes, we have looked at and have discussion with the union about micro transit because we'll have to talk with them. I put that feeler out. They don't believe that they want to see anybody get less than they make for driving a vehicle. So I put a guy driving a 30-foot bus, one of those little vans that go in there for the same price that the guy is driving a 40-foot. So that would be a very difficult hurdle to cross, but we will attack that. If we come with a smaller vehicle, can we pay a smaller rate? There's not one union that's willing to accept that. I don't know how we'd pass
But
that.
that's only one part of the expense, is the driver, the size of the vehicle, size of the vehicle, insurance for the vehicle, all of that, right? So a smaller vehicle theoretically should cost less.
Theoretically, I would stay with that answer. It isn't always.
Or even hiring a service to do an aspect of service.
That would be contracting out, and that's we're gonna have a
Yes,
real
some
lot.
cities do that.
People who have the ability to do that can. The city right now runs the little go-kart around. I can't do that, but they can.
No, but if we had come on that, the city would pick it up and it's not political. I mean, I don't know if there's grant money for that or not. But
Yeah, there's all kinds of creative things that can be done around the country. I mean, there's even service providers that are providing like free Uber Lyft service in
Yeah,
areas where they
yeah.
eliminated service so that they
Or
concentrate
subsidized.
on the highest density service. So I think there's just a lot of interest in.
I guess the key of that is the planning for that probably should start now, the talks for that, the research for that. We'll start now.
So the reason we could present it to you today is because we're doing that right now.
Yeah.
That's the reason we have been having those discussions internally about what, the reason we can present that is because we looked at it and see where are we heading as an organization and what should we be doing in 2025. So the fair study that we're doing in 25 is exactly for that. So yes, there are a lot of challenges facing us, some of it monumental, but none of it is, is unsurmountable. And we would look at everything that we are dealing with as we go forward with it. But we want to show the picture where we are. I think it's important that we know, and then we can talk about what do we do next. At this point, 2027, 2 years from now, is the real place that we have to make some real decision to try to address. $187,000, we definitely would handle that in 26, but not 14.7 in 27. Because we would be wiping out a big part of programs that are important to the organization. Don't have all the answers here. We can have a lot of discussion about this, but it's important. I felt it was important to share this today on where we are. Any final questions on this?
Have we shared this with our federal delegation in terms of having conversation about to see if there's any prospects of doing something on the federal level?
So we share where we are. We haven't shared these exact numbers, but we share that everyone, I think, what works about what we think is the fiscal cliff. We don't share it in dollar amount, what percentage we think it would be. So we share where we are percentage wise, that we would be like about 8 or 10% down as we go forward, but not, if I share these, no, these numbers have not gone anywhere. This is the first time it's gone outside of internal discussion that this number has been shared.
What I take from that question now is, not are we sharing the numbers, but are we requesting insights and, you know, targets from our federal lobbyist or our federal delegation about where we might be asking for more federal funding?
So there are about 5 million of us at the trough. I mean, everybody is in that trough. Yes, the answer is yes, we are doing that. Now, because that's what FTA, not FTA, APTA and CTA, that's their basic role, advocacy, in terms of what the needs of transit. So are we doing this? The answer is yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer. And overall, I mean, this has been a really, for me as the new guy, an insightful investment of time, really good presentation. I am all for the team, love teams. But I'm for Long Beach first. So, I mean, I've been in government relations for a long time. I've, you know, helped with the League of California Cities. I've formed the Big Ten Cities Coalition to kind of get rid of the needs of the little cities. And even within that, I'm always just about Long Beach. And at Long Beach City College, the same, like we're part of, you know, ACCT and the League of California. But, you know, ultimately, I'm asking our folks for our stuff. So I'm just wondering, do we have, you know, like sort of micro-targeted government relations requests wherein we are not relying on the bigger organization to, you know, do the y'all come for all the little folks, and we get a portion of what all the little folks get, where we are going to Garcia and, you know, the rest saying, we got to be broke, can you give us some cash? Where's the cash? Go talk to people.
So I was with Garcia in DC beginning of May. And I was last week in Sacramento with Lena. Got her off the floor, didn't get a chance to really spend time with her, but she came out of the floor. Same thing with Garcia. He was on the boat talking about where they want to pass some money for schools. Got him to come out and talk to us about what. So do we spend time with them on terms of what our problems are? And the answer is yes. I make sure, because that's how we survive as an organization. So in the last month, this month, I have been in both places with both of our representatives looking at what can be done. Also met with Representative Butler, who's moving out and talk about exactly this, because when you go there, is we talk about Long Beach Transit and what we are struggling with, and what we need. Or as much as everyone else goes and does the same. So, yes. Since you're a government relation guy, maybe the next time I would invite you.
Well, I mean, I
to be there.
didn't mean to go on a resume rant, but I mean, I'm also, here with another government relations vet, and, a lot of folks around this table have had experience, and so I wonder if we haven't already, and, if we haven't, internally, and I know the city does really well with this too, there's an internal process wherein, staff departments are asked what the needs are, and ultimately trickles up to the board where there's, legislative agenda and legislative priorities and funding priorities, so that when we go on those trips, the opportunities to talk with members in the ways that you described are valuable and necessary. But in the in-between those conversations for follow-ups, for example, with, community basically earmark requests that are submitted, blah, 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 can immediately yield, $1 million here, $1 million there, and it starts to add up. In Long Beach City College, for example, last year, we got our first earmarks in many, many years, and $3 million might not seem like a lot to some, but, it's 300% more than we had in previous years. So I just think, we talk about it, offline, because, good government relations staff and we're relatively good too as well. But, around this table, there's a lot of insights and opportunities that might, especially as we're getting our Thelma and Louise on towards the cliff, we might want to take on some more specific targeted strikes.
Yes, I will. This is an important part of what we can talk about, how we get, since we have highly skilled people in here. We got $2 million from Padilla for the same thing, earmarked for his money, that same way. So, but it was earmarked to buy buses, not to run an operation. So sometimes you get earmarks that are capital that the funds are directed. Other times you get earmarks that you can use for capital operation. So he supported us for buses, not for operations. So yes, we can talk about it some more.
Good. There's something that's going to be able to offset what you would have spent there to take care of it.
There's some days, yes. Well, we're taking the federal PM dollars.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're gonna be doing a switcheroo with the PM, an earmark to address $8 million of capital costs, zeroes that out, but I think you have, ACT is not gonna get you money, you have to tell a convincing story about how LB Transit was the first and the best at alternative fuels, and that's been lovely for the environment, but it cost us whole hard cash. And then you have to show the numbers. I know they're scary, but they're compelling, and we're not gonna be a going concern in FY28. Therefore, this is our ask, these buses are costing us over $1 million a piece. I think you have to package it in a certain way that the different trade associations aren't gonna do for you right now.
The exciting, thank you, Nani. I think the exciting.
There's a good story there.
Yeah, the exciting news to me is that, we have all of this talent around this table and in-house with us. So to me, I think this time next year, we're gonna be talking about the new money that's coming in from the feds that, as a result of our residual target.
I would love to see what you just said. I think that would be my focus of how do we make it happen? Yes. So yes, there are some things we can do, and we spend a lot of time out there because the Long Beach Transit, it's a quasi-government agency that has to find its own money. So yes, we spend a lot of time doing. I think the CEO, I have spent more time there than I've spent in any other thing relative to funding, because that is so important to the survival of the organization. So yes, I would be willing to bring more to America to see exactly what happens when we get there. We have pretty favorable exposure in both in Washington, DC and in Sacramento. it's always good to go talk some more people to help to deal
Last
with what.
question for the day on that for me. Do we have lobbyists under contract in these?
Yes.
segments?
Yes. That we can move them. So we have we've had really good discussion, but we're running out of time. We were going to write at lunch. And we wanted to have some facility help, so,
We're gonna break for lunch, and the facilitation and the committees after lunch.
okay, and then the staff will come and present. And I want to just, as we go into that, part of it is that we were gonna have the staff come in tomorrow. But I felt it was important for them to come in and talk about what their department and what they're doing before we start saying, okay, what are the priorities we should be working on? So instead of talking about the priorities and then they come in tomorrow, we swapped and have them come in today. I hope that that works for you all, because then you have all the information to say, all right, let's have the discussion now about what are priorities for the agency. Okay. All right, so we will break for lunch.
Yes, lunch is there.
All
So
right.
remember your, we're gonna make sure that you start talking about it. We'll break for lunch. We're coming back. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. For the staff, I'm Carol Wright Kenderdime, and I'm your facilitator for today. For the rest of you, what I did during the earlier discussion was write down all of the questions that you had in terms of things that you were asking for follow-up on. The ones that were specifically geared toward follow-up, I added to our board over here. But there were some questions that were asked that Ken was able to answer for you. But I want to make sure that you got exactly the kind of answer that you wanted, to see if it needs continued follow-up, or you can tell me what follow-up might be needed. And then we will add it to the parking lot list. The parking lot list is really designed so that nothing gets missed in the course of the questioning that we have done, so that there's follow-up on all of the issues that many of you might have had. So the first one came from Mr. Kemp, and you asked a question about sustainability and the financial benefits of work in this area, like the sustainable fuels. Are there any offsets or other kinds of funding that you can realize as a result of that? And Ken did answer that in terms of the state rebate and the offsets for purchasing battery electric vehicles. Anything else that you want to have on follow-up for that, or did that sufficiently answer your question? Good. Okay, then another one was, Mr. Angeles, you said you wondered about infrastructure to be able to provide the power, as had there been connections with companies that provide that power, to see how you can integrate and work together, and Ken answered that with the program from power companies to pay back over time, that they have money and it can be paid back over time. Did you need any more follow-up on that? Okay, then Mr. Kemp, the difference between the Aqualink and small boats, you're good? Okay, she's not here right now. And then also in terms of the number of people and what destinations they're going to, and it was followed up that there's going to be a presentation for you guys in June on that. And then they also talked about the Go Pass as related to those student passes. Is that sufficient if you're going to get the report next month? Okay. Ms. Neck, you said, oh, I'm sorry, say it again. Into. Okay, sorry, trash. Into. Okay, you said that you had a question on fares, and in terms of there was a time when there wasn't a fare during a certain period of time, and you wondered if there was some follow-up on that. Do you need any more information?
No problem.
All right. And then, Mr. Sutton, you asked about Cal State ridership. Do you need additional data on the ridership for there? Okay. Mr. Rawlings, you asked a question on the percentage of dollars on operating that is spent on utilities and infrastructure. Oh, sorry. Nope, it was you, Mr. Rawlings.
That was me.
Wasn't, I think so. Maybe not. I put it that, was it? Are we good?
Regardless, I think we can.
Okay. And then, Mr. Kemp, you asked a question on training of the mechanics, you know, what opportunities there were for that. And then you followed that up with, is there a professional development program for staff that LBT is using? Do you want further follow-up on that?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think it was gonna be covered in a separate section.
Right. Yeah. Okay, good. Then Mr. Sutton, you asked about dial-a-lift and revenues that come from it and Aqua Services. You asked about dollars that might have come from the city or from, I think it was Tidelands. Am I saying that right? Okay. Do you need any more information on the individual revenue that's coming from those two
I'd
sources?
just like to have a little bit of detail on that.
Okay. And then, you asked about city partnerships and strategic partners with the city and what had been done in that area in terms of working together. You also asked about the catamaran and the water taxi in terms of sorry. And I think maybe I combined some other people, the free shuttle downtown. Does any of that sound familiar?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it was.
Kind of general, combine. Anything else on that you or any of the others would like to know more about?
We suggested that we revisit what is the relationship between the city and transit and transparency between the two. And what that looks like as part of that discussion.
I believe Chair Sutton had the same.
And that's where.
Okay. Okay.
How it all fits with the strategic plan of the city and how the transit benefits businesses, tourism. And it plays a big role there. So if we're looking for money, maybe we should be working together.
Perfect. As a follow-up to that, you also asked a question on, you were asking about the dollars spent on customer experiences, and you saw it on several different slides. Are you looking for a total dollar number spent on customer experiences when you combine it from the others?
Budget is the customer experience part of it, and the customer benefits and all of that, customer amenities and all of that, and how that is balanced between all of the other expenses, so that we make sure that we have as much money as possible going to those amenities. And if we can, expanding service, shelters, all of that, Wi-Fi, and anything that we can do for our customers to make it more attractive for us.
Mr. McDonald, do you need any more specificity on that to be able to do that? Okay. And then you also asked a question about communicating directly with drivers to get a pulse on operator experiences. Do you want any follow-up on that at all?
Well, I asked you kind of about, regular conversation with the drivers, and I think that's important. So,
Yeah, I talk about the state mandated, and we have regular, in fact, we have a mentorship program. When you come out as a new operator, 2 months after you drive the bus, we bring you back in and put you with a mentor to make sure that you don't go astray in terms of so we do have a number of that, how we get feedback. And that came from the operators, that they would like to be able to pair up with an older, operator to help them. So we do have those outreach with operators to know what's going on.
It's just real critical that line of communications is always open.
Right.
And, the conversation doesn't just come down from the top down, it goes up to.
Do you need any further follow-up on that? Okay. then, Mr. Coons, you said, you asked a question about advertising and how much revenue people are getting from advertising compared to other agencies. Do you want further follow-up on advertising revenue?
Well, I think there was some follow-up, not just.
Right,
about
right,
information,
right.
About like where we go from here. and
Right.
The contracts for advertising and.
Yep, there's
some work to be done.
Okay.
And I specifically asked about advertising from the digital.
Format, yes, I have that digital formats to be able to track interactions with customers. And would you like that to be followed up as well? Okay.
I think my follow-up as well is just the strategic plan of advertising in general, which would encompass the city relationship, the digital relationships, and how that becomes its own sort of strategic focus.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
And just.
Yeah.
I thought I heard in that question and that part of the discussion, revenue opportunities.
That's what, yes, right.
Yeah.
I think we need to do an analysis of what the potential revenue opportunities are.
And I think there's more of that coming actually with
Okay.
further where advertising came up again. Okay, I will make sure that's in there. Mr. Angelos, you said you were wondering about special event revenue, especially that could be realized in 2028 when the Olympics come here, and opportunities for things such as park and ride. I think, David, that was your follow-up, the opportunities for park and ride during like the Olympics in the 2028. And then Mr. Camp, you followed up with the charter things that could be possibly taken advantage of in terms of other opportunities for the charter. I think they explained to you a little bit about the rules that operate in terms of how much charter you can do and the kinds of charter you can do, because the feds will not let you compete with private entities. You can do a certain amount, but you can't go after that market to do. Did you get enough of your questions answered on that?
I would like to understand more about
The charter.
what our limitations are, how close we are to it.
Okay, and then same with opportunities for park and ride and special event revenue during the Olympics. Do you want more follow-up on those?
I would just like to hear a little bit more about it. I know 2028 seems like a little further out, but just kind of generally what LBT is doing, partnering with Metro and some of those respective plans. Because I think certainly LA 28 goes out around the community talking about how great of a benefit it is to the region. If there's pools of money that we can go after, then we should be going after and be the first one in line.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I gotta read my notes here. Okay, we covered that. Okay. Oh, you asked a question about the Long Beach Police Department. You wondered about what they did for us, and then was LBT satisfied with the level of service? Did you feel like that was answered? Okay. Okay. And then Mr. McDonald followed up on that by talking about the Transit Ambassador Program and what they do. And I believe you asked or gave an insight of that, knowing them as well. Anything on the Transit Ambassador Program that you want follow up on? Okay. Oh, and Mr. Angelos, you asked if there is a plan to follow up with voters in terms of making up for the gap in 2028. And Mr. McDonald talked to you about that there was no plan at this time to go for the taxes. Do you want any follow up on that at all?
Whatever information that Donald comes up with generally.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Kemp, you had a question about the shelters and if we own the shelters, and then this is where advertising came up again in terms of advertising on those shelters and how to go through the city and what that might involve. So that there was quite a long discussion about that. If we put in as one of the things, the strategic plan for advertising, would that probably take all of that into consideration? I'll make sure all those subpoints are listed. Okay. Okay, then the next question was a follow-up by you as well. Are there federal and state funds available for hydrogen shift? And he explained that you have to already have the hydrogen buses to be able to apply for any of those funds. Any other information that you want on the hydrogen fuel question?
I had asked early on during Mr. McDonald's presentation, as we look at transitioning all of the buses to alternative fuel, and as we consider both electric and hydrogen, I wanted to make sure that the board was fully informed of the strategy plan.
And that is on the parking lot already, so that we make sure that we have more of that information on how the decision's being made. Mr. Rawlings, you asked if there was a fiscal estimate on bus stop advertising, and you did some quick calculations and figured it might be able to come in about $1 million or better, up to the 2.5. And if that goes under the advertising question earlier for the strategic planning, would that be okay as long as it's included in that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And also just to note, I think Ken and Chris both did a great job of answering that.
Great, good, thank you. And then, Mr. Angeles, you had a question on can we apply for additional federal funds? And then you followed that up with, are we planning any fare increases for the future? And Mr. McDonald talked about what they see as a reverse issue when fare raises come in, but he did not rule out that a fare increase might have to happen at some point. Right now, the preference is to keep fares at the same. Any questions on the fares or applying for additional federal funds? Okay. Mr. Coons, you followed that up with a lower ridership rates in terms of the impact of change that would be on, if fares go up and then the ridership decreases, or the impact on that. Do you want further follow-up on that?
Well,
Oh, sorry.
I think the question was more about what is the lowest ridership line or portion of a line, and
I've got, okay, yep.
Ridership line, so I
Lower ridership routes.
Yeah,
the
I
lowest
think
route.
that information, I want to have that information and kind of
Okay.
understanding. We made the hard choice to eliminate the lowest ridership
Okay.
route. What would that mean for redeploying those buses?
Okay.
Higher density route.
Okay, and that was my inability to read my own writing, so I apologize for that. Thank you. And then that was followed up by the microtransit discussion.
I had a matter, I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure so while it was around the element of ridership, I asked for a general ridership analysis overall, so that we'll look at the pieces that you described. Because we also want to think about that in connection with how we're doing with the bus stops, the shelters, where they are, who's using it. And when I asked the question about the use of the visitor center,
Yes.
I was specifically trying to understand, and Ken started answering it, who are the people that are using the visitor center? Where do they live in our city, in our region? What needs do they have when they're there? Just trying to understand who is there, who is using it.
Okay.
That's for, just, I remember a
Yep.
term that came up, I didn't know what it meant. Headways?
How frequently the bus comes,
Okay, yeah.
the number of minutes between each bus.
Great question. And that's really important because we throw around a lot of transit terms. And, especially if you're new and you haven't heard very many of those specific terms used, it's really hard to kind of put that together in terms of what it means. So that's great. Mr. Sutton, you followed up with microtransit and what's being done to consider microtransit. Is that something that you want some further follow-up on?
Well, I'm not looking for an answer necessarily as much as I'm looking for analysis. So, I mean, it's something that has to be looked at as we approach the fiscal cliff. is how can we do our job more efficiently?
Okay, perfect.
So you just, you look at it, you weigh it to see if that is a viable solution.
Okay, perfect.
I would just add that you could layer that in with some of the other conversations around partnership with the city as well.
Okay.
We're already doing at the city end.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Angelos, you asked, have we shared financial information and concerns with the federal delegation? And Mr. McDonald talked about meeting with the state and federal people on a fairly regular basis to let them know what Long Beach's particular situation, excuse me, is. Is there anything else that you want on that? Oh, and then Mr. Kemp, the follow-up was on, rather than just relying on APTA and CTA to go to the delegations and lobby for additional dollars, you asked again what we're doing to request additional dollars and what are we doing to tell our message, not just rely on the other lobbyists? And did you need any further follow-up on that?
Yes, but do you mean right now or at a future?
No, not in the future for the parking lot.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I would love to have that conversation. In fact, my goal in a former life was with the league. And he was part of the development of the thing that got Long Beach paid versus the little cities.
Okay. All right. So any particular follow-up you want on that particular area?
Yeah.
Just up there. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plan to get more.
And then I just made note of the comment that was made in terms of telling the story and the importance of telling the story. And so I think that's something that probably bears further discussion for all of you to know what that elevator speech, so to speak, is, but what the story is that the board members can be telling as well as staff and LBT itself. Is there anything on that particular area that you want more information on, other than planning for what that story is?
Well, as it's developed, I think we wanted that to come back so we can kind of hear like.
Right, it would go
what
on
is-
the parking lot to come back for what it is. Okay. That's it. So if you had other questions, I either missed them or they're already on that parking lot. So are there questions that you want to make sure get follow-up for the parking lot or else at this point? Yes.
Too. I didn't say it in the moment. I'm very excited that Mr. McDonald's been asked to be part of a panel to discuss worker retention among state agencies. I'm very interested in following up on that and seeing where that goes and understanding what the goals are of that particular convening of members across the state.
As long as I pass the interview, I have an interview next week.
Yeah.
I said, as long as I pass the interview, I have an interview with the state about that. And then
Either way, it'll be good to see who gets on there and what are they talking about.
Okay.
And then the second is I was delighted to see the number of conferences that we'll be hosting here in Long Beach and the transit, Long Beach Transit will be leading up. As a board member, I certainly would welcome the opportunity to participate as others in any receptions that you might be hosting regarding those, just to be able to hear what is going to be discussed at these conferences, what are key topics that are on the minds of transit leaders and how we as Long Beach are leading in that.
All right, I have that. Mr. Kemp.
And then to your previous point about the panel, I may have missed it, but I would really like to know, what is the state of employee morale with maintenance workers, with bus drivers? What is the state of, the line work, particularly the line workers' morale? And yeah, slice of insight on that.
Okay.
So I want to answer that right away because,
Yeah, you
one
want
of
to come
the
up here
things
to
that I
answer?
had- One of, here I had on the list was employee survey. So I have been looking at a survey, but, you don't do a survey when you're having union negotiations, and we had for about a year and a half, nothing but union negotiations. So now that it's over, the intent is to do an employee survey to find out exactly how employees feel about the organization. So it was not done on purpose for like 2 years because we're like 2 years in union negotiation. And that to me is the wrong time to go ask, how do you think about the company when you negotiate with your union? It is coming up next to a employee survey. What, I can't give you a date right now, but that's part of the 2025.
So
Yeah, I appreciate that. And again, I don't want to take up too much time here, but that's an area of interest that is high on my list as a board member. I appreciate the strategy. But I still would like to know what insights we have within those 2 years. What were the specific insights we had when we did do the survey?
The last one.
And then I'd be very interested to know what the survey is gonna look like before it goes out, and what those results would be as well.
Okay.
And that's kind of existing employees, but last week you talked about, really high turnover under new operator hires. I'd like to hear more about, are we doing exit interviews? We think they're leaving for pay, but do we really know that? What do we ask? For the city, it's been really helpful to do, the exit interviews are required, every single employee in the organization, and it's systematic, so everyone gets the same question, so we can kind of track. And that's really helped us with headcount. You can only hire so much, so kind of reducing turnover.
Wish I could give an answer of why, but yes, we do ask, we do have interviews. Only thing I know, we know for sure that most of them who leave for a similar frontline position. So that is something that we continue to look at. What is happening that we could change on that? So, but we will look at that as we go forward. Continue to look at it as we go forward. Because to lose 50 out of 90 is not a good thing. But I don't have an answer for it.
And again, I had no expectations of an answer. I just know that it didn't come from the conversation, and I wanted to have further conversation.
Then I'd open this up for just a very few additional questions that you might want follow-up with from Ken. Otherwise, we'll move on to the committee structure. So any other questions that any of you have?
I think we captured it, but I just want to make sure that one of them is that we worked with the city and local businesses as part of the strategic plan that the city has released, that we clearly define Long Beach Transit's role in moving people across our city. And that we recognize that it may require more support than is typical. That's all.
And I'm not sure I understand the last portion of that. It might need more support than
More-
is typical
More support financially than is typical.
from the city.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure that we're all working together. It kind of struck me as we were going through the questions that sometimes we may be at cross purposes, so. Make sure that we're all on the same page as we go forward.
Added that to the list. Are there any other questions before Mr. McDonald moves on to committee structure? Okay, I'll turn to you, Ken.
One of the mic on here. One of the things that I shared was the organizational focus. Every employee that joins the organization, and especially with operators, we go through this book with them. And this is simply just to understand the vision, mission. And you keep hearing me talking about the organizational focus. And I wanted to make sure that I share that this is not just me
up here saying organizational focus, that this is something that we share with all employees. It's part of the training program when they come in so that you understand the competencies we look for, the leadership, the values, the vision, the mission, the values, what are our strategic priorities, and how those things fit into what the organization is all about. And I showed the one chart that is in the center of this book that shows how all of this is, not the center, is right up front, how all of this is connected together in terms of the day-to-day of running the organization. So I wanted to make sure that everyone had a copy. This took a lot of work for us to get here. A lot of employees were involved. This was not a McDonald, it was McDonald driven, but not McDonald developed. We put teams together for 6 to 8 weeks before this book was finalized under the guidance of a facility who helped us to make all of this happen. So if there are any questions as you look through it or comments that you may have, it explains who we are in terms of Long Beach Transit organizational focus. With that, I want to jump into the, I want to make a recommend. This is a recommendation. It's not, I don't know it has to come to a vote on it. So we have in the past had board back in 2016 when we had the retreat. One of the things that came out was how do we share information that is in the organization, but we don't need to have it outside of the organization before we can have some discussion and then involve the board in it. So we came up with these committees to look at how that can be done. And these committees existed for until maybe 2019 or 2020, right about the pandemic. We stopped meeting. We'd meet quarterly. And so I want to talk, before we talk about the meeting, I want to talk about the structure of the committees, and then we will talk about the frequency of the meeting. So up here, we have an executive committee, and the executive committee consists of the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary treasurer. This is the only committee that is quasi-active. We talk about, we presented the budget before, we have some updates on things that were going on with this group, but we haven't met quarterly. So, and the quarterly was where we would talk about the performance of the organization financially, things like we're talking about hiring challenges, those things would come up, and we can have those discussions with the chair, the vice chair, and the secretary. It was led by the CEO and the board secretary, and I would bring in staff members who we needed to present something, but we would have this 2-hour meeting once a quarter. And so that existed for quite a while. And like I said, it's the only one that has some life, but it's not the life that it used to have before. We also had a committee called a Finance and Operation Committee. And here we'll talk a lot about the budget things. A lot of what is presented here. So these were presented to the executive committee, but it would be more details to look at these areas of the organization: finance, budget, safety, security, emergency management, all of the things that we talked about that's happening. And then this group the recommendation was twice a year or quarterly. It all depends on the board's flavor for it. Before we existed on a quarterly basis. Again, this was led by the CEO and the board secretary putting together, but the finance and the operations people would bring presentations on things that were going on, specifically the financial situation of the organization, or if we were seeing issues with security. I think that's where the first time we introduced the transit ambassadors was in one of those sessions, and we decided to do a pilot with it, and then we expanded the program into what it is today. That committee consists of two board directors and one city representative. So that was the makeup of this. One of the city representatives was a member of this. Second thing with policy and governance, which talk about the operating standards. And a lot of this information is also shared here. And it was also, again, two board members and the next city representative. And the recommendation was minimum twice a year or on a quarterly basis. So these committees really helped in terms of giving information that I keep hearing the board said, we don't get this information. So it is held at the committee, so it is not, because if we wanted to talk about something that we are not ready to push forward yet, we can have the discussion, get some feedback, and then it will come to the full board later on when it's fully baked, if I could put it that way. So what I am recommending is that we reinstitute the committees, and that the board comes up and who is going to, one committee is already made. If you're the chair, the vice chair, or the board, the secretary, that's where you are here, and that is planned for quarterly. We'll put out a schedule, and each time we'll say this is the month that we have it, and as we get closer to the month, we'll decide what week and what day we'll have the meeting. So that's my proposal here for us to deal with the issue of information. Because I am hearing over and over, we're not getting information, And some of it, like I would say, I just can't throw it out there, but having the committee would give us the opportunity to have discussion. And then at some point later on, that would come to the board if it's a program or something that needs to come to the board, but mostly it's updates on what's happening with the organization. I'll open it up for any discussion that we will have. And then I don't think we need to vote on it again because it was already established. It's just the chair and the vice chair agreeing that these are the people on the committee. And I sent out a date on saying, here are the times, the months, if we say quarterly. So first thing we want to agree that the second committees, if we think it's quarterly, then we just have a plan that, we'll have it on, I would like to say February, March, April, and then instead of January. So January is always a hard time to have meetings, but if or December, those are tough times, but we can decide on the times. So first thing, I can send it to the chair and that or any partner has on any input first, and then we can decide if we want to reinstitute these again.
What's the sort of, I get the categorization, I get the whole component to it. Now, in committee work that in my past experiences, it's usually if you get to the committee, then it shortens the conversations on policies and initiatives at the general sessions. Is that your purpose and intent, or what? If you go through these meetings, it seems like as opposed to just having a lot more meetings that talk about the same thing that you're going to bring up before the general overall board of directors anyway.
So I would say 50% is that we have, but 50% is that informing the board and having that conversation with a group of the board members before we decide to bring it to the full board. So in a smaller committee, if there's something, like I said again, take for the security part. We had a long conversation in this group here about the transit ambassadors, and then we brought that into the full board after we had the discussion about the transit ambassadors. So. Yeah.
Is it just for reports, or we'll be voting during those committees as
So
well?
there is no voting, it's us agreeing and looking and getting the information and giving feedback to myself and the staff on any issues that we would have about it. And then if it's necessary for the full board or to bring to the board, then if it becomes like a policy we end up with. But a lot of the time it's information about the organization that I keep hearing the board saying we don't get the information.
Jen has a question.
So I just wanted to point out, right, the membership is 2 board directors, 2 voting members, and that's to not have a quorum. So we would not be able to vote. And particularly, if you go back to the old board item that the board voted on, that board wanted to do it specifically. So for example, if any of the executive committee members wanted to join one of those informational sessions, we still wouldn't have a quorum. So it's just purely informational kind of and discussion of where, you guys would like us to go and where we're going. And again, that's what you guys have been asking for. So that's kind of what these committees were set up for. So yeah, definitely no voting, just because of the structure, we don't have a quorum to vote. And because we don't have a quorum, they're also not public meetings. So, it's more information that the board would be getting that may not be suitable for the public quite yet. So that was the intent behind, from what I could tell from the original, board that was.
That was.
I could see this.
Yes, let me go to her
I
after.
could see that this could be very helpful for particular topics like revenue, for example, that came up today. Or
Yeah.
working with the city.
One question.
But I think, yeah, we all want transparency here. We all want open lines of communication, but we don't want to go to a meeting just to be entertained. So, and I mean that in the kindest way. I don't, I don't mean it's real entertainment. I just mean it's information given to us. So the idea, the purpose of this would be to work together on security. Okay, everything's fine now, but what if things weren't fine today? What if we had to escalate? What would that look like? What, so that we plan for the future, or we plan for possibilities that, so we're not surprised later, right? Budget. There's been a lot of talk today about budget and the lack of funds coming in the future. So what can we do? I mean, I think that this committee, I think these committees could be helpful as long as the people that are in them help staff with input that, from who we represent, so that these programs could be modeled and useful. No one wants to waste their time, right? So I think that's the answer to this. It's not so much approving something and putting it on the consent calendar, because I think our board is small enough that we all want to be very involved when it comes to voting, and know the issues and know what's presented in front of us. But I think really we're faced with a lot of challenges that this workshop has shown us going forward. So I for one would encourage this, and these meetings happen as they need to happen, rather than any kind of minimum or maximum that okay, maybe one of the committees doesn't meet for a year, but maybe the other committee is meeting every month, because the issues like security, like cybersecurity, like budget are really important to us all, and we need to be there for input.
All right. Chair Sutton, I think your comments are actually echo the sentiment or the perspective that I have regarding the committee structure. So I was excited to see that we were going to have a committee structure. I think that can be helpful. But my thoughts about what I've been presented with here, executive committee and policy and governance here appear to be redundant to me, regarding the sort of what activities or discussions would take place. And then I would say instead of we have an executive committee and maintain that, and that committee should be in close contact with Ken and the staff accordingly. But instead of having just a finance and operations and a policy and governance committee, I do think it would be more beneficial to use the time to focus on some of the strategic areas that we just talked about here today. Much like you have just said, and either the executive committee helps to set what these other two committees are going to be working on for 1 12-month calendar year, or we provide input as members regarding strategic topics we think are really important that we want to work on. That way, the time that's spent in those committees is advancing an agenda on a specific area that can be of help to the staff, as opposed to also a recounting of the activities and reports that will be given at the meeting. And so, for example, one of the topics here that we talk a lot about as an agency, it's not quite in our 5 areas, but it's sort of, embedded in everything that we do, is around sustainability, and what are we doing as an organization to stay cutting edge with, the kind of buses we have, the fuel that we use, as we think about what we need to do going forward. one of the committees could potentially address that as one of the issues. So I think that if we could narrow it down to one or two things that the committees would be working on each, and it'd be a specific topic as opposed to everything. And the committees are focused on those topics and are reporting back and sharing that information with the rest of the board is how I would suggest we consider this board committee structure.
Just a quick follow-up. You said that we didn't necessarily have to create these board created by another body.
This board after the 2016 board retreat, that came out that they asked me to put committees together so that we can keep the board informed. So the board wanted to make sure, because there were things that they would find out later on that you couldn't bring it all up at the same time with a whole board member. So we wanted to add the committee structure to get the board input without having a quorum.
And did that board actually take the action to create these specific committees?
Yes, we had the meetings up until 2020. When the pandemic came, we had quarterly meetings for all of these committees up until 2020. And in 2020, when the pandemic came, we stopped having the meetings. We tried it on Zoom and it didn't work out. They wanted to more in person, and then it stopped. As the changes went on with the different board members and in and out, the committee stopped. What I am asking is that we refocus the committee, because I keep hearing we're not getting information. I oftentimes don't know what that means, because I feel like I'm giving information, but I feel that the committee gives that opportunity for us to have the discussion about the things that are open, and we standardize the committees in a way, but the information would be information about the organization.
And when the committees met, less than a quorum with respect to it, was it agendized or was it?
It was always agendized. And I would not recommend more than a quarter, because the one person that has to be there the two people that have to be there all the time, myself and the board secretary. So more than a quarter is very, very taxing to get that done. But it gives us a quarterly meeting to talk. I'll send out the agenda, ask if there was something else that board members wanted to add on it, and then we'll have the meetings, 2-hour meeting once a quarter.
I guess the question is was it like addressed the same as in terms of complying with the Brown Act to be publicized and all that, and being televised and have public comment?
The answer is no, because it is not a public meeting. We only have 2 members of the board in there. There were 2 members of board and 1 city member in each. And the executive committee had 3 members. And like I said, that's the only committee that has a little life going on, that we have things where the executive committee meets with the CEO. But the rest of the committees, the rest of the board does not get that same or the information.
I was just having a sidebar with the general counsel about that and bringing opinions on whether it's Brown Act.
Well, he was involved when we put it together, so so he's been here when the first set of it happened, and he was in a couple of the meetings in the beginning. But we don't form a quorum here. That's the same like going to a conference. When we go to a conference, that's why we limit to no more than 3 board members to conferences, so we don't have us all in meetings at conferences. I think that was kind of guided by our council.
If you have a standing committee of less than a quorum, there's a school of thought that says, it's a Brown Act meeting, you should agendize it and notify the public. There's another school that says you don't have to. If it's an ad hoc committee, there's a school that says you don't need to comply with the Brown Act and notice that meeting. There are different schools and different practices with public agencies throughout California.
So we come from different schools.
And your school is that we have to agendize it and advertise it?
The way it was done in the city of Los Angeles is if you have it, that's why I kept asking you about what's this created formally as an act as a body. And if it's acted as a standing committee as a body, then it's Brown Actable. I mean, that was the way we implement it in the city of LA.
Yeah, as long as council is signing off on it, I guess it's fine, but we would not be able to do that in the city. If it's a standing meeting, even if it's less than a quorum, and it was created by the legislative body, then we have to notice it and make it open to the public. But every agency does it differently. I would just ask you to triple check because
Standing committees of less than a quorum that are created by legislative action are generally going to be subject to the Brown Act. Ad hoc committees are not, and the practices vary throughout the state.
And really, the ultimate question is ad hoc or standing? That's really the critical question.
so the other thing, I hear you, that I think there's some frustrations in both directions that you don't know what information isn't being given, but even if we do the committees, I think the agency is facing a huge financial future problem. So I think that there's an interest in having more discussion at the full board about that, even if you do the committee structure. So that's sort of, I think, a hesitation is I would hate for like the finance discussion, which is the number one, like, is the agency going to be able to continue 3 years from now issue to be kind of relegated to members at a separate quarterly talk, just being frank.
Yeah, I think when I appreciate this proposal, I don't have any history, but from what I can gather, as Chris said, it sounds like there's opportunities for improvement in the pipeline of communication that don't necessarily rely or don't need to rely on a committee to, improve that. So that's a side conversation. As far as the committees are concerned, appreciating that there are different schools of thought and what's Brown Actable, I'm more interested in the function of these committees and the frequency of the committee. And specifically, policy and governance, I agree with Tanua that seems very duplicative. And I think that would be the area where, board members like, Eddie and I could, bring to, the conversation some government affairs experience that focuses on legislation. When I think policy, I think legislation, I think state advocacy, federal funding, state funding, lobbying, bring that conversation to the fore in that committee. And I agree with, I think it was, but I think it needs to be more than quarterly. Because I think, it cripples our ability to effectively respond in the moment to things that won't wait for our schedule. And though I appreciate the taxation that it might impose on staff, I think as an institution, we have to be more concerned about the outcome and the benefit that we get from that type of conversation, and our ability to have that in the micro and then bring it back to the macro and then vote in an effective window to take an action should we need to. Something, I don't know if we have a legislative agenda, like in the city and now at Long Beach City College, we have a sort of broad agenda that goes through a kind of a Plinko board bureaucratic process, but it checks the boxes so that the CEO, the president, the city manager has the ability to take action without question from the policymaking board because they had an opportunity along the way to bless and stamp and certify and send off. That might be something that could, allow us to forego some of the frequency of the meetings. But again, in the legislative realm, I think it's important to have a monthly meeting. I don't know about the other committees, but that's my view. I think this is great. I think having the committee structure is good. I think it should be more than a box check conversation or, I think we should really view it as an opportunity to sink our teeth into some changes that allow us to be more nimble and allow us to protect our revenue. Whether that's asking the feds or the state for some money or pressing on the city and looking for those opportunities Chair Sutton is talking about, which I also support.
So I don't know that I have a direction where we go from here. I presented this, I'm kind of lost now where we go.
Well, I think the direction is that we want to proceed with the committees.
Yes, it's a meeting, it's a public meeting.
And that I don't Yeah, Chris, I don't, in response to your comment, when something hits the budget committee and that's hot, there's no reason why it shouldn't involve everybody, like the budget.
Right.
There's no reason why we shouldn't have several hours devoted to a workshop budget, like we did today. We did do that today. Because there's a whole lot more going on there than just a board meeting where we approve a budget. That maybe not all of us have read through. So that is a key thing where a committee might look at it first and then kick things out that, oh, this is the security part, this is the customer part, this is the service part. You know, we need to focus more on that, so we need to plan to have a workshop on that. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
There's other avenues besides this committee.
No,
It shouldn't be like, oh, well, we approved it, so we're giving it to the board on consent.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's the former, not the latter.
Right, exactly. And I think we're a tight little group here that we can work together on these things. So I agree with you, Carl. I mean, yeah, it could be monthly. It shouldn't be limited to what's said there, right? We should, because some things are hot, we might need to meet monthly on it. Right?
That starts to feel different than what is being presented here. What you've described are hot topics as opposed to regular strategic conversations that we're having. My recommendation is to pare down these topics in each of the non-executive committee areas, figure out what those priorities are and work on those. If there is a hot topic, maybe there is another way to address what that is. And if we so feel like as a body, we need to have a budget workshop or some sort of pre-meeting, regular, that once a year, whatever it is, regarding budget, that we do that. But my recommendation, to me, as it's presented here, is basically everything we're going over in every meeting under the finance and operations. And I don't know what policy and governance is going to do. And the executive committee is going over everything that is in finance and operations and what's in policy and governance. So I think we've got to really pare down what the purpose of these committees are.
I really think the appointees, one more thought, if you didn't mind. Yeah. I really think the appointees need to make up what it is, right? It's the leadership of those two individuals that volunteer for these groups to lead what relevance they want out of those groups and to focus on the areas that they are most interested in making improvements to Long Beach Transit. So I think that should be as vague as possible so that those two individual leaders can move in that committee. If they need structure, fine, but I like the idea that they can pick and choose from those topics. I think the executive committee is just there as a filter up, right? These committees might share things and say, okay, well, this issue is coming, to the board. Or Ken may say, oh, we've got these 5 topics for the next board meeting. And the executive committee may go, well, gee, that issue hasn't been fully vetted. We need to push that down to the committee first and have them explore that first. Do we have time to do that? And maybe Ken says yes, maybe not. But that's kind of that's all that committee does is look at board reports and RFPs and things like that to make sure that those things you get all the questions met. I think the two committees down here could be doing a lot of productive work, and we've surfaced a lot of areas that I think deserve a lot more focus.
Yeah, and I have I feel comfortable with the finance committee as just a committee itself. Reflecting back on our meeting that we had last week, there's a lot of work to be done. We talked about other, isn't any public comment when we have our budget meetings? How we need to restructure how we present the budget and how we can get more community input. So that's something that the committee can see. So I fully support that because there's a lot of action items that committee needs to oversee and report back on how we're gonna tackle that for next year. And of course, all the issues with our finances in the next couple of years. The policy and governance committee, I think somebody mentioned, I feel like that committee's gonna be looking at their goals and what's, that partnership. I don't feel like that one would have a lot of work. I mean, it can, if we decided to be, I would rather have it more like an operations committee rather than a policy and governance committee. And that those committee members can figure out what are those priorities. But the executive committee, honestly, I think this year we only had one meeting, so we don't even meet frequently. Even quarterly, I can't remember last year how many times. I think we only met once. At most, and everything was closed session because we had negotiations. So I just wanted to share my 2 cents on that.
What about the bottom that said advocacy? Would that make that committee form? I mean, it's what Carl said, right? Carl said, oh, let's talk about ways to get to our electeds.
Yeah.
Push our agenda.
Or the city, that partnership.
Intergovernmental and communications, because I think there's a lot of interest on the intergovernmental side, but we've also had questions, comments about the communication side and how we reach the communities that we serve. So that would be a different way to do that there.
So, yeah, I mean, I think, what I'm hearing and feeling is there's general support for some type of committee structure, needs some refinement. I think, to Chris's last point, I think maybe a good catch-all for that could be government and community relations, which kind of is all encompassing. In my experience is doing that at every level of government. So you can check all those boxes where there are opportunities to have that conversation, you can do it. I think there's an opportunity in finance and operations to maybe break that, as Tanu was saying, into maybe two committees. So you do some of the finance budget on one side, safety, security, emergency management, in a separate committee. But I do think, and it sounds like, from what Abigail is saying, that the frequency needs to be ramped up, and appreciating again that you all have a big operation around here and nobody likes to be met to death. I certainly don't. But that's why you get that meeting, or somebody has to, bounce passes to delegate it to for that conversation to happen. I do think that today, for the purposes of making progress, we should consider whether or not we'd be interested in entertaining a motion to do anything with this, as opposed to just saying thanks for showing it to us and then letting more time pass by and nothing having been done with it. Because I think this is an honest attempt to, bridge a communication gap, get further engagement with the board. I think it's our responsibility as a board to, actually what it's going to be and how we want to help the executive director break this down and move this forward. And today may be the day to do that. I'm prepared to do that. I'm prepared to make a motion if anybody's interested in, doing that. But I think that should be our goal in this conversation, is bringing this particular presentation and proposal in for a landing today, and then see where it goes next. Because I'm told we can't make a motion, right, council?
He said,
Talking about.
I'm gonna step in for just a minute because we've heard from some of you quite a bit and we haven't heard from others at all. And so what I'd like to be able to do is go around the room and not in a vote, just your own opinion that says, yes, we should explore further this committee structure, or no, it's not the time to take it up. Because honestly, when I've listened to you, you've been all over the place in terms of, well, it could look like this and it could look like this. And what about that?
I appreciate that.
And there hasn't been a direction.
We know and are clear from council. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but as we're having this conversation, I think it's important we know, can we or can we not vote on doing something with this today?
You don't have an action item on the agenda, so it would not be my recommendation that you take action. it would be my recommendation to have a conversation and direct staff to put it on a future agenda for action. And that agenda would say an action item. So you could make a motion and it can be seconded and you could vote and take action. I wouldn't recommend that.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, no, no.
I didn't want
But-
to.
And I want to be very clear that when I'm asking you, this is an opinion because we haven't heard anything at all from some of you. And we've heard a lot from others, and I want to get a consensus for Ken so that he has some idea of where does this go? Where you're at in terms of establishing a committee structure for your board of directors. What it looks like, that's another thing to be done further on, but just a consensus of whether or not it should move forward as a committee structure. So I'm going to start with Mr. Sutton. Yes or no as a committee structure?
Can I say something else besides yes?
No, it's just yes or no. Go ahead.
All right, I'll be quick. When Carl mentioned community relations, I thought customer. Customer is missing from this. Now, you could say the customer is part of operations, but I think we should call out the customer in one of these committees and say, customer experience needs to be a part of one of these committees. Most definitely. It needs to be called out. And the other thing I would suggest is that we get 2 volunteers for each of those 2 committees, and they come back to us as a board and say, this is what we want to do. And then we vote on that. Anyway,
Okay,
yes.
yes, committee structure.
Yes.
Yes. Committee structure.
Generally speaking, yes.
Yes, but I think based on our conversation, it kind of needs to be refined.
Right, and this is just, do they move ahead and pursue this or not? Okay,
Yes.
Yes to committee.
Yes to committee and or ad hoc.
okay. Okay,
No.
so you have a consensus that committee structure, go ahead. There's much discussion left on how those committees should be laid out.
Can I follow up question for Kenda? Ken, aren't you concerned as well, like in the last meeting that we had about actually getting board members to actually, I know quorum is a bad word, but actually get people to participate in any of these things. We all have day jobs. These are all volunteer positions for us to kind of time it with effort to create these committees and setting up a time. We can barely even make a board meeting.
Yes, because that's why I did not say more than quarterly. Even when we had these quarterly meetings, some of the meetings never happened because we couldn't get the 2 people to show up. So I would, as a CEO, would say more regularly, it would just die like it is right now. Quarterly, it worked out, but that would be the board to say, bring something to you all, but I would not recommend a monthly meeting. That'd be very difficult for me because I wouldn't want to have a committee meeting and I'm not a part of it in terms of what's happening. So to have those meetings every month, at quarterly, we couldn't get participation as high as, so I totally agree with what you said. How do we put this together? I would say more than a quarter, it would be, and when we talk about, I want to make sure on the policy and governance, that was not just internal policy and governance. There are a lot of laws, like this year, we have 6 or 7 of them that affects transit that we never as a board ever discuss. So what we would talk about here is how these things, we have a state law right now, SB 616, that I was going to talk about that tomorrow. We are going to be the poster child of that SB 616 because our contract has an exception clause. One of the only ones in the state that has an exception clause. So the union and us are going to be heading to court for that. I'm going to talk to the board about what that is, but that is not that because it says policy and governance is only our policy and governance. Those type of things would be coming up there. Where do I come and share that with the board? I don't have any other way of how you do it. So that is why I was recommending that we reinstall the committees once a quarter. And in the committee, I think I heard someone said, let's talk about how the members of the committee kind of fill out what we want to do in the committee, I think that's a great idea to sit down and revisit it. But the fact that it says policy and governance, it includes state, everything that we get here that affects us in that sense was what we put there. So I think we can wordsmith it, you can add, but it was to address everything that we confront as an organization. So I don't, if I hear what it is, what I heard is that there is an appetite to have committees. I need to revisit that and bring it back, and we can have open discussion at the board meeting on the formation of committees. Except for one abstention, there was another unanimous, there was a positive vote to bring the committees back to the board. Am I reading that right?
Ken, can I add, it's nice that everyone is very enthusiastic about the subcommittees, committees, or ad hoc committees, however it ends up playing out. But I would just ask that each board member be cognizant of their schedule, because it will be a problem moving forward. When you propose such an ambitious schedule of subcommittees or committees meeting outside of the general board meeting, it's a huge time commitment. Huge time.
Yes.
Commitment. And I currently serve on the Ethics Commission of the city, and we have ad hocs for all the things that we're doing. One ad hoc is on the lobbying ordinance, which has taken that ad hoc 2 years. 2 years. I want everybody to listen. 2 years, and they meet monthly. Every month they may just say we're still working on it, but they give an update. And it's agendized. The ad hocs are not agendized. So I've sat on ad hocs too for the commission, and it's a lot of time.
Yes.
So I would just ask that your enthusiasm is also matched by your commitment to meet the meetings, because it's very taxing and we all have things to do. And yeah, like Eduardo said, last month, a week ago, we didn't have, the full board. So it's concerning, but moving forward, I would just ask everyone to be mindful of the commitment and the commitment to the ad hocs, but also the commitment to the.
Well, this is my attempt to us getting in terms of communication that I hear that is not happening. I am going to put something together with the board secretary and bring it back before the board, and where we have a vote that you can vote it up or down then. The executive committee stays regardless of what we do. That's a staple. So the point that we're talking about is whether we have these other committees in the organization. Because just by your position, the one at the top states. Okay, I think I would end there and bring it back for an open conversation at the board meeting in the near future. Now, we have no meeting in July. July is normally dark. In August. So it'll be sometime between either July or September that we'll bring it back for the board. Okay. Thank you. Didn't get anywhere. That.
Line to the department presentations.
So now now we would have the teams to come up and give an overview. I don't know if we want to take a 5-minute break and then come back. If everybody's ready to go, we can go. What's the preference of the 5 minutes? No. It seems like we can press on, so we would. Did I hear? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we will continue with the department presentation. We will begin with the transit service delivery. At the end, I will talk a little bit about ODA and the deputy CEO report. The presentation would take this approach. They would talk about what the department is, then the org chart, talk about some of the structure of the department, and then what are some of the accomplishments, and then the activities going on in the department. So take 5 to 7 minutes for each person. So we'll begin with Mr. Lee Berner. I can either give you this if you can't talk. It's pretty easy. You just put it, and then you put this somewhere on this side. Put this as close to the possible. That's good. Right. Put this anywhere on the side. Okay. There. Stick that there. Thank you.
All right, I'm all wired up. Can you hear me?
Yep.
And if you need this, you just press this red button here.
Yeah.
And this, we just do this.
This way. All right, very good. Good afternoon, Chair Sutton, members of the board, Mr. McDonald, to all who are assembled here today. I am Lee Berner. I'm the Executive Director and Vice President of Transit Service Delivery and Planning. The Transit Service Delivery and Planning Department primary goal is to improve mobility for all people and to improve the efficiency and quality of transit service throughout the 14 cities that we serve. The department's essential function consists of transit service delivery and operation analysis, service planning and route scheduling, dollar lift paratransit service or our on-demand service, water taxi, our Aqualink Aquabus, and security management to achieve the organizational goals. Captured below is our organizational design or diagram, which conveys the workflow of the department, highlighting the roles, responsibility, and relationship between employees within the department. Transit Service Delivery, we often refer to it as TSD, oversees LBT's fixed route service and is responsible for assisting customers and operators. Within the department, we have 2 superintendents, 27 supervisors. Then we have a dispatcher supervisor, communications supervisor, extra board, field supervisor, and we have about 500 budgeted operators. In addition to that, we have a transit analyst who tracks key performance indicators or our KPIs and manages our department's budget. Within our service planning area, over half of our routes service the First Street Transit Mall in downtown Long Beach, allowing customers to connect to regional service and the Metro A line. We also plan and create bus routes and schedules for our operators. We provide bus service to those living and working in the city of Long Beach, as well as the other 13 cities, 14, of course, including the city of Long Beach. We're responsible for reporting compliance in response to federal, state, and local government or local regulations, as well as managing each service change. We have 3 service changes a year. Excuse me. That includes, those service changes includes public outreach, prioritizing our customer experience, and more importantly, reliability and service quality and service frequency, excuse me. Also, we have a system security manager. Our system security manager oversees a comprehensive security program, including LBT facilities, assets, transit ambassadors, security guards, and Long Beach Transit police officers. He also serves as a liaison for government agencies, including Homeland Security, as well as local and federal government agencies. Our transit ambassadors are responsible for enhancing the customer experience, provide a security presence to our operators and customers throughout our service area. Our police unit, better known as our Transit Enforcement Detail, respond to transit-related calls, and provide a police presence in high transit areas, including on our buses, bus shelters, bus stops, transit gallery, as well as support our transit ambassadors. We have a Dial-a-Lift program, which is our ADA, Americans with Disability Act, a paratransit program, which is a curb-to-curb service operation. Within that operation, we service 4 cities: City of Long Beach, Signal Hill, Lakewood, and the City of Paramount. We have 9 compressed natural gas vehicles, and we're just experimenting now with 1 electric vehicle. As of this past fiscal year, we have over 2,000 customers that are in our database, although just a little over 800 are using our services as we speak. In this fiscal year, we transported just a little over 18,000 Dial-a-Lift customers. Our water taxi service is a seasonal service. We have 4 water vessels, 2 Aqualink catamarans, which are 68-foot long and 75 passenger capacity, 2 aqua buses, 40-foot long and 38 passenger. And here again, it's a seasonal service, and we actually just started here at Memorial Day, and it goes up until Labor Day, and is operated by Catalina Express. The Aqualink service covers the Rainbow Harbor and the Alamedas Bay Landing. And we stop at Queen Mary Aquarium, the Shoreline Village, Alamedas Bay, just a few areas where we stop doing in the harbor. Just this fiscal year, we transported well over 80,000 customers. For 2024, some of the accomplishments I want to share with you is we updated the recertification process for our Dial-a-Lift customers to make it easier for them to reinstate their application process. We implemented a statewide transit analysis and reassessment, better known to most of you as our STAR initiative. To improve bus service, we improved service frequency on the Route 1, for example, and extended it into the city of Carson. We extended the Route 41 and the 45 up to CSULB campus. We decreased the frequency of several other routes, restored routes that were on pause because of COVID, and we eliminated some of the duplicate routes. We expanded servicing to the city of Carson by adding 3 routes, Route 2, 4, and Route 8. Expanded transit ambassador program for the safety and security of our customers and operators to a total of 13 transit ambassadors. Implemented an operator portal via the internet for easy access for our operators to get their schedules, their work schedules. And we hosted a 5-day training session from the National Transit Institute, or NTI, training on accident investigation for transit supervisors. Some of the current projects and initiatives that we are undertaking: the transit enforcement detail bus boarding with our police officers. It allows our police officers to interact with customers, operators, and transit ambassadors while riding our buses and patrolling the transit gallery. Excuse me. Real-time incident report system database. This is a database which allows customers to report incidents in real time by scanning a QR code, text messages, and calling in incidents directly. We hope to implement that before the end of next year. Implement new comprehensive operation analysis. A new CEO will be underway, which will involve the community, our customers, and other stakeholders to get their input. We will introduce 5 new commuter buses for the UCLA Westward Express service. That's on our Route 405, which is designed to reduce traffic on the 405 and transport student and employees to that destination. Our water taxi electrification project assessment for zero emission standards. This is a standard that is mandated by the California Air Resource Board, better known as CARD. We will be preparing a position paper to determine the feasibility of zero emission boats. This concludes my presentation, and this is some of the enthusiastic faces that make everyday life better every day for all of our customers. Thank you.
Okay, if you'll wait here. Questions? Okay.
Comprehensive operational analysis, what is that?
The comprehensive operation analysis, that is a analysis where we meet with the public and get involvement. We generally hire a consultant and send out an RFP for a consultant. The consultant comes in and develop a strategic plan where we meet with the public. We meet with different cities, different working groups, all stakeholders to get ideas about how we can improve our service. And they do a complete analysis of all of our routes. We have 42 routes. So they do a complete analysis of those. One of the things they did in the STAR initiative that I mentioned here is like the UCLA service, for example, extensions up to the city of Carson. They modified some of our routes where we had 30-minute headways and 60-minute headways. Some of those are now 30-minute, 15-minute, 12-minute, 10 minutes.
Said, you only have one transit service analyst. Can you tell me a little bit more about their role?
Yes, the transit service analysts essentially analyze all of our key performance indicators. We have key performance indicators throughout the department, and they analyze all those indicators and give us an idea of what we can do better. The analyst also has put together a, what do we call it, a Power BI program for all of our supervisors, for example, where they can just literally go on their computer and pull up all of the operators that they're responsible for. So those are the kind of things that she does to help us operate a much more smoother system.
And you had a question?
Yeah, have you ever thought about doing express runs down 7th Anaheim Coast Highway? You know, having a bus only lane, those kinds of.
Oh, absolutely. We would love to do that. As a matter of fact, we have identified several corridors that our CEO is working with the city at this point to identify some of those opportunities.
I see going, you know, I mean, gas prices are only going to get higher, and you know, we're close to $6 a gallon now. So I would think that this would be close to another tipping point to get folks out of their cars. So where are we with those studies? Is there any forward momentum?
There's still discussion, and I think there's a lot of research that's currently being done, but nothing definite at this point just yet.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much.
Who's next?
Leave the mic pretty. No, there's the mic. All right, I'm pretty loud though.
All right.
Accessibility.
Right.
Just make the post.
Think that. Let's see here. Here, guys. Can you hear me well? Good? All right. Wonderful. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to be the burst of excitement for the afternoon. How about that?
Good.
So my name is Pretty George. I am the EDVP of Information Technology for Long Beach Transit. The organizational chart you're going to see here is the team that helps our end users for LBT and also helps the technology that goes on our buses as well. Next slide, please. So the department overview that we're going to go through today. The most important piece I would really like for you all to take away is really the breadth of what IT services our department offers. As a team, we really service 7 critical areas within our organization. And our true aim at the end of the day really is to ensure that these areas, these indispensable areas of our organization are working together and are thriving together for this organization specifically. So we take care of everything from hardware all the way to the most important piece nowadays, cybersecurity as well. Next slide, please. As a new leader within the organization, I like to bring
something different for everybody to think through as well. So one of the things that we have on the board here is, what's the role of information technology within the org? We truly are connectors, detectors, and innovators. So what is a connector? IT acts as the bridge for departments, bringing seamless communication and collaboration. In addition, what do we do as detectors? We really are looking for the threats, the vulnerabilities, and ensuring our organization's security. And as innovators, we're looking for innovation, adoptions of new technology that can help and optimize our strategies for the org as well. Next slide. Next slide, please. Perfect. So the support areas, there's a lot of words on the screen. And what I really want you to take away is the singular purpose of what we do is to ensure a seamless journey for our customers. We really want to make sure that everything put together gets the bus out to the road, and our riders feel that there is everything they need and they feel good about that. So our ultimate goal is to guarantee a smooth, enjoyable ride experience for the customers from start to finish. For FY 2024, just a few things that we've done. First piece that we've really implemented, I would say, is our dark trace predictive AI solution set for all of our email. It has been a piece that's really helped for us to look at all the threats that are coming in a single pane of glass, and really helping the org to look at the safety and the security of our digital ecosystem. In addition to that, we've started our cloud migration of all our email servers as well, and it has been a seamless transition thus far. And it's really ensuring our scalability and our future growth for the organization. And finally, the technical transition of this beautiful building that we've moved into, where we brought all our team to now. It was a great move. We now have seamless collaboration. Even though we're on 2 floors, we're able to communicate. Even though we're in different buildings, we're able to communicate seamlessly, which was very critical for us. So for FY 2025, or I should say current projects and initiatives, you are actually in the first fully integrated Zoom room. This has been a big piece of what I've been working on the last couple of months here. And this will be what I would say is our first deployment. And it's actually something we're gathering feedback on and seeing how we can roll this out to the entire organization. And we're looking at Zoom and Teams together as a partnership. The next big item that we've been talking about is really the ERP and EAM integration. And what we mean by that really at the end of the day is, how do we seamlessly bring data accuracy, support real-time decision-making with our modernization agenda. And that's really bringing ERP and EAM together in one solution set. Again, a single pane of glass, I would say. And then to continue our cloud migration strategy, how do we reduce what's on site and really bring more to the cloud and reduce that footprint here is what our goal is in 2025 and beyond. And finally, we're also making an expansion to our remote help desk to be able to support our team members. We are a 24/7 shop. We want to make sure we have enough people at all times to pick up the phone and be able to be available for our teams whenever they need us. And finally, we are looking at, from a visitor management software system, we are looking at, again, for the safety and security of our team. We want to make sure we're implementing something for all the visitors and just keep our visitors safe as well when they come to our buildings moving forward. As I said, burst of enjoyment for the afternoon. That's all I have. Any questions? Yes.
Where are we with cloud use? I noticed in there that you had the email.
Yes.
Put over to the cloud. Are you working to move everything to the cloud?
So this is going to be a stage event right now. What I'm looking first is our storage, on-site storage would be the next phase. And then as we look at new solution sets, we are looking for cloud SaaS solutions as well. And our existing product lines, if they have transitioned to the cloud, we're looking to partner with them as well to move to the cloud. As much as we can do to lessen the footprint, here is what we're everywhere throughout the agency.
It's really expensive. I mean, aren't license fees very expensive for cloud?
I would say I've been in the business for a little bit, but I think I think it's really how we negotiate. It's very critical for us to be able to bring better solutions. I know I've been actually talking, I actually had a great meeting with the CIO of the city of Long Beach as well. So I think we are looking, I'm trying to understand how they're doing it. How can we do things differently? And like I said, I'm trying to lessen the footprint. So depending on which solution sets make the best decision, I would say the best decision for us to really move forward would be the decision on which products would move to the cloud. Of course.
Other questions?
Now, which division is responsible for bringing the internet to the bus? As a different division?
It's a collaboration, yes.
Okay, and so that also creates a moment of interaction with our client and customer that allows us to advertise and connect and understand who our customer is. So I would also encourage us to think about how do we roll out that service in such a way that it has a value add by being on the bus to encourage people to, or on the transit in order to encourage people to use it in that moment. And then how do we capture a potential value for the organization regarding having folks connected to us in that setting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
One of the things I think, Chris, you brought up earlier was you buy software and then it isn't used because it's just too complicated for the day-to-day worker. What measures are you going to put into place for ERP and EAM? Are you going to have engineers that are going to design your modules for you? Or how is that going to work so that you can make sure that the software is being utilized?
Excellent question, because I come from a background of using software, right? And making sure our end users use it is so critical. So we are going to, as part of our budget, we are looking at bringing in an ERP specialist. So there will be one. In our implementation phase, we will make sure that the design phase, I would call it, because I always look at design, validate, and then only do you build, right? DVB is kind of the design thinking that I use when we're building this. But again, so what we should be doing, really, our engineer will be here. They'll be designing with the solutions that we make. But most importantly, when you're bringing on more and more SaaS solutions, it's very critical for us to start looking at usability. How much usage do you have, right? And looking at KPIs behind it. How much are we and that's something new that I'll be bringing to the organization, is really looking at what's the threshold? Are you seeing the user using it every month or not? And that's something that we all, every agency I've worked with or every company I've worked with, it's something that's very critical, but it's also a fact that you buy more licenses because you think you need it. I've actually gone down already and said, we haven't used this application. We need to say pause for this year. We'll come back to it next year if we're really using it. And that's what we're trying to go through.
Yeah. As you do ERP, I think the lesson we learned was you want to get sort of like input from your junior staff as well.
Absolutely.
I think we brought in a consultant, we had a lot of input from leadership, but not from sort of like the day-to-day end user.
Absolutely.
And then, some negative effects of that.
Oh, I 100% agree. You cannot design without your end users in mind. You have to have them in mind.
Additional questions?
I had a similar question to Chair, but about your perspective on integrating generative artificial intelligence and other similar software.
Yeah.
It's hard not to have an interest there because of the potential optimization and efficiency, and obviously that's a big budget theme for this year. But you also really have to make sure you get that right? That's
absolutely
a whole different level of implementing a new type of tech. I'd love to know, I know it's still early stages within the team, but I'd love to know what your guys' perspectives and plans are for taking a look at that over the next couple of years.
Sure. I have to be careful because we're still in open negotiations about that.
Okay.
But I think from a holistic perspective, I can say, right, we're not looking at a co-pilot solution, right? We need to look at solution sets that make sense for our organization at the end of the day. So co-pilot, a chat GPT is not going to work for a government agency.
Yep.
So I'll leave it at that. I hope that helps, but we can kind of go into it more.
Pretty, thank you. I wanted to ask you, does your department handle the time estimates when you're looking at bus schedules on Safari and Google?
No. We do not, but we partner. If there's, we partner with all the different, if there's a problem, if we need to work with the vendor, I would get involved if there's a
Okay, 'cause
problem.
when I make sure that my bus is on time in the mornings,
Mhm.
it'll show like a little, a Wi-Fi band, and it'll say delayed to 6:20 when it should be 6:14.
Mhm.
How accurate is that?
So I think I have to work with TSD, and so that's when I get involved. If something isn't working with the vendor specifically, they'll tell me this is what's happening. Then we would have to work with if it's going to be with Apple, Google, whoever it is, right? We have to go back to them and have those conversations.
How do you learn that, aside from me telling you here right now? How do you get that feedback from the community?
From the community, it would come through, it would most probably, Mike would bring it to me, anybody who brings it, like, I was on the bus the other day, right? When I saw it, I said, oh, okay, we have to have that communication. How do we fix it?
Okay, because there was one morning where I was watching the news at 6:05, checked, it had a red saying delayed to 6:20 when the normal schedule is 6:14. Said, okay, good, I'll just get there at 6:10. I got there at 6:10, 4 minutes before the 6:14, and the bus never came.
Got it.
So my
Okay.
assumption is that it actually came before 6:10. So I'm fortunate because I just hopped on my car and went to work, but a lot of people don't have that luxury to do that. So I think about the folks that heavily rely on public transportation to get to work at a specific time. So can we work on that? Because
Absolutely. And I think that's what I could say.
6 minutes.
Yeah. So I think what we do is, as we get this back in from each group, right? We work with the vendors, we work with everybody. And that's why I'm here, right? Because this is what I'm passionate about. I'm passionate about people. So I'm glad you brought it up, but we are, as we see it, we will keep looking at, it's not just our tech. We have to work with multiple people.
I figure it just
Right.
wasn't, okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Other question? Not, let me help.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Got a mic up?
Oh,
How does this thing work?
it's already on, right? Would you like to hold or you could flip it on?
I'll clip it on. If I can get it on.
Right, and then I didn't.
Love that. All right, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, am I mic'd up? All right. We're ready to go. Well, good afternoon. My name is Mike Gold, and I'm the Executive Director and Vice President of Customer Relations and Communication, or the CRC department, and I'm here to give you an overview. So the CRC department is responsible for fostering relationships between Long Beach Transit and our customers, both internal and external. And this involves communication, it involves sales support, customer care, public information, and media relations. CRC department is responsible also for customer and community engagement, and that includes surveys and intercepts. We are responsible for developing outreach strategies through community outreach events, through advertising, through digital communication, and through social media. And so through the rest of this presentation, you can see an overview of the department. I'm going to go through the major areas of the CRC department and talk about what we do, what we accomplish. And those are the areas of customer care, community relations, and communications and marketing. So let's start with customer care. So to assist our customers with route planning, with service feedback, with past sales, lost and found, LBT operates a customer call center that's open 7 days a week. This is Monday through Friday from 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. And on weekends from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is where customers can call in. We also operate a retail center, and that is the Transit Customer and Visitor Information Center, and that's at First Street and Pine Avenue. That's also open 7 days a week, Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. and weekends from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So through these outlets, customers can get assistance in their language with different programs that support ridership. And so we're talking about things like senior bus passes or the LIFE program, which is a subsidy program for people with low income. Through our customer call center, our customers can also provide feedback on our service, or if they have issues, and they can report issues that they face with our service and have those issues investigated and followed up on the team there coordinates that investigation internally. Both of those outlets handle lost and found. Somebody loses something on the bus, we help our customers to try to recover those items. When it comes to community relations, which is the next area, we actively participate and support the community events throughout our service area through different channels, whether that's sponsorships or in-kind donation of promotional items or hosting resource booths. We actively engage with different populations through our diverse area, and some specific examples include interacting with older adults. Our community relations team engages with older adults year-round, providing presentations on our services, also the resources that are available to our older adult population, organizing such things as Bus 101 trips for seniors, facilitating tap card drives to put senior tap cards in their hand, and going to senior housing events and going to senior housing facilities and through different events. We also connect with students. Our community relations team is actively engaged with students at all levels, from elementary up to the university level. And we are on campus at student-focused events. And we provide them with comprehensive information about different kinds of programs, whether it's the Go Pass program for our K through college level or the Go Beach Pass program for CSU LB. We connect with our multilingual communities in a number of different ways. And we do this by partnering with different community organizations, including Spanish-speaking or Khmer-focused organizations. And we promote our services at things like the Cambodian New Year Parade, which some of you may have attended, or smaller events where we're partnering with, let's say, a small nonprofit organization, and we try to assist our customers in the language that they speak, or bring in that assistance to try to facilitate those conversations. We also are part of community meetings and surveys. We have an active speakers bureau where we go to different community meetings that are hosted, whether it's through a council office or a community group or a different community organization. And this is a good opportunity for those conversations about our service, where we can hear about things that we can do, get that feedback to improve our service. Annually, we conduct customer and community surveys. Those are two separate surveys where we want to better understand perceptions about the services that we offer and look for those opportunities to enhance the customer service, enhance the customer experience, and the Long Beach Transit brand. In the area of communications and marketing, we promote our services through different kinds of campaigns, and that's across different media across the landscape and in multiple languages. So whether it's buying advertising through streaming TV, being on social media, having digital ads or content on our website, we develop customer-focused campaigns to increase awareness about our general service and then our special services. So I'm talking about things like our water taxis, which just launched this weekend, or our Museum Express, which is coming later this year. CRC also manages the external bus advertising. So these are the posters you see on the outside. And this is a contract that we have through a third party to sell our advertising on our buses. We receive a minimum annual guarantee currently of about $56,000 a month for that contract that we have. And again, these are the ads that you see on the outside of the bus. The CRC team, through this team, handles media relations. We respond to our customers on social media. We develop regular communication to our employees to keep them informed about things like benefits, service changes, and happenings around the organization. We're responsible for customer wayfinding, so the signs that you see at bus stops or around the community to help our customers find their way. That's also a CRC task. And I'm very proud of the accomplishments that I'd like to note, our top 3 accomplishments for the past fiscal year, or the current fiscal year. Number 1, a little over a year ago, we launched a campaign called Ride the Bus. And this is focused on attracting new customers and elevating Long Beach Transit's brand. These are ads that you may have seen on streaming TV, or you may have seen them on the web. They've also been on Spotify or via social media. And since its launch, we have seen an increase in both revenue and ridership. We increased our community engagement by partnering with different organizations and being at multiple events focused on the non-English speaking community, partnering to increase our engagement with older adults. And we have participated in more events in the past year it's like 40 some events, 43 events than we had previously. So I think we've increased that growth since pre-pandemic. And then the final accomplishment that I'm really proud of is we implemented a new CRM system, a customer relations management system. And that's so we can better track and investigate those the feedback and those complaints that we get via the phone or at our different outlets. And so we implemented a new system to track them, ensure them, and make sure that we're getting back to the customer so they know that we're trying to enhance their experience. So in a nutshell, what do? We handle the external and internal communication. We respond to our customers, and we do our best to enhance their experience. So thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Question. You're a little hard to hear. Could you repeat?
I'm sorry. I thought we were going to talk a little bit more about Wi-Fi and connecting.
That's a project that's coming down the road. So it's not one I'm ready to talk about now, but we will talk about, it's an initiative that I'm working on to provide Wi-Fi on the buses. I don't know how much detail you want me to go into, but
later this year.
yeah, so we're launching a pilot program to provide free Wi-Fi to our customers. And we're just getting going on that. And in addition to the free Wi-Fi, we're installing screens on the buses. So that Wi-Fi will be supported by advertising that's on those screens on the buses. And so customers will be able to pull up their phone and access free Wi-Fi. They'll see advertising not only on their phone, but also on the screen as well. So more to come. That's like just getting going right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to.
Yeah, I apologize for that.
You gave me that sense.
Yeah.
What is the timeline?
We are just getting started on the installation now. And so I'll give you some more detail later, but it's a pilot program to have about 25 buses will have this. And then we're going to test it out. And then that'll be about a year-long pilot program with those 25 buses. We want to see how it does, how we're kind of performing. And then the goal will be, how do we expand the program if it's successful?
I'm very interested in where you're piloting, what routes you're looking at. That sort of conversation.
Yeah, we can go into it, but it's across a diverse area to make sure we're capturing kind of a good cross section of our ridership and how that works. Yeah.
And the questions that I raised, at some point, I'd love to be able to understand, what we're doing to collect information regarding who is connecting with us, understanding the rider in that way, being able to, say what our value add is with them connecting via our Wi-Fi, and understanding even in the pilot what kinds of messages we're sending out to the public that's on the bus that'll see them, but as well as those who are connecting online.
I'll be excited to go into that when we kind of get some more info on it. Yeah. Yeah, and it's a program that's funded. The advertising is funding the program itself. So nobody else in the country has done this. That's why it's so exciting. So the hardware, the Wi-Fi system is all being funded by the advertising. So
that's fantastic. And you kind of heard a piece of the conversation we were having about telling our story, and given that your communications, I think it would be fantastic. One, Long Beach Transit needs its own exhibit, either in our local library or somewhere like that, where we highlight the history of being the first of doing certain kinds of things, some of which were mentioned here today, including what you're just describing.
Yeah.
To really be able to highlight that. But it would be interesting, I think, and I think what this body was trying to say is if we really went on a concerted campaign to talk about why this agency, this transit agency, is so important to invest in, because we do things first, we do things well, we do things better. And so I will leave it up to the comms people to figure that out, what that is. But I do think that a concerted campaign that goes along with the 60 years could really talk about where Long Beach Transit has been cutting edge, and why it's so important to invest in it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If you see our commercials, what you'll hear and what we're also doing in addition to that, because I love that idea, is we're telling the stories of our customers. And we're talking about why our customers ride Long Beach Transit and why it's important to them. So there's I think there's two sides of this story.
That's
But
totally different.
yeah, but I do hear what you're saying.
Different
Yeah,
strategy.
yeah.
Valuable, but what I'm describing is
What we
the
do.
strategy around the need for revenue.
Right.
And being able to put
Yep.
first the technical, innovative expertise of this agency and being able to tell that story.
Got it.
That's a different audience.
Yes.
Additional questions? Mr. Kim? Okay, yeah, Abigail?
I know you mentioned that you were at the Cambodian parade. I know that last year we had a lengthy discussion about advertising to the Cambodian community. Are we doing that in Khmer already, or how's that process?
Right now, the most effective outreach that we're doing is that one-on-one presentations, working with the community groups and doing that kind of more in person. What I did is an analysis of what I thought would work really well in working with different community groups. So that's our strategy at the moment. Is we've been working with the different nonprofit organizations and community groups, talking to them, working with them, and getting our message that way through different presentations.
And how many presentations have you done?
Specifically to Kamai,
Yeah.
I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't have the number off the top of my head. I don't want to guess.
Okay,
So-
because I know we do a good job on doing
Yeah.
it in Spanish, but I think knowing that, the Cambodian community is the largest in Long Beach here as well, that we need to cater to that audience
Yep.
as well. And they write it, right? We go through Cambodia town, so
Yeah.
I will.
A great example is, for example, what we're working on a presentation, it's in the next 2 weeks with the United Cambodian community. And so one of the things we're doing, for example, is we're bringing in a translator with us. So we give the presentation in both English and Khmer. So we're doing things like that to really get to the community and talk to people and better understand, how we can be more effective in promoting our services.
Thank you.
Mr. Kim?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And I just, I think we're so fortunate to have so many competent staff members inside this organization. As an outsider looking in, I'm fortunate to know you and Marisol, for example, and our government affairs, on our government affairs team, have such a strong history, and we have, such an effective board. Starting with that, I would love to see, to Nua's point, you and Marisol work together to come up with messaging. I know you have a background yourself in government affairs. I think if you and she, under the direction of the executive director, CEO, work together on what maybe 5 bullet points could be, or what is our one pager as legislative representatives, should we find ourselves in a situation where we're, face to face with the senator or someone else. And so we know what our talking points are from a government affairs, give us money perspective. We're on our Thelma and Louise journey, but if there's a way to avert that with these talking points, opportunistically, I think that would be great. For the language piece, have we done any analysis on how effective our communication in other languages has been? Are we communicating in other languages besides Spanish? Are we communicating in Khmer?
It depends on the situation, but yes, in terms of the advertising, there's kind of different ways that we do about it. So in terms of like service related information, that's available in English, Khmer, and Tagalog, right? So if people want to find out about service information, if people call into our customer call center, we can provide service information in any language. We have a translation service. So whatever you speak, we bring somebody on the line, we can provide that.
What's provided in English, Khmer, and Tagalog?
Service related information. So anything that's kind of related to, somebody has a question about services, then generally what we do is we direct them to call in. Our website though can translate into English, Khmer, and Tagalog as well.
But not Spanish?
I'm sorry, Spanish is also included.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when, like I do, when you have an interest in communicating in a diverse way with an interest, towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, you learn a lot. For example, at Long Beach City College, the group that has a sense of mattering the least are the Black students, which, is not a surprise to me, but the Asian the APID community, which was a surprise to me. And so I took a deeper dive and learned, some of the nuances of that. One of the nuances I learned while on that diving trip was that many of our Cambodian community members don't either speak the language or read the language. So I would just invite us to consider that as we think about ways to communicate beyond the small group. And I saw one ad up there in Spanish, which I loved. But being able to see ourselves intentionally in things beyond, reading the words, I think is a big deal. So I would, invite you all to consider the images that are selected and it be more inclusive of the Cambodian community, along with, our disabled community, along with our LGBTQI community. And what I always promote, and I know you probably do too, is beyond the day, beyond Disability Awareness Month, or Pride or Black History, just sort of in your native environment. That goes a long way, I think, to encouraging folks to use the service. In terms of sponsorship and community support, do you have a total amount that we spend on sponsorship or ballpark?
Give or take, I have a budget for it, but it's combined with other budgets, so it varies from year to year. Yeah.
Do you have a general idea of what that number is?
About $120,000, give or take.
And do you, off the top of your head, know what our biggest event is that we contribute to from a community relations?
So we really focus on trying to keep our sponsorships at a smaller level. I'm talking like $500, $1,000 level, so we could spread that out. And so that's usually where we are. There might be some events that pop up where we give more, but the goal is really working with organizations that work directly with our customers. And so that tends to be smaller nonprofit organizations, but that's not always the rule. So yeah, the biggest is usually $2,000, give or take, kind of depending on the organization, but the focus is on smaller amounts to spread it out more.
And do you think we would be well served to invest more in those community outreach efforts to convert friends to writers in the community?
In terms of sponsorships, or in terms of I'm
So yeah, in terms of sponsorship. So I'm just all I can do is go by my history. At the port, as you know, they've gone from hated to loved in the community. I don't even hear anybody talking about shutting down the port anymore with their asthma inhaler in hand. So a lot of that had to do with investment in community relations and sponsorship support. I'm just asking, do you think there's room, or would you recommend that we look at investing more in that from a community?
I would rather invest more in the kind of the community outreach strategy that we do, and partnering and working with organizations to bring more people onto the bus, which is kind of what we've been doing more recently. So trying to stigmatize the bus, like for older adults, which has been a big issue. I think we get a lot more return that way, in kind of that individualized attention. Yeah.
Great report. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Hey, Mike.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Mike. I know I personally bring this up a lot in our board meetings, outreach to the Cambodian community and to the older adult community. And I still have some concern about how much we actually do reach out to those communities. The Commission on Aging for the city would like to meet with Long Beach Transit. I have yet to give that information to Ken, but they want more services from LBT. So I'll be sharing that information. And I think it needs to be in a presentation type of situation or at a board meeting, not in a private meeting. I think it needs to be public.
Yeah.
So
and we've presented to them.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah, we've presented to them.
And maybe it's perhaps the bus lines I take, but I always see LBT advertisements in English in the inside. And I'm just curious to know why that is. The main line I take is a 71, which I've mentioned before at board meetings. And as you know, that connects Paramount, North Long Beach, all the way to downtown. And it's a straight shot down Orange and Los Alamitos. Besides Bigsby Knolls and Cal Heights, it goes through blue collar, working class, lower socioeconomic communities. So I'm wondering, why are all the advertisements in English?
The service related,
Yeah, the ones above.
the ones above. So we're in the process of redoing all that stuff because there's old and new mixed in there. So that's getting totally redone.
Okay.
That's one of the initiatives for the current coming fiscal year.
Okay.
Yes.
Because just by a quick glance at the riders on that line, you know, they're blue collar workers.
Yeah.
Right? They're domestic workers. They're connecting to other lines and they're going to downtown. And early in the morning, you get the senior Cambodian members of the community board the bus with their shopping carts because they're going to go to the shopping markets. But none of the advertisements are in Khmer. None of them are in Spanish. So we really need to focus on that. And it's something that I've brought up numerous times. Abigail's brought up numerous times. I'm just not seeing a change in the conversations we've had in at least a year and a year plus that we brought it up. So hopefully moving forward, maybe it's other lines that I don't ride that have that outreach on the interior, but it'd be nice to see some, I don't know, dramatic change with how we reach those communities that are very loyal to Long Beach Transit and they ride Long Beach Transit. And you could tell it's just their primary mode of transportation. They're the loyal customers that we want to keep moving forward.
Guys, piggyback on that, I think that plus the King bus size, so for the folks who don't need reinforcement, but need to see, as I said earlier, themselves in the advertising, it's very, for me, persuasive advertising on the bus when I haven't been on the Long Beach bus in years and years, but it's still sort of a radiant communication to the community about what we are. And I think that's also an opportunity as we consider, catching up on the year and a half of recommendations, throwing external communications on the bus to those communities in their language or with their images or both into the conversation.
Any other questions? Good, trying to move on to our.
I have to.
All right.
So what CRM are you going to be using? Did you just implement? What CRM software?
We're currently using one called ServiceNow. Yeah. And that's the new one that we implemented.
And then the other question to follow up on. Soon to be councilman.
Sure, Councilwoman elect.
That's what
That will there be an opportunity for data sharing with this Wi-Fi provider? So will they tell us, will they give us information about the Wi-Fi user?
We have access to all we have access to all that. Yes.
We're gonna have access to all their.
Yes.
Can we push ads out to that user
Yes.
and other information?
Yes. So everybody who signs up, they have to give their email address. It's an automatic opt-in. They can opt out down the road, but that's our opportunity to push information out.
Push a notification, we can do that.
Correct.
It's great.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, please help me thank Mike.
Thank you.
I don't want to mess with your agenda.
With the reports.
You can never get too much finance and budget, am I right?
Okay.
I feel the trepidation. We're going to move quick, I promise. Okay. And you're going to learn something about what we do. Oh, look, we get the red thing. That's fun. Okay. So no surprise, right? Finance are the stewards of the public funds, working with the entire team. Let's see. Going to try not to mess you up. Oh, look at that. Okay. So here's our organizational chart. And just to kind of orient you, because it's a busy one, right? We start with the warehouse. You might not know warehouse is part of the finance group. Our internal customers are Jim's group, the maintenance groups. Then we have contracts and procurement is over here. Then we have our treasurer, which has the accounting functions, the finance functions. Then we have the comptroller in the performance area. And then we have the capital programs. So that's all the grants and all the capital buys that we do. So that's our exciting department. I feel like, is Jen controlling it or am I? Oh, you're controlling it. Okay. So, so the backbone of finance is people, and some of these people you'll recognize, right? Because they presented to you. And so the accounting folks, right, the treasury folks are all about the numbers, and they present your monthly financial report to you and other financial reports that we get. Payroll, making every payday great, right? Every paycheck right, every day. And the revenue group, one of the ones that deal with TAP, right? Fare boxes, all of that. The warehouse group, they're champions of 5S. If you take the tour, you'll see the warehouses, which means they're super organized in terms of the strategy that Oscar has brought to us. The comptroller group leads the performance team in terms of all the analysts in the company and developing our KPIs. And also it's all about audit. So we have nonstop audits, as I'm sure you know. The ones in the past year have included the Governmental Accounting Office, the FTA for the triennial audit, and then a financial audit, and then a Special CARES Act audit. And so then we also get the state with the Transportation Development Act audit, and then Metro comes by as an easy pass audit. So besides the single audit that we do for the city. So we're nonstop audits. The procurement group, you may recognize Joanna, do the strategic sourcing. And so that isn't always just the easiest and the quickest. We really try to emphasize local spend. Buy locally, buy Long Beach. If we can't get it from Long Beach, can we get from one of our neighbor cities? And then the capital programs and grants team, right, manages the entire capital budget. It's a big budget that's multi-year. And so they lead every year the 3-year capital call. So when they do the capital budget, it's a 3-year, they do it for a 3-year look ahead. And then administration makes sure, right, we get all these great reports done. And then my job is to keep us looking forward through the front windshield and less of the back rearview mirror. So, okay. So accomplishments, I just talked about audits. The next one, the NTI partnership. So this year, right, we brought in 2 different groups from, so national agencies from all over the country, 2 different groups of 40 people. I don't want to get too specific, but you bring 40 people here, right, for 4 days, and we did it twice. That's 320 hotel rooms we sold. So we're doing this to help Long Beach, right? It's not that we don't have anything else to do, but we're doing it because we want to help activate Long Beach. The next thing, you know, the Distinguished Budget Award, good stuff in this, right? This is our 7th award in a year that we've gotten. This is one of the things we started under the leadership of Kenneth, was really creating a budget that, besides being readable, right, is trackable. It holds us financially accountable, and it's all right here. The next is the ACFR. I'm telling you, if you ask me a number, I'll say it's in the ACFR. If there's a number, it's in one of these 2 reports. So 33 consecutive years. So the bar has been set high, and staff take a lot of pride in creating these documents for us. And then let's talk about TransDash. So TransDash is, this is also under Kenneth's leadership. A cohort of transit agencies are getting together about how we talk about communicating the value of transit. And so we're working together on creating that messaging and what are the performance measures. So I'm going to give you an example of one because it sounds kind of, am I on the accomplishment space? Is that in Long Beach, so Long Beach leads the cohort in the number of jobs you can access in 45 minutes. And so if you had to guess, that number is 117,000. So there's some great stories to tell there and for us to share. And so next slide, there we go. In June, we're going to have the first ever TransDash Performance Summit here in this room, where we're bringing those agencies in and talking about performance and how we get better. Next in June comes the Go Pass extension that will be brought to the board. And then enhancing well-being. This is a project between Jim and Lee and I, and upgrading the fitness equipment for the employees. And you can say, why is finance involved? Well, not only do we care about the employees, but our health insurance, right, every year is going up and up and up. So what can we do to help employees? The fare technology is another one. And that's also, when we look at the entire region, everybody has old fare boxes. And so what are we doing regionally? What makes sense for Long Beach Transit as we move forward to decrease our maintenance costs on these fare boxes? And then corporate office leasing, we talked earlier about, right? We've leased out to 2 companies. How do we move forward to make the building more attractive? And so we'll be talking about what we want to do with kind of the lobby and to create a break area, not only for our own employees, but for residents in the building. So we'll be bringing that forward. So that completes my report. I might have been the fastest. I might win that award. Are there any questions? I know you guys love finance and budget. You can't hear from us enough.
You can say you were the fastest, but remember, you got a whole section all to yourself.
I did. I did.
Thank you so much. I think last year you may have presented, and this I either wasn't on the board or wasn't at the meeting regarding procurement strategy. And I'm specifically interested in wondering, are you planning to come back to the board with an analysis of procurement? And I'm specifically interested in any past report, from the most recent one that you have, where we look at, and thank you for the Buy Long Beach, that sounds wonderful. I'm also interested in the diverse spend that we're doing as an agency and any small business. And you can tell me whatever that number might be in terms of what you've determined to be small in terms of revenue. So just wanted to get a sense as to whether you're coming back with such a report, if I can access such a report, and if there are any other goals the agency has in that arena.
Sure. So in the past year, I think we brought 3 different procurement related items to the board. The one in particular that may be of particular interest is, as we talk about disadvantaged enterprises and spending with DBEs. And so I know that program update was brought this year, and there's an annual update that's done, and we do this with our regulatory compliance folks. And so I don't know the timing of that, but we can let you know when that report is coming. We also internally have goals in terms of local spend, the amount that we expect to spend. And I will say with Pretty George, she spends locally. So when we complain about how much IT spends, she buys locally. So to answer your question, yes, we'll be bringing back the DBE spend and has that all information. I just don't know if that's the timing is January or which month that will be.
And then the buy local, is that part of the DBE spend analysis?
No, that's a separate analysis. So, which is just based on the zip codes in our area, how much of it was spent in these areas. So that is separate. That's one of our KPIs for the department that we track quarterly.
Would you be able to send me the most recent report, and then I'll put as a follow-up question when the next one?
Sure, absolutely.
Jen has my contact.
Okay. Yes.
I don't have a question. I just love your energy. Thanks for that.
Well, Carl, I'm totally digging the Thelma and Louise. I'm sorry, Director Kent. Totally digging the Thelma and Louise reference. See, now we're already fast friends. That's right. So
after you all introduce each other to one another, you're going to all be on a first name basis.
So thank you all.
Thank you. See you later, man.
And board, everyone else, sorry to interrupt. I have a hard stop at 3. If you want me here live tomorrow, then I have a thing with my wife that I must attend this evening. That's important. Not tomorrow. I gotta go now. So thank you all. Sorry, James, for interrupting, but hear more soon. Thanks, everyone. Tomorrow. Enjoy your celebration. Thank you.
Testing, everyone. I'm probably too loud for a microphone. Is that volume okay? Good afternoon, Chair Sutton, members of the board, and to all who are assembled here. My name is James Scott, and I am the Executive Director and Vice President of Maintenance and Infrastructure. I am before you today to provide an overview of the Maintenance and Infrastructure Department. The Maintenance and Infrastructure Departments are responsible for the agency's assets within 3 functional departments: fleet maintenance, facilities and infrastructure, and customer amenities, transit customer amenities. In the following slides, we will go through in further details the function of each department. So the goal for all the maintenance departments is to ensure the safety and compliance of all vehicles, facilities, and bus stop locations while achieving and seeking to enhance the customer experience. Fleet maintenance ensures safety and reliability of all vehicles, meets operational service demand, ensures vehicles are clean and well maintained, develops and implements fleet replacement projects. Facilities and infrastructure maintains all facilities and infrastructure at LBT1, LBT2, and the Transit Visitor Information Center, known as the TVIC. It ensures all facilities and equipment are maintained in a good state of repair, including regulatory and compliance and safety, and develops and implements infrastructure construction projects. The transit customer amenities cleans and maintains all bus stops, ensures safety and compliance at all bus stops, and develops and implements bus stop improvement projects. Next slide. LBT operates 2 shop locations. LBT1 is located at 1963 East Anaheim Street, Long Beach, California. This location maintains 125 revenue buses consisting of 81 hybrid buses and 44 battery electric buses. The maintenance shop consists of 10 maintenance bays and a full service body shop. LBT2, located at 6860 Cherry Avenue, Long Beach, California, maintains 125 revenue buses consisting of all 125 are compressed natural gas CNGs. The maintenance shop consists of 7 bays and 3 underground pit inspection bays. LBT shops are open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. These are full service shops that perform all major mechanical repairs along with routine maintenance, including preventative maintenance inspections and repairs, electronic shop, fare box, destination signs, camera repairs, diagnostic troubleshooting, heavy equipment repairs. We prepare the fleet for pullout. Peak pullout is around 200 units. They go out. Interior and exterior cleaning of the buses, vehicle fueling, checking fluids, and collecting fare box revenue. The maintenance personnel are responsible for maintaining and repairing a wide range of mechanical systems that operate the bus. The modern transit bus is a true microcosm of mechanical systems. You can see here some examples of these systems. We have maintenance work programs for each one of these systems. So we tend to think of these systems in 2 different groups, mechanical and supporting. So under mechanical, the engine and propulsion system, body and frame, steering and suspension, brakes, electrical, the doors and the windows. The supporting system, the fare box, the HVAC, which is the AC and heating system, the wheelchair ramp, the cameras, the radio, the fire suppression systems. And at LBT1, we operate a full service body shop that handles all LBT's accident repair buses. This includes any minor to major bumper to bumper body shop repair. Transit customer amenities department objective is to provide a clean and safe and inviting LBT bus stops. We clean, maintain approximately 2,000 of LBT's bus stops, ensure safety of operations and compliance at bus stops. We deploy temporary bus stops and stop detours. We coordinate with cities, jurisdictions, and private developers and other transit operators on bus stop impacts. And we develop and implement bus stop improvement projects, and we're in the field 365 days a year. FY24 accomplishments, we commissioned and implemented 20 additional battery electric buses. So we now have a total of 44 battery electric buses at Long Beach Transit. The purchase and final build inspection of 5 commuter buses. These new BEB buses will be used on UCLA service that connects Long Beach and Westwood UCLA. So those buses are almost ready for service. We replaced the steam bay lift at LBT2. This lift allows us to do deep cleaning on the underside of LBT's bus fleet. We replaced the automatic transfer switch at LBT2. This allows for instant connection to the backup generator in case of a power outage. We installed over 100 bus stop benches and 7 new bus stop shelters to improve the customer experience. We achieved 100% bus stop signage standardization for uniformity at LBT's bus stops. So upcoming projects and initiatives. We have an upcoming bus procurement of 20 units, which will increase our fleet to 64 BEVs. As the 60-foot articulated bus midlife rehabilitation. This will restore our Arctic fleet to a like new condition. Phase 4 BEV charging expansion. This is a picture of that concept there. It's an overhead canopy with rooftop solar and drop-down charging to charge an additional 80 buses. That's at LBT1. LBT2 operations parking lot renovation. This is to maintain that parking lot in a good state of repair. Cherry Avenue, Long Beach Boulevard, Atlantic Avenue bus stop improvements to upgrade and install new shelters, seating, lighting, and other bus stop amenities. These corridors were selected because of their high ridership, and these corridors span the length of the city of Long Beach. So from the water all the way to the boundary of the city. And the Transit Gallery Improvement Project. Updating the Transit Gallery will improve customer wayfinding and the overall customer experience at LBT's Central Mobility Hub located downtown on First Street between Long Beach Boulevard and Pacific Avenue. This project will add new digital signage systems to each shelter, enhance lighting, and update the shelter infrastructure. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Questions?
The Atlantic and Long Beach Boulevard enhancements that you're intending, it sounded like it was from the top of border of the city to the bottom.
So those corridors start like on the ocean. They're north to south. So they start on the ocean and go all the way through the borders of Long Beach.
Okay, so you're referring to that entire corridor.
That entire corridor.
I had another question. I have to think for a second. I was so busy enthralled with your presentation. You could go back a couple slides. Now let someone else ask the question.
I had a question. First of all, great presentation. Thank you very much. Very informative. What is the process for getting a shelter installed somewhere? Like a bench and
So not all sidewalks can support a shelter. A sidewalk has to be 9.5 foot wide to support a shelter. So if you have a shelter, you have to have an ADA customer that could go past, right? So it would depend on the location, right? So if you wanted to put a shelter at a particular location that did not have that kind of sidewalk width, like then that's a major undertaking with the city, depending on what jurisdictions it's in. But typically, we would do A&E of each location where we're going. So that's an architectural and engineering design. So they would look at, we would have to make sure that the depth of the sidewalk could support, we would have to make sure that if we put it there, it's ADA permittable. We would have to make sure, so shelters, you need permits. So I would take my plans and take them down to the city, and then, those would run through plan check, right? And hopefully that would be a quick process, right? So but it's quite an undertaking. It's not as easy as one might think.
If I may, Jim's manager, Kim, gave a presentation last year, obviously before you joined the board. I can forward you that presentation that goes more into depth about the bus shelter and our policy regarding how those get added and taken out of service. So I can forward that to you.
This is.
I want to add one thing. The most important thing about a bus shelter is the utilization. How many people use it? Because you don't just put a shelter because somebody said we need a shelter. We have to have the usage, and then that drives put the shelter. So the utilization is higher there before engineering.
So we have a tier system for bus stops. So it's tier 1 is the highest rated bus stop that has every possible amenity. Right. And then it goes down tier 1, tier 2, tier 3.
Again, if you want that information, I can forward it. That's all in the presentation that was given last year. So I know we're trying to catch up on time here, so.
Any other questions? Mr. Fun?
I have one. In Lisa's presentation, I think she said she was in charge of maintenance parts. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah. Parts. The
Why is
parts.
she in charge of maintenance parts when you need the parts to do your job?
I just buy them.
So let me answer that. Yes, I moved it to the finance department so we can manage costs. Maintenance does not really manage costs very well. They just go get parts.
So they just order what they feel like.
Know what they need.
We moved it. They still have real input in what is put in the storeroom, what the high usage. So the stores analyze it, work with them, but to manage costs, I moved it to the finance department.
Any other questions? Then join me in thanking.
So I'm gonna try to, Jim, if you give us the speaker back.
Oh, sorry. God, I had that on.
You want
You can see me here.
I try to give a quick overview of Liz organizational development and administration. So you get a feel for it. Liz has been going through some personal issues for a little while now, and I expect her to be back within the next month. But she I know she wouldn't be upset if I share she got some reaction to some medication and it didn't go well with her and she's been struggling through that, but she's coming back from it. I spoke to her about a week ago and she is in fine shape and should be back shortly. But her department has she is the executive director of organizational development and administration. She has labor relations is one of her areas, but she's manager of HR who reports to her. Talent acquisition, the person that hires all of our positions coming in. Risk manager is under this department. Manager of training and development, Dino Smith, and then environmental health and safety. This person is the person that has a dotted line to the CEO, but reports directly to this department. You can see the breakout. I'm not going to go down the rest of it, but how this department is formulated. Important thing, they do people and they do risk. So people in terms of training and hiring, but they are responsible for the risk mitigation of the organization. So what were some of the accomplishments that were in that department over the last high level ones were they developed and implemented electronic testing. So we used to do manual tests where the operators or maintenance employees did the test and then someone sat with a pencil or pen and judged the test. Now we do it automatically that they can have it done through a computer that does the whether the person fail or pass and then go on into the next level of training. We updated the operator candidate requirement. And in that, one of the things that I talk a lot about is our hiring for heart, training for excellence. So what
specifically are we looking for from an operator? When an operator graduates, the most important thing from my perspective and that I've seen in the industry is that is a people person. If you find a person who's a people person and they like to operate a vehicle, that's a real good candidate for this job. If they're not person, you can train them all you want. That would be a challenge in that job. So one of the things we try to do is first evaluate, are they really people? And then we go from there. So we updated the requirements that we had for them. Well, I talked earlier about the de-escalation training. And this year so far, we've trained over 100 people in terms of de-escalation. I think, and that is truly important to me because when we started this training, one of the things that we had what I saw was an increase in operator and customer confrontations. And I started looking at all the videos and we hired a company, an ex-police officer has a company called Empire Training, and they do escalation for police officers. So I brought him in, had conversation, and he tweaked his training so we can train our operator. This is truly critical in us. I think why you see less and less of that interaction on Long Beach Transit. Another thing that we're very proud of is that the decrease in preventable accidents. This is a federal requirement, 100,000 platform miles. Every transit agency in the country does that. We went from 1.21 in 2023, 1.38 in 2023 to 1.14 in 2024. And our goal was 1.21. For every 1,000 miles, 1.21 incidents or less. And we were able to go below that. The safety department does a lot of outreach in terms of operators and just helping them. And when there is an incident, but also with retraining. If you have an accident, we send you back to retraining to help you. And then we have another training where if you've been driving for 2 years, we bring you in and give you updated. Because we found out, I was at one time I wanted to know where we were having accidents, and I had someone look at 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And we found that the accidents were happening when people were here 15 years and more. And the reason was we hadn't given them much retraining. So we started a 2-year retraining program, and that has helped us to reduce these accidents. And then we implemented some employee wellness program. Calm and Noom is two that I can think about that we have. Calm is free for our employees. We pay for it through our insurance program. And then you can sign up and be a part of Calm. And if you want to have healthy living, Noom helps you with that also. And we brought that in for our employees. So what are they looking in the next year? I talk about this. One of the things I have implemented with Liz is this training every employee about the organizational focus. Who are we? What do we stand for? And this has been very effective with all new operators coming in. So that culture is built in the organization. We're modifying our return to work program where we can try to get light duties for put people on so they can come back to the work earlier and reduce that 70 plus a day operator that are out. Continue this hiring for heart, train for excellence. This is I never said what this was when I went through my 1 year in Stanford. You had to write a paper on your organization, and my paper was titled "Hiring for Hard Training for Excellence," because every single one of us in here, not one of us was born with a driver's license. Not one. Nobody can put their hand up and say, I came here with one. That is a skill. So you can train for that. But in terms of people, most of us, some of us, I can tell you, I am not the kind of guy to work in a hospital. I can't see blood, so I'd be a bad hospital guy. So you kind of figure out where people fit. And in terms of training the operator for excellence, that was the intent of this document that I did that we brought in and has become part of what we do here at Long Beach Transit. And then reactivating our intern.
Can I ask about the operator training, just as a basic like knowledge, how do you get the operators? Like, off to be able to be professional operators. So what is the?
So we have an 8-week training program. Each operator, regardless of if you had training or not, goes through an 8-week training program with Long Beach Transit, where you are trained to, first it starts with classroom. We go through the testing, and the students that pass move on to start driving. But the program takes about 8 weeks, and it goes through first about just understanding the vehicle, second about customer service, about fare collection, all the things that are necessary, greeting people when they come on to the bus, and then we take them out and they do about 2 weeks or so of driving, actual driving with what we call a behind the wheel trainer that helps them. So it's an operator who's been here 10, 15 years, who are better operators, help them to become good operators.
So to become when you hire him the first time around, they don't have to necessarily have a certain prerequisite, like a class B or whatever the.
We actually help them to get a class B if they don't have one. Because if we don't, we wouldn't get any operators.
So you could not have any experience and just come in and just apply, and then you say.
Right attitude.
Part, and then I'm gonna train the rest.
That's right. Right attitude could bring you in. They would know more 99 or 100% of the time they have a driver's license. Some of them have class B license, but we do help employees to get the class B license. In fact, I'm looking more and more of how we would pay for that, and that once you stay a certain period, the cost is wiped out. You don't have to pay it back. So if we pay for you to do all of it, then 2 years you don't have to pay back any of the money for the training. And that would encourage people who have never driven before to come in and be operators. But first, we look for what their people skills in bringing them in. And then I mentioned earlier the reactivate the intern program. And one of the things that I'm doing right now is conducting 2 compensation studies, one for staff and one for ASME. We had a part of negotiation with ASME. They wanted to have 10 of their positions, do a compensation study to see where we are. I'm doing 100% of the jobs to see where we are in the compensation study. So with that, that's I will end there. That's, if I have any questions for you for organizational development and administration, I'll answer that now.
Thank you so much, Ken. Appreciate you stepping in to provide this presentation. I'm very pleased with the de-escalation training. I think that's fantastic foresight on your part as a leader to bring that to the organization and provide the drivers who are frontline the skills of being able to interact with the ever-changing public. I'd be very interested in seeing if that could be extended to the board as well, or at least the board have an opportunity to sit in and get a sense of what kinds of de-escalation trainings that staff is going through, so that we get a sense of what people are experiencing frontline.
Mm-hmm. So yes, if we can look at when we do that. De-escalation training comes when I was in another organization. It was called verbal judo. I thought that was a little bit that was a little bit too active for me. So when we came here, I spoke with the guy that had this and came with a name that was a little bit less the type of things of that having a judo event. But yes, we can look at I'm losing his name, Joe. We can talk with him. I'm certain he would, because he gave classes for the staff. The staff went through it first. We went through with managers, but they went through a lesser program than the operators would go through. So, and that was important because we saw some really ugly confrontation, but I saw some really ugly confrontation between operators and customers that I was not very pleased that we should have that continue. I haven't seen one in maybe 2 years, like the ones I saw before.
Yeah. And I honestly think with the COVID pandemic, people just have gotten out of the habit of how to interact with one another and what, civil society should be. So even if it's, maybe you do something just for the board, but even if it's whatever the staff is doing, If that's something that we could see or sit in on, that would also be possible. We don't have to do anything separate.
Yeah, I can figure it out when we have it and invite, board member to anyone of you all that want to come when the training is going on, that you can just, see a session of it at what, because they do go through, role play,
Yeah.
and things like that to get, so to make sure that, so I can look at when we have one of those and let you know.
Thank you.
Any other question for me or for Liz?
Other questions?
Okay. If you have no more questions for Liz, I know Liz, thank you all very much.
Join me in thanking Ken for the report.
Okay, with that, that's the end of our reporting and we go.
10-minute break, okay?
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute break, and so we'll return back at 3:45.
Really needed a break, so that's good. No. So we're going to turn over to Mr. Yoon, and he's going to talk about roles of board and as it turns with legal perspectives and in terms of your ethical responsibilities and a lot of other things that go right along with that. So.
Okay, thank you for that intro.
Can I help you with that?
Close it, go to your neck.
And just make sure it's on.
Thanks. Thank you very much. So, depending on, which news cycle you watch, today's a closing argument day. It's something I'm kind of familiar with. I've done a few of those in my day. So you all went through your ethics training with the city of Long Beach. I'm going to give you a broad overview about the statutes that apply to not only Long Beach Transit, but the local laws that apply that are based in the city of Long Beach. We have LA County laws, we have state regulations, and we have federal regulations that apply to Long Beach. Just recently, so now we're in 2024, I'd say approximately 50 pieces of legislation became law at the end of the year. So one of the things that I do on an annual basis is I kind of take a look at those and see what applies to Long Beach Transit and what doesn't. But let me touch briefly upon a couple of things that you know about specifically. So you know about the Brown Act, right? The Brown Act became a law in 1953, 10 years before Long Beach Transit became an agency, or it came into existence. So from 1953 to 1963, when Long Beach Transit was founded or created, the Brown Act applied to public agencies in the state of California. To try to make this a little bit more interesting and interactive, I'm going to put this question to all of you. Anybody feel free to raise your hand. Does anybody know why the Brown Act was enacted into law in 1953? Anybody have an idea? The Brown Act was enacted into law to give the public an opportunity to participate in the decision-making process of appointed and elected officials. Oh.
I was expecting to have something much more scandalous and interesting to
So you all are, as appointed officials, and this also applies to elected officials, the stewards of the public trust. So what the legislature of state of California wanted to do, wanted to make sure that the public had access to the meetings where you were making decisions about how to spend public dollars. Another question for you, since many of you are seasoned public officials or you work for government agencies, how many opportunities does the public have to speak at any Brown Act meeting? So how many?
On every agenda.
There you go. All right. On every agenda item, and then there's another opportunity to speak on non-agenda items. And then if there's and speaking to the agenda items, if you have a closed session and before the board goes into closed session, a member of the public has an opportunity to comment on that closed session agenda item. So the board is thinking about that while they're in closed session. So there's a published case in the state of California. It's called Ribicoff versus the city of Long Beach. And the person who litigated that case is standing before you. And the city of Long Beach and Long Beach Transit prevailed. And the case was about the Brown Act. And it was about a public member's desire to speak at a meeting. And unfortunately, he didn't want to follow the rules. So the chair used the gavel a couple of times, and he didn't want to listen. And so he walked up to the podium and kind of said some things to the chair. The meeting kind of got a little disorderly, and eventually Long Beach PD had to come in to assist Long Beach Transit, the board, and the meeting was adjourned. And Mr. Ribicoff was not arrested, but he was just escorted outside and kind of told, look, basically knock it off, buddy, or you are going to be incarcerated. So Mr. Ribicoff happened to be an attorney. So what followed that interaction? A claim and then eventually a lawsuit. We found ourselves before Judge Richard Fruin down the LA Superior Court. It was a bench trial, and we presented our case. We showed the agenda. We showed a video of the proceedings. And fortunately, the judge ruled in our favor. He ruled that Long Beach Transit did not, in fact, violate the Brown Act, did not violate the Constitution, did not violate the Unruh Civil Rights Act and the other asserted claims that Mr. Ribicoff brought against Long Beach Transit. There's another statute that's applicable to you board members. You probably learned a little bit about it when you were doing your onboarding, when you were going through your ethics briefing through the City of Long Beach City Clerk's office. It's called the Political Reform Act. Does anybody know when the Political Reform Act was enacted into law in California? What year that was? 1974. 1974. Does anybody know why that law was enacted in California? Well, the whole point, 700s, Form 700s and so forth, is to prevent political corruption. Now, there's an interesting link to transportation with respect to that statute. I will note that the Brown Act became law in 1954. So it took a little while for the state legislature to kind of figure things out. But there's a transportation link to the Political Reform Act, and that is the legislature learned that public transportation agencies were using their trains and their buses to transport public officials and their lobbyists and friends and cronies and donators and public interest folks without paying any fares throughout the state of California. And so in order to put a stop to this, the Political Reform Act was enacted into law in 1974. And that statute, through that statute, was created the Fair Political Practices Commission. That commission issues regulations that regulate the conduct and behavior of elected and appointed officials and persons who work for those elected and appointed officials, such as people like Ken or myself. We have to do a certain level of reporting as well. So let me talk to you briefly about ethics, and I'll give you an example. This happens. You heard that Long Beach Transit is going to be hosting CTA and APTA upcoming events, and we have open procurements. So let's say you're at the convention center, and there's an open procurement for whatever, some good, maybe even a service. And the vendor who's submitted an RFQ or RFP proposal to provide goods or services sees you, and they do a beeline for you, and they say, hey, can I buy you a drink? Can I take you out to dinner? And this is an open procurement. And so the question I put to you all is, do you accept that invitation? No, you don't. Now you could accept the invitation, but as long as you pay for yourself, so you could, sure, I'll go to dinner with you and you pay your own bill. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you then accept their drinks, their food, their dessert, and they have an open procurement, there's the appearance that they've used their influence to get you to vote for their contract when that award actually comes before you as appointed officials. And you see the budget that Ken has presented. There's a pretty significant spend that spend that happens every year with respect to goods and services in Long Beach Transit. So you want to be aware of these type of scenarios. The service providers, the goods manufacturers, particularly at conferences, they can be pretty aggressive. And they they're going to come after you. They'll find out, well, where are the board members? Okay, well, Chair Sutton, let's have a drink, this and that. And that's their job to do that. And it's your job to, particularly if it's an open procurement, to say, pump the brakes, or I'll pay for myself, and so forth. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me, ask Ken, or you can call the Fair Political Practices Commission and ask them. You can shoot them an email. If you have any doubt about something that's coming up, feel free to ask them as well. Now,
Vince, I want to add one thing right from there before the question.
Yeah.
When we were first going after the battery electric buses, we had an open procurement. Vice President Gore called the board chair and asked the board chair to vote in favor. I'm telling you what I found out after, because the FBI got involved. It got pretty ugly for this company. Asked the board chair for Proterra to act on behalf of Proterra. That came out after all of this. So there, I think when we're in small little Long Beach Transit, nobody's gonna call. But that turned into a very negative, because they were so excited that they got a call from Vice President Gore at the time. I know we're recording all of this, but this is all public knowledge. So I'm saying that because I had just walked in the organization about 3 months when this happened. I came in here and then this blew up across the country for what happened to us here. So not only did we sued by the guy there, but that actually happened here at Long Beach Transit.
And
So
it probably would come as no surprise to you that former Vice President Gore has a financial interest in Proterra. So this is how these things happen sometimes. And so it's good to talk to myself, Ken, Fair Political Practices Commission, or the city clerk about anything that gives you any question, even if it's something that gives you just a sense, it just doesn't feel right, or there may be what's often called, when doing ethics analysis, the appearance of impropriety. Just ask the question, just doubt it. My quick adage or quick phrase that I say that I've developed over the years of doing this is, when in doubt, sit it out. I think that's always a safe approach. So that covers the Political Reform Act. Generally speaking, you've done your disclosures, you've done your reporting.
Mr. Sutton.
Oh,
It's quite all right. No, the impropriety, that's the most important thing. If it looks bad, don't do it.
Yeah.
And the idea of paying for your own drinks, you could be sitting there and half the conference is watching you hobnob with some vendor. It just looks bad, even if you can write them a check at the end of the dinner.
Exactly right.
So.
And they're not scrutinizing that invoice or the bill when it comes. So it may look like the new flyer bought you drinks at this particular conference, and in fact, you actually paid for it yourself. And so if you're transparent and you make sure you reveal this information to the regulatory authority, they're going to want to see that the fact that you actually pay and say. So we had another scenario years back where a Long Beach Transit board member participated in a NASA tour in, I think it was Texas or Florida. And the question and that board member's spouse was along on the tour, and that board member's spouse is an elected official. So the question became, the real question was, do you report it or not? And was the tour itself, the value of the tour, considered a gift? And I default to my when in doubt, sit it out. Well, I take a very conservative approach with that type of advice as well. So my advice is, well, just report it and let them tell you, whether it was right or wrong, or whether you have to pay back or not. that's the safest thing to do. You're going to get into trouble if you don't report it. And then someone reveals that you were on the tour or what have you, and you have not in fact notified the Fair Political Practice Commission or some other body that regulates your conduct. So, yes.
Sorry, just let me put in my 2 cents. So I know last year, for example, a group of us went to the APTA in Seattle, which is a fairing expo. So just know that if any of the board members do go to an expo, I do check with procurement for big contracts, and I would let you guys know what any of those are. And then as well as also vetting any invitations that come as well, right? I did all those invitations to the special events. I would vet those with Vince to make sure that we would be okay to attend those before I even send them to the board to say, do you want to attend this event? So just know that as well. I'm also their resource.
Thank you, Jen. So one of the where do I live as a lawyer? So who practices in this area? I actually live between the lines. So you have the black letter law, but oftentimes there's a gray area that exists, and that's why, for example, I gave Director Kemp the response like, well, you could make the motion and it could be seconded and an action could be taken. But the question then becomes, black letter law, was it agendized as an action item? No. So the black letter, very clear response to that question would be no, but you could do it. So then the question becomes for you all, and also from the organizational level, the CEO and so forth, is what's your risk tolerance for that type of behavior? So if you did in fact take action, you could, my follow-up advice would be, or counseling would be, well, if anybody's paying attention, then there's probably going to be a violation, and there's probably going to be some sort of cure and correct claim, email or something from someone saying you violated the Brown Act and therefore you need to correct what you did. So could you do it? Yes. Is it recommended? No. And that tends to be the way that I give advice. I try to analyze every scenario on a case-by-case basis, because there is no broad rule. Statutes read a certain way, but you have to apply the facts to the actual law to see what actually pertains. And I will tell you, as I mentioned to Director Kuntz, there are I'm aware in this vicinity of bodies that have standing committees that are not that run meetings that are not Brown Act agendized. But you know, it's risk tolerance based on the executives of that organization. So I keep that in mind, and I try to keep you all out of trouble. That's the most important thing for me. And then let me talk a bit about parliamentary procedure. I don't have any question based on what I've seen at these meetings that you all have parliamentary procedure down. You know how to run a meeting. You've been at meetings. You're very experienced. So I won't spend a lot of time in that area. You will know, or you may or may not know, some time ago after its formation, in an amendment to the bylaws, Long Beach Transit said, hey, we're going to follow the Brown Act, and we're going to follow parliamentary procedure with respect to our meetings. It may not surprise you to know that, you know, when it was created in 1963, even though the Brown Act existed and parliamentary procedure had been around for a while, and Rosenberg's Rules of Order, that action was not taken by the board officially. Well, you know, I wasn't there, wasn't born yet. But I'm just thinking there were some. I've read some things in the bylaws going, whoa, they did what? Oh, I don't know. I don't want to know. So you know, there were meetings that were not necessarily agendized. There were, you know, proxies were allowed, and those things are, you know, things have changed. The laws have changed, and so again, the central message is openness and transparency, public participation. That's really what you want here. I was having a sidebar with my former city attorney colleague, Mr. Angeles here, or Director Angeles, about what different public bodies do. So I was presenting on a panel at the Loyola Law School about public meetings, and I was actually talking about the case that I argued that was published, and there's a large body, Los Angeles, and has a commission that oversees the public safety, Los Angeles Police Commission. And
we were talking about one of our colleagues, and in the midst of this meeting, the statement was said by the general counsel, like, yeah, well, if someone gets up and starts complaining about the LAPD, we just shut them down and just tell them that it's not within the jurisdiction of the agenda item. And my eyes got big, and I said, "What?" And I said to my former colleague, I go, "Hey, look, it's probably that's probably a problem with that. You want to give the public an opportunity to speak on agenda items and non-agenda items. So if they get up and they're talking about X, Y, or Z and it's not on the agenda, that's their right to do it. They have 2 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever your time period is, but you can't shut them down. Period." So anyways, I don't know if that advice was ever followed, but that was the reality of that situation. So again, we have varying interpretations of the public's right to participate in public meetings under the Brown Act, but generally, as was answered to the question I posed earlier on, the public can speak on every agenda item, and they can speak on non-agenda items, and they can speak on public before the board goes into closed session. So again, the policy, the guiding the rationale undergirding the policy of the Brown Act is to allow the public to participate and let them see what you all are doing. So let's talk briefly about the laws that have now gone into effect that pertain to Long Beach Transit in 2024. I'm not going to cover them all. I'm just going to cover some specifically. And oh, by the way, this is an aside, and I always find this one funny. So the maximum amount that you can receive as a gift pursuant to the Fair Political Practices Commission regulation is $520 as of 2024, but it's steadily going up. When I started doing this, it was much less. So it'll probably be a little bit more next year, and the year after that, it'll continue to go up. So just kind of keep that in mind, and remember that I'm a resource. If you ever have any questions, you feel free to ask myself, ask Ken. So let's talk about one of the laws that I think, well, it's significant. There are two significant laws. There's one, SB 434. What does SB 434 require? This requires public transportation agencies to collect data on safety and street harassment incidences. And the goal is to improve public safety and the ridership levels in California's 10 largest cities, or transit operators in California's 10 largest cities. And lo and behold, Long Beach Transit is one of those 10 largest operators in California, in LA County. And so Long Beach Transit has the honor of starting to collect that data beginning in 2024, and sharing that data not only with the state, but with the Department of Transportation on the federal level. So that's an important law that I think you all should be aware of. And its origin, it was actually it's an API DESI origin law. There was an uptick in harassment incidents involving the API DESI community, and a state legislature wrote that law, and it is now gone into effect as of the end of 2023, and it's effective now. We have a deadline coming up in July to generate a report to show that we've started collecting that data, and that is an ongoing effort. So that's an important law that you should be aware of. Another one that is critical, that is in effect now, and there's a lot of energy spent on this law, and it has to do with marijuana. So, the real question was, oh, wow, are people going to be able to come to work high? No, not so much, particularly with Long Beach Transit, because you receive federal dollars and you receive state dollars. So the bottom line for Long Beach Transit, and it's a long law, but I'll read you the bottom line. Under the regulations, Long Beach Transit, which is subject to Federal Department of Transportation oversight, is required to follow specific procedures for drug testing, including specimen collection, laboratory tests, and reporting the results. The DOT does not specify the use of a particular test for detecting THC, but rather outlines the requirements for drug testing programs to ensure accuracy, reliability, and consistency. And the upshot of this law with respect to Long Beach Transit is because Long Beach Transit receives federal dollars, it must comply with this law. The federal dollars come through the Department of Transportation and the agencies that are under the Department of Transportation. And so the feds have said, look, this is what the law is. It's a state law, but because you Long Beach Transit receive federal dollars, even though this is a state law, you have to do X, Y, and Z. And so Long Beach Transit again is in the process of doing just that. Are there any other laws that you want me to touch on, Ken?
626, SB 616.
SB 616. Which one is?
Sick leave.
Oh, the sick leave. Oh, yes, yes. And I would again. I'm referencing a memo that I wrote some months ago, updating Ken and DLT on these various laws. The last one I'll touch upon is the sick leave law. So SB 616 increases paid sick leave for employees from 3 days, 24 hours, to 5 days, 40 hours for full-time employees. Employers using the accrual method must show accrued sick days to carry over to the following year. However, LBT may limit an employee's use of accrued paid sick days to 40 hours each year. The law also increases the accrual threshold from 6 days, 48 hours to 10 days, 80 hours. So that's a law that Liz and Ken, as well as the employment groups that are affected by this law, are currently implemented. So that really touches the main themes that I wanted to cover here with you. Again, the Brown Act, the Fair Political Practices Act, or the Political Reform Act, and the FPPC, parliamentary procedure. Again, I'm a resource, Ken's a resource, the city clerk in the city of Long Beach is a resource. I encourage you to use them. If it doesn't feel right, don't do it. Again, I'll say it. It sounds a little corny, but when in doubt, sit it out. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Please.
I have my mic, so I'm okay.
I'm taking this home now.
Pretty might have something to say about
As Vince is walking away, without having to, because like I said, this is going to head for a case. In the SB 616, there is a carve out that if you have an existing labor agreement that you exempt on certain parts of the law, we have met all of those things. Our labor attorneys are saying that we do not have to comply with what is said because we are an exemption. The union thinks we are not an exemption, so somebody has to decide whether we're an exemption or not. In the next couple of weeks, we have 62 grievances filed by the union for this. I am going to deny all of them, and then we're gonna head into that place. I'm saying this to you all, I can't express anymore. Maybe when we start the case, I will have to do it in closed session about where we're heading. I called the union president about 2 weeks ago and told him that I am going to deny the grievances. The most critical part of the process is the law was pushed by one of our what is she now? Deputy Speaker.
Senate Majority Leader.
Yeah.
Lina Gonzalez.
Was the person that brought this law forward. I am trying to meet with Lena to talk about what's happening because I don't want her to read this in
Connections in that office?
in the office of Lena. I have connection with Lena's cell phone in my. I do, right? Although I mean.
I was told.
Yeah, so yes, so as we go with this, I will at some point have to bring this into closed session, but this is something that we are going to try to figure out how this is being the site for Long Beach Trans.
His exemption is if you have a collective bargaining agreement, then you don't have to necessarily follow by the law.
But you have to follow you follow the, all I
Collective
understand is you follow the collective bargaining unit. I wanted to negotiate that out to the contract. They didn't want to. They felt they had the right to do it. They didn't want to give me what I wanted for the negotiation. So we're going to go to some judge or some body who's gonna make that decision for us. And then we both have to live with it. So I just wanted to know that that may come out, but as we get, once it begins, I will have to have it in closed session after that, no more. I'm just saying that this is where we are right now. Okay? But that's the Vince report.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about the roles and responsibilities for board members. And the first slide here is one that has been shared before. Some of you may be familiar with it, some of you may not, but it is a part of the packet that I think all board members get in terms of when they're onboarded. These are the roles of the board. It is that you establish the vision, you set policy, you hire and evaluate the CEO, you provide oversight and ensure regulatory compliance, and you adopt the annual budgets and strategic plans. Next slide. I added this. A healthy board asks the following questions. What is our strategic plan? How are we doing on implementing that strategic plan? Are our programs making an impact? Where are we having the most success and what needs improving? Do I have enough information to make an informed decision? What information do we need that we are not currently receiving? Am I asking the right questions? Are we overreaching our roles and responsibilities into management's space? And so the important part to be paying attention to here is, what is the role of the board? The board isn't to say, put a bus stop here, or to say, I think you should do this specific operational activity. The board's role is to look at, okay, the strategic plan that we're talking about today and tomorrow, and we're putting some ideas together, okay? What is the basis for that plan? And then you set up performance measures on how do we know when we are achieving those markers along the way, okay? And do our programs make an impact? Many of you expressed both in the written survey and in the phone interviews, you talked a lot about being very concerned about the constituents and customer experience and making sure that Long Beach Transit is doing the best that it possibly can to make sure that that customer service is the best that it can possibly be, okay? Nothing wrong with that at all. What you want to know is then, are the programs that Long Beach Transit have making an impact on those people that you are concerned about having that kind of quality experience, okay? And where are we doing our best? And where do we need to improve? But you'll notice that none of those things talk specifically about how you're going to do those. That's a management thing. But the fact is, are you meeting those markers? Are you progressing in the right type of environment that is very conducive to making sure that the things that you want to see happen in terms of impact are happening? Okay, that's the board's role. One of the things that today was designed to do is make sure that you have as much information as possible from the CEO and from the leadership of the management team to make informed decisions. And part of the things that are on the parking lot that we've been recording are, what other information would you like to have so that you feel like you can make the best informed decisions? Okay, you'll know that one of the questions that I asked you is, okay, are you getting the right information? Is there information you wish you were getting that you don't have? Hopefully some of those questions are asked today, answered today, And if not, they belong on that parking lot list so that that information can be brought to you. All of that is to say, you need to be asking the right questions to make policy decisions and strategic planning decisions, not operational decisions. Next slide. So this is also a slide that is from information that's in your onboarding packets and that was given to you previously as board members. So what is the job of the CEO? He hires and leads staff. He executes the vision that the board has set. He establishes the mission and the tactics for how that's going to be accomplished, oversees day-to-day management, communicates organizational strategies, implements board policy and direction, leads innovation, develops systems to monitor the performance, and equips the board with data to be able to make those decisions. Next slide. It's the other way. Not there? Okay, that's all right. So what the CEO then has to do is take the vision that the board sets and the strategic plan that the board recommends and make sure that that can happen. But they decide what it takes operationally and what they have their staff do in order to make that happen. And then you look to see if they've met the goals that the board established. But the how-to is done specifically by the CEO and the staff of Long Beach Transit. The what of the big picture is something that the board works on. Okay. Any questions on the difference between the board roles and the CEO roles? And CEO and management roles, excuse me. It's really easy to have some blurring of those lines. And it's really easy as you're asking those right questions to have them lead over into, well, do you do this? Do you do this? Do you do this? Have you thought this? Okay. Asking, have you thought about this is no problem. Okay. Do you do this is no problem. But when you start to say, you need to do this, you've stepped over your line as a board member into the operations. Okay to ask, do you? How do you? When do you? Okay, have you ever thought about doing this? No problem about those questions, but once you turn that around and you say, the board says you need to do this or this, you've crossed those lines. Okay, so we were going to go through, we can do that, go through the overview of the orientation process. So between today and tomorrow, we're going to look at the transit mission, the vision, the values. We're going to come to consensus on what the strategic priorities should be. We're going to tomorrow look at examining Long Beach Transit's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges that really speak to those strategic priorities. What do we need to make sure that we're looking at so that we're operating off of our strengths? And then we're going to look at setting some timelines and reporting on progress. What kind of reports do you want to receive from the CEO and executive staff? What kind of timelines are you looking at for looking at the performance markers that say, okay, at the end of the second quarter, we'd like to know where you're at on this. And again, that's so that information can be shared with you, not for you to decide on that performance, but to know what that performance has been. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the vision, mission, and values. Next slide. So this is an overview all together of how the vision and the mission and the values all overlap and move one into one another. Next slide. So let's look at the actual vision that this organization has. The vision for Long Beach Transit is a leading provider of transportation options, delivering innovative and high-performing services within a multimodal network that transforms the social, environmental, and economic well-being of the diverse communities we serve. Any questions on, we're not here to workshop the vision, okay, but any questions on what that vision is for Long Beach Transit? and how it is incorporated into the next steps? Okay, next slide. The mission. Long Beach Transit mission is that they're dedicated to connecting communities and moving people, making everyday life better. So the strategic priorities and the initiatives that you heard the executive team talk about today and that you heard Ken present to you, all of those should be geared toward making sure that this mission can be accomplished. Next slide. Long Beach Transit also has core values. Among them are to be open to new ideas and continuous improvement. By that, it is to create a workplace environment where suggestions, contribution, and initiative are welcomed and valued. Another value is to consider customer-first decision-making, to meet the needs and expectations of our internal and external customers and support each other in the process, be of service to others. So now when we're talking again about the strategic priorities and initiatives, do they fit these values? You should be able to see where each one of them goes along with these values. Next slide. You have 3 additional core values. One is to operate with integrity, to promote and do what is in the best interest of Long Beach Transit. Do what is right, especially when no one is watching. Next one, cultivate employee potential. Strengthen the organization through development and training opportunities. Take the initiative to develop oneself. So for the individual staff members to take the initiative to be better and better at what they do, but also for the organization itself to give employees those opportunities to be trained and develop their skill sets. And finally, to be proactive. Identify problems and, more importantly, seek solutions. Take personal ownership, especially when things go wrong. Now, when we start looking at the strategic priorities tomorrow and we start going through all of these, it's going to be important that you think back to that vision, the mission, and these particular core values that the organization has, because everything should feed into those. As a board, you are responsible for the vision, the mission, and the values in terms of making sure that the whole agency operates in a way that lives up to all of these. Okay, but not to tell them how they're supposed to live up to them, just do they. Okay, and that's why there's explanations for each of those. The next thing I want to do is talk to you just a little bit about the facilitation process. Okay, and that is that as we went along today, you had opportunities to ask questions and also to leave things on the table. That the parking lot of issues, and including the ones that we went through when I asked you the questions that I haven't had a chance to put on, will be given to you in a report. So I will be providing you with a report after the meeting that tells you all of the things that ended up in that parking lot, so that you know the things that need to be followed up on. One of the things we heard when we did the written and phone interviews, the written survey and the phone interviews, is that there were things that sometimes dropped off the page. Okay, and this is to help see to it that the things that at least were brought up during the strategic planning don't receive that fate, but instead that you will have some accountability for the things you asked about, making sure that those are answered and brought back to the board. So you will have that before your next board meeting. Okay, and they probably won't come up until the one after that, because I think you already have the agenda for the next one, maybe.
June is going to be very full.
Yeah, so it'll probably be the one after that in terms of things, but just so that you know that it won't fall off the radar. As board members, in terms of participating in the facilitation process, okay, you do your best work when you ask the right questions, when you figure out ways that you're going to monitor the agency's progress so that you can achieve the goals, the values, the mission, and the vision of the transit system. This retreat is supposed to be set aside for a time of planning, a focus on the future. Whereas when you go to board meetings, they focus on the day-to-day operations and processes and immediate issues that face the organization that you are having reports given to you on, and the resulting things that you need to make decisions on. For strategic planning, the focus is, of course, on big thinking and not grabbing at the first ideas or solutions that come along, but rather coming up with lists of things and then seeing how the ideas that one of you brings to the table can be echoed by another, or maybe even blended together, depending on if there are things that are cohesive and can work together. The job tomorrow is not to create a to-do list for the CEO and the management team, but rather to figure out what the priorities are so that overall Long Beach Transit can meet its goals. So we're going to concentrate on outcomes without wandering into the details of execution. My last question for you from me today is, we want to start with the end in mind. So my question is, what do you want to accomplish by the end of the retreat? And what does success look like? We need to decide those things today, because then we'll know at the end of the retreat if we were able to accomplish those two things. What do you want to accomplish by the end of the retreat? And how will we know if we've succeeded? So I open that up to you. What do you want to accomplish? Don't all speak at once.
I mean, for me, it's a level of understanding of the organization.
Okay.
The role of the board, the role of staff and executive, and recognizing how we can be a greater asset and assistance to accomplishing the mission and vision of the organization.
Great. So having the right information so that you can be of the most assistance in doing that. Okay. I'm going to ask you about the level of information that you got today. Was that really helpful for you?
For me, it was obviously there's a lot of stuff that I don't know. I've
Right.
been on the board not even a year,
Yeah.
under a year. So more information I get allows me to make a greater assessment and understanding of when I, ask questions or contribute or vote or whatever discussions I've involved.
So what this is this today was an opportunity to educate you as well, all of you, because it's still a relatively young board in terms of not only your youthful age around the table, but in terms of your longevity in serving Long Beach Transit. So it's important that before you start making decisions about strategic priorities or strategic planning, that you really have a good handle on what's happening at the organization right now. And then the things that you still need more information on, we make sure that you get that information delivered for your future actions as a board member and as a board as a whole. Abigail, what would you like to see happen at the end of the retreat?
Yeah, so I think, we did have a board meeting, a meeting last month and then this, right? Last week. And so I think for us is really grasp what our next steps are gonna be for the organization, whether it be budget, whether it be retention, coming up with a plan. We play a crucial role, right? Hearing about all the reports that came in regarding, especially like language access, something that we brought up and we continue to bring up, that these issues are taken, from staff and that we get our reports back on what the status is. I think there's, we've been asking about this for numerous times. So I hope that, down the line, we get those updates.
Well, you'll have some accountability now, right?
We will. And so I think
you'll be able to check it off the list or not.
So I think accountability, transparency, and just partnerships on how we can move on the transit forward.
Okay. So we're looking at adding to our discussion earlier today on partnerships. Okay. Adding to our discussion on what's still missing that you want to see the pieces of. Okay. And that too would be making sure that it's successful. Okay, perfect. Ro.
I would echo what's already been said, but I would also add the cohesiveness of the board. maybe, I know at times we may not agree with one another on every item, but I think we all have the same interest of having a successful organization and supporting the CEO and LAT whenever we can. That would be important to me.
Okay.
And when I say cohesive board is that we all show up when we're supposed to show up. We all participate when we're asked to participate. And I think we've done a great job today. And the presentations from the LET were very helpful because that's something I asked for before. It gave me a greater understanding of what each executive director does. So that was very helpful. That was a very nice first step into today and then continue tomorrow.
And that's what it was intended to be, right? Not the be all end all, but the first step to be able to start that information sharing process.
It puts more context for me in terms of the meeting that we had last week about the budget.
Okay.
I see a clearer picture now.
Okay.
I feel much more informed about what the budget that came presented last week. I understand it a little bit more. So it was very helpful.
Good. Carl, what does success look like for when we end tomorrow, that this retreat was actually worth your time coming to and was successful? What would you like to see to make sure that that is where we get to?
Just more of this. I think this has been great for me as a super new board member. I really enjoy getting to hear from my colleagues and learn what their priorities are and what their approaches to asking questions or giving comments or favorite movie. It's all I've enjoyed all of that because we have a responsibility together. But sort of the energy where we are now as opposed to where we were this morning.
Okay.
Speaks to the relationship that's being developed amongst those folks who are going to be making those decisions. I enjoyed all the presentations. I thought they were very thorough. I think you did a great job as a facilitator. I think there were some, I wouldn't call them, malicious curveballs, but questions that, Ken took them prepared for that he fielded very well. So I think there's more of this tomorrow, and that's success to me.
And you feel like today helped prepare you for the discussions to follow? Great. Ashwin.
Yeah, definitely echo all the great comments. It was great to hear from all the individual VPs and directors. I thought that was really nice just to kind of get the overview and how they all fit into the specific role. And it was great to meet more of you personally. So I thought that was really nice. Used to just showing up there at a board meeting and then, go away. So just a few little comments and interactions throughout the day was really nice. Overall, what would be success from my standpoint? It's really understanding how all of the challenges that the board members have expressed and the ideas that came out of today, how do those all fit into the strategic plan priorities? Just reading through them, they don't always totally align.
Okay.
So how do they fit in so then we can develop those KPIs or whatever it may be to make sure it's moving forward.
And that's exactly the direction we want to go tomorrow. So that leads us right into that in terms of how do all the things, the reports that you got, the information that you have, here are the strategic priorities, here are initiatives. How does that all feed into one so that there is a strategic plan that you have to put in front of you? We know that we're looking at a 2-year timeline. So where do these things fit? Okay, but we're not just looking for, this is a 2-year planning session, but as you saw in the budgets, you don't just plan 2 years and now we're done with that. So we'll leave it go. It leads into the next 5 years or more in terms of what lies ahead. So you feel like that is helpful?
Well, come back to me after tomorrow.
All right. Well, that's gonna be my question. That's gonna be my end of the day question tomorrow is were we successful in achieving what hopefully we set out to do? Sir, Chris.
Well, I think it's been great. I've learned a lot. I think still more to learn. So success for me is not like changing the strategic priorities. It's feeling better about them actually being accomplished. So I don't think you're gonna get a lot of comments about the priorities being wrong. They think it's like how we get there, so I think the SWOT analysis will be helpful and not the
Okay.
like. Than the negative, but I think there are some very big challenges for this agency and daylighting them as part of the process of solving them, right?
And that is exactly why you do those analysis, right? So that you can look and you can say, okay, here's the benefits that we have going into this. These are our strengths. These are the things and our opportunities, but what could hold us back? And what obstacles do we have to be ready for, so, or challenges, so that we can make sure that we avoid, be as proactive in addressing those as we can. Chair.
So I've never had a workshop with Long Beach Transit, even though I'm the tenured member here, but I think this has been a fabulous day. And the reason why is because I think it's been a reawakening or an energizing exercise for us all. And echoing the other comments about the idea of establishing a team and not just being a rubber stamp board, that putting some skin in the game here, and just being able to leverage the knowledge in the room. We're all here for the same reason.
Yeah.
We're all here to improve Long Beach Transit. Now, it's already great.
Yeah.
But we want to make it even better than it is today. And that's saying a lot. I mean, a lot of agencies struggle with just being good. So I think we're in a great place. I just hope that as we go forward here, that we go through this process of revealing, identifying, planning, and acting, that we get the right tools that the board needs, and that the things that we imagine doing aren't bridled by the financial constraints that we're facing. That I think it's still important to put our ideas down and make them goals, even though some will never happen, in our lifetime. But some will. And if we don't get them down on paper, they won't.
Absolutely. And then we start putting priorities and timelines to them, because then the ones that rise to the top priorities, okay, are the things where they get the most attention first. Okay, but so that things don't trail off and just disappear when they were things that were important to each of you and collectively that you brought to the table. I'm going to give you one quick reminder, and then I'll turn it over to Ken so that he can close the meeting today. But thank you personally. This has been really a great opportunity to get to hear your concerns, get to have information shared with you. I've been really pleased. I have to tell you, I do quite a bit of this, and I loved the reports you got today. I think they were really informative, and they got you along the track. And in working with Ken and Jen to get this facilitated strategic planning session started, this has been something that Ken's been working for a long time, wanting to get this back and making sure that there was a regular strategic plan. That helps you feel more engaged all the way along, because you'll be more informed and participative in that process. And that's been something that's been very important to him. I want to remind you that tomorrow morning, when we first come in for the breakfast, to please take a little more time and visit amongst yourselves for the ideas of how you're going to introduce, because we'll spend about the last 15 or 20 minutes of the breakfast and networking time giving you an opportunity to introduce someone else from the board to everyone. I can't tell you how often I heard from all of you that said, we get along great, we just don't know anything about each other. We don't know each other. And this is just a small step in that process that says, so talk to one another, find out, because you will become more cohesive and you will work better together as a team the more you feel like you know one another and that you're not just an isolated person at that table. So use the questions I gave you, use ones of your own, but make sure that you get an opportunity to tell the rest of us about each other. Okay, so am I turning it over to,
So it's my extreme pleasure to start the process of closing this board meeting out. Prior to the Board of Directors meeting, persons wishing to address the board were encouraged to submit public comments via email or telephone. More information on Long Beach Transit's board meeting public participation process may be found on the board meeting agenda or at Long Beach Transit's website at ridelbt.com/about-us. At this time, I invite members of the public who want to address the board on any matter that does not appear on the agenda and is within the board's jurisdiction. If you have not already done so, I ask that you submit a speaker card to the board secretary. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. The board is here to receive comments only, and there will be no exchange of dialogue with the commenters. Looking around, I don't see any public comment.
Nobody here, and we lost the one person that we had online, so. We had a person this morning, yes.
Oh.
I know, after lunch, they didn't come back after we broke for lunch, so.
So now that we have no comment, before we close, I want to thank each board member. We had 100% participation today. I was extremely encouraged by that and the sharing of the information. And I hope that the staff presentation, you saw the work that went into it to be able to take all that they do and put it into that narrow time and still give enough information. So for the participation, for the involvement, for being here, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to tomorrow morning, what comes out of this. So thanks a lot.
Well, I'd like to take this moment to thank Ken and Jen and Carol for a great presentation. I know, Jen, you worked very hard on this just by looking around and seeing the effort. And we all really appreciate that, don't we? So thank you very much. All right. So it's my pleasure at this time to continue to close this out. So do I hear a motion to approve the recommendation of adjourning the meeting until tomorrow?
So moved.
Awesome. All right. Call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Any